Chapter 2001, Wind Rises. In Twin Towers Kingdom, Shadow Forest, a 6-man scouting party led by a level 154, Tier 4 assassin slowly traversed the rainforest. Dark clouds hovered over the Shadow Forest all year round, shrouding the forest in gloom even during hot summer days when the sun shone bright. The mist enveloping the forest also hindered players' perception, and even Tier 3 experts familiar with the terrain would lose their way if they weren't careful. Commander, we've been investigating this place for half a day now, yet we haven't found any traces of the Outer Worlds player army. Should we take a look at the other maps? A blue-clad level 142 Tier 3 assassin suggested as he looked at a tree-lined gorge. With the War of Worlds imminent, many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's player forces had dispatched scouting parties to seize the initiative. Among the scouting party's duties, the top priority was investigating the exact state of the Outer Worlds player army. Many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's forces were offering astronomical prices for the information. If one managed to get detailed information on the Outer Worlds player army, one could receive not only a level 150 epic weapon for the information, but also 200,000 credits. Hence, although many independent experts in the kingdom had fled to the Black Dragon Empire and the Dark Knight Empire, adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms and empires still dispatched expert players to investigate. The Sand Fox Adventurer team was one of them. The Sand Fox Adventurer team was well known in the Dark Knight Empire. Although Sand Fox's overall combat power was nothing noteworthy in the Dark Knight Empire, its scouting ability ranked among the top 10 of the Empire's adventurer teams. After the blue-clad assassin finished speaking, a level 136 assassin youth in the party suddenly jumped off the tree branch he stood on and stopped moving. He then quietly observed the empty woodland in the distance. The assassin youth's actions alerted the rest of the party, and they promptly halted their advance, not daring to move even a muscle. Blade, is something wrong with that place? The Tier 4 assassin Sky Fox asked quietly as he looked at the assassin youth. The other players in the party also looked at the assassin youth curiously. The assassin youth, Bladeheart, had started playing God's Domain only recently, and his level was the lowest in the party. However, he possessed incredible technique and intuition. Often, he would notice things that even their commander, Sky Fox, had failed to notice. This was why they had brought Bladeheart along on this scouting mission. After studying the empty woodland ahead for a while, Bladeheart said hesitantly, "I can't say for certain, but my gut tells me something is there." What thing? Sky Fox scrutinized the empty woodland. However, no matter how Sky Fox looked at the area, he failed to see anything out of the ordinary. Even his high-ranking identification skill didn't come up with anything. That empty woodland was nothing but an ordinary forested region. Let alone players, he couldn't even detect any signs of other creatures. However, several minutes after Sky Fox and the others continued their observation of the empty woodland, they spotted a 20-man team approaching the woodland. This team was incredibly strong. All 20 members were Tier 4 players, and also above level 55. The most inferior piece of equipment they wore was level 150 dark gold equipment, and the team leader even had 5 pieces of epic equipment. These people should be one of the Outer World Army's scouting teams. Why are they here instead of investigating the Twin Towers Kingdom? Bladeheart was confused when he saw this 20-man team. The Outer Worlds player army had dispatched a lot of experts to harass and investigate the Twin Towers Kingdom. Many of the expert teams sent were led by Tier 4 experts. The 20-man team they were seeing now was definitely one of the Outer World Army's elite forces. The other players in the party also grew confused and curious about this situation. Logically, a team of such caliber should have been dispatched to investigate the Twin Towers Kingdom's inner regions and even cause a huge commotion in the kingdom. After all, the average player force couldn't contend against such combat power. Only first-rate guilds could possibly take on such a team. While Sky Fox and the others were wondering why this team was in this deserted location, the 20-man team suddenly stopped in the empty woodland. However, none of them got off their mounts. Instead, they simply stood there as if waiting for something. Roughly 10 seconds later, the space of the empty woodland became blurry, and a tier in the space opened up. A magic barrier? Almost all players in God's Domain knew of magic barriers. However, the scene that just took place still stunned Sky Fox and his team. None of them had known that magic barriers could be used in such a manner. Through the gap in the barrier, Sand Fox's members saw an ocean of players. From a rough glance, they could estimate that the barrier hid at least several 100,000 players. Moreover, they spotted many Tier 4 experts among those players. Why are there so many Tier 4 players? It's over. Twin Towers is finished. We won't have enough to defend against so many Tier 4 experts, even if we gather the players from the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire. The information those superpowers obtained are completely wrong. The Eastern Continent is going to lose at this rate. Bladeheart and the others paled and despaired when they saw the player army in the barrier. Although God's Domain had given birth to many Tier 4 players already, they were still incredibly rare. At this stage of the game, a kingdom was considered top tier if it had at least 300 Tier 4 players operating within its borders. Even the strongest empire didn't have more than 1,500 Tier 4 players operating within it. While these numbers might seem large, the player populations of kingdoms and empires were calculated in the hundreds of millions. There wasn't even one Tier 4 expert for every 100,000 players. Yet, from what they could see, the Outer Worlds player army before them had over 5,000 Tier 4 players. It was capable of destroying even the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire, let alone the Twin Towers Kingdom. "Commander, what should we do now?" Bladeheart asked nervously. "With so many Tier 4 experts on the Outer Worlds side, the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire will definitely fall." Revealing a bitter smile, Skyfox said, "What can we do? Our only option now is to notify the Black Dragon Empire's and Dark Knight Empire's superpowers and have them gather the neighboring kingdoms and empires' Tier 4 experts. Otherwise, all of us will have to leave the Eastern continent." "But will those superpowers listen to us?" Bladeheart asked worriedly. "Those superpowers are all focused on dealing with Zero Wing now, and they're hoping to see Twin Towers and Star Moon fall. Would they be willing to gather their forces to help defend the Twin Towers Kingdom? That's none of our concern." Helplessly, Skyfox said, "Our job now is to spread this information and hope for the best." Truthfully, Skyfox had already lost hope for the Twin Towers Kingdom. Nevertheless, he still felt that they needed to try defending against the Outer Worlds player army for as long as possible. That way, the Eastern Continent's native Tier 3 players would have more time to get promoted to Tier 4. However, when Skyfox and his team were about to leave, a loud hum came from the distant sky. When the party sought the noise's origin, what entered their eyes was a crimson behemoth heading in their direction. Zero Wing? Why are they here? Could they have discovered the Outer Worlds player army already? Skyfox and the others grew confused as they watched the Crimson Dragon flying ship approach. Nowadays, the Crimson Dragon flying ships were synonymous with Zero Wing. Almost no player in God's domain was ignorant of their existence. Now that one of these flying ships had appeared in this deserted location, the only explanation for it was that Zero Wing had discovered the Outer Worlds player army. In no time at all, the Crimson Dragon flying ship arrived and stopped above the empty woodland. Obviously, Zero Wing already knew about the hidden magic barrier. "Is Zero Wing planning to attack the Outer World players?" Bladeheart wondered as he looked at the flying ship. "That's most likely the case, but Zero Wing probably doesn't know how many Tier 4 experts are hidden inside the barrier. It'll definitely suffer a loss afterward," Skyfox said worriedly when he saw Shi Feng walking to the flying ship's bow. The battle at Ancient Rock City had boosted Black Flame's fame. He was publicly recognized as God's domain's strongest player. However, even a Tier 5 Sword Saint stood no chance against a force of more than 5,000 Tier 4 players. After all, a Tier 5 player would still lose a lot of HP if they got hit by a Tier 4 player's attack. Not to mention, these Tier 4 players came to wage war. They most definitely had combination skills and battle arrays prepared. As soon as Skyfox finished speaking, the magic barrier enveloping the empty woodlands suddenly revealed itself. At this time, the Tier 4 magical class players inside the barrier had split into groups of 100 and were casting all sorts of large-scale spells, including Tier 4 defensive spells and offensive spells. These large-scale spells, numbering more than a dozen, were not the slightest bit weaker than the average Tier 5 defensive spell and offensive spell. A summoning array maintained by 600 players could also be seen in the center of the magic barrier. The summoning array was incredibly complex, making it impossible for outsiders to tell its rank. After these 600 players finished their incantation, the phantom of a 9-headed snake emerged from the ground. Tier 5, that's definitely a Tier 5 legendary monster. Although Skyfox and his team didn't know what kind of monster the Outer World players had summoned, they could tell that it wasn't just a Tier 4 monster based on its aura. Aside from the rumored Tier 5 legendary monsters, they couldn't think of any other possibility. Facing such a monster, let alone one Tier 5 Sword Saint, even 2 or 3 Tier 5 players working together would fall. Upon seeing this monster, Skyfox and the others couldn't help revealing looks of bitterness and despair. A force of 5,000 plus Tier 4 experts was already plenty shocking, and it allowed them to realize just how wide the gap between the players of God's domain and of the Outer World was. Yet, reality now told them that the gap was far wider than they thought. The force of 5,000 plus Tier 4 experts was only the tip of the iceberg. However, unlike Skyfox and his team, Shi Feng, aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship, remained unfazed by this situation. He simply took to the air and arrived above the magic barrier. He then unsheathed the newly upgraded Light of Two Worlds. Disappear, Shi Feng brandished the Light of Two Worlds against the barrier. Holy Annihilation. Chapter 2902, Power of Tier 6. When Shi Feng brandished the Light of Two Worlds, a dazzling brilliance replaced the dark clouds overhead, and the sky itself descended to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions rang through the forest, the effects of Shi Feng's attack stupefying Skyfox and the others. With just one attack, Shi Feng destroyed all of the Outer World players' offensive spells, as well as the magic barrier protecting the Outer World players. Only after destroying several more defensive spells did the brilliance Shi Feng's attack generated begin to dissipate. However, the areas Shi Feng's attack passed through were now devoid of mana. Moreover, the resulting shockwave was so powerful that it reached Skyfox's party several thousand yards away, sending the 6 players smashing into trees and stifling their breath. Isn't he a little too powerful? Skyfox and the others were at a loss for words as they looked at Shi Feng. All of them could tell that Shi Feng's attack wasn't a skill, but a combat technique. Nevertheless, he had managed to destroy all of the Outer World players' offensive spells and most of their defensive spells. Even the Tier 5 Imperial Knight I saw previously wasn't this strong, Bladeheart exclaimed. Is this the strength of God's Domain's strongest player? Everyone in God's Domain had already gotten a clear look at Shi Feng's power during the battle at Ancient Rock City. However, compared to that time, the power Shi Feng had just displayed was on a whole other level. The Tier 4 combination defensive spells the Outer World players used rivaled Tier 5 defensive spells in power. Even Tier 5 NPCs needed quite a few attacks to break through a Tier 5 defensive spell. Yet, Shi Feng had destroyed multiple Tier 5 offensive and defensive spells with just one attack. Such power was beyond even Tier 5 NPCs. Shi Feng was practically a god who had descended to the mortal world. Black flame, is it? Fighting spirit ignited in Bladeheart's eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. I'm going to become as strong as him one day. At this time, Skyfox's party wasn't the only one shocked by Shi Feng's display of power. The millions of Outer World players were similarly thunderstruck. What? Why does this world have such a powerful player? He must be a demigod NPC in disguise. Even a Tier 5 player can't destroy so many large-scale defensive spells. Unlike God's Domain's players, the Outer World players had a considerable understanding of Tier 5 existences. This was because there were already some Outer World players who had attempted to get promoted to Tier 5. Many superpowers had also clashed against Tier 5 legendary monsters before, with some even succeeding in slaying one. As far as the Outer World players knew, Tier 5 players could only hold their ground against legendary monsters. They couldn't solo one. Even experts at the Tier 5 peak standard couldn't. With so many Tier 4 players working together, they could heavily injure even a Tier 5 legendary monster, let alone a Tier 5 player. Hence, what just happened was simply unbelievable. However, unlike most of the Outer World players, the superpower executives in charge of the army reacted much more calmly to this situation, as expected of our primary target this time. I can see why 100 Ghosts is so afraid of him that they did not send anyone over this time. The 4-meter-tall man serving as the army's general said in commendation as he observed Shi Feng's hovering figure. No sooner had the giant man finished speaking than the female elf standing beside him said nonchalantly, "He might be strong, but he's facing the Weeping God army now. He still isn't qualified to fight us alone." Nobody present rebutted the female elf's words. Some of them even revealed excited expressions. 9-player armies had crossed the world passage this time, every one of them established by the various superpowers. The Weeping God army was one of these 9 armies, and heading it was Land of Gods, one of their God's Domain's 7 great guilds with the support of 4 other superpowers. And out of the 9-player armies, the Weeping God army ranked 3rd in strength. The reason behind the Weeping God army's name was its successful slaying of an ancient demigod, an existence far stronger than even Tier 5 legendary monsters. This brilliant achievement was also why the Weeping God army had accepted the task of taking down Zero Wing's supporting kingdoms. Alright, although it is a little early, we'll summon the 9-headed world snake, the general said. He then turned to the female elf surrounded by dense bloodlust and said, "Wind, join the fight with your group as well. Let this world's natives know our power." Land of Gods had brought out their precious 9-snake summoning array to let all of God's Domain's forces know of its power. This summoning array was also the main reason the Weeping God army had managed to slay an ancient demigod. However, one had to pay a colossal price for each use of the summoning array, and it could be used only 4 times. Moreover, controlling the 9-headed world snake summoned was incredibly challenging. The task required 9 players with excellent control over mana and 1 player with remarkable control over their physical body. Other words, an existence at the Beyond Domain realm. Anyone weaker than that would have difficulty controlling the world snake's gigantic body. The female elf named Nightmarish Wind nodded and led 9 Tier 4 experts with incredibly powerful mana domains to the summoning array. All 10 of them then jumped into the illusory 9-headed snake's body. Immediately, the illusory 9-headed snake grew more tangible. Its size also increased. In just 3 seconds, the 9-headed snake's body, which originally measured around 100 meters in length, had grown to 1,000 meters. Each of its 9 heads had also enlarged to the size of mountains. Moreover, each of these heads now held mastery over a particular magical element, and they could independently cast spells of their respective element. "I heard you're this world's strongest player." Nightmarish Wind, who was hidden inside the world snake's translucent body, sneered when she saw Shi Feng still standing his ground. "Unfortunately, you're not going to leave this place alive today." After saying so, Nightmarish Wind had the world snake fly toward Shi Feng. The power its body exuded was so strong that the space in its path shattered. Simultaneously, the world snake's 9 heads cast 9 different Tier 5 spells and launched them at Shi Feng. This scene made Skyfox and his team shudder in fear. The current nine-headed world snake radiated a much more powerful aura than before, so much so that it felt like a completely different creature. Even the Tier 5 NPCs they had come across previously couldn't compare to this monster. Meanwhile, in front of the world snake, Shi Feng looked like an ant, as if the world snake could wipe him out of existence with a single swipe of its tail. The simultaneous bombardment of 9 Tier 5 spells was something even several Tier 5 NPCs working together would fail to stop. However, even after seeing the world snake's attack, Shi Feng remained unfazed. He simply raised the Light of Two Worlds once more and swung it at the world snake. World breaker. Boom. For an instant, everyone on the battlefield felt the world around them disappear. Apart from an empty space filled with light, they could neither see nor feel anything around them. Everyone gradually recovered their senses, and once they did, they couldn't help gaping in shock, their minds going blank. Gone. The nine-headed world snake is gone. Moreover, the nine-headed world snake wasn't the only thing that disappeared. A significant part of the vast forest had also disappeared, and in its place was a crater over 4,000 yards in diameter, with the endless void in its depths. From the sky, it would seem as if something had just taken a bite out of the shadow forest. This sight rendered every surviving member of the Weeping God army speechless. Even the army's general couldn't bring himself to say anything for a long time. After all, Shi Feng's strike didn't kill just the nine-headed world snake, but also over a quarter of the Weeping God army. After falling into a daze for over a dozen seconds, the Outer World Army's general inhaled deeply and yelled with all his might, "Run! Everyone, run immediately! He's no longer human!" This shout snapped the Weeping God Army's surviving members out of their daze, and they began scattering and fleeing frantically. As for the general himself, he took out a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll and teleported out of the area immediately. He had no intention of lingering for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng looked at the vast abyss in the middle of the forest, he couldn't help sighing ruefully. No wonder Tier 6 players rarely fought on the main continent. If two Tier 6 players clashed, they could probably erase an entire empire from the continent. Worldbreaker wasn't an AE skill. Even so, it had still wreaked such damage on the Shadow Forest's terrain. This was something Shi Feng never expected. After dealing a devastating blow to the Outer World Army, Shi Feng showed no interest in hunting down the fleeing players. That would simply be too tedious. Moreover, his attack had killed at least 70% of the Outer World Army's Tier 4 players, allowing him to level up to level 74. It was easy to surmise just how many Tier 4 and Tier 3 players he had killed. Meanwhile, players killed by a Tier 6 attack wouldn't be able to log into the game for some time. Even if a Tier 6 attack didn't specifically target the soul, it would still cause significant damage to souls. Hence, players killed by Tier 6 attacks would get barred from the game for some time, and their souls would fall into a weakened state for 5 or 6 days afterward. Shi Feng flew back to the Crimson Dragon flying ship and returned to Skyspring City, leaving behind the fleeing Outer World Army and the stupefied members of Skyfox's party in the Shadow Forest. "Commander, what should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up and spread this information. We'll most likely need to rely on Zero Wing for this War of Worlds." Chapter 2903, Fame Shakes God's Domain, Dark Knight Empire, Winter Night Border Fortress. With the opening of the Second War of Worlds, the Outer Worlds NPC army had appeared at the borders of many of the Eastern Continent's kingdoms and empires. Although no full-blown battles had taken place yet, many skirmishes had occurred already. Guild leader Lu, "I'm afraid things will be troublesome this time. The Outer Worlds NPC army is much larger than we anticipated. Although the Outer World player army we have to deal with is much smaller than those at the other empires, we'll still face a tough fight, even if we work together with the Empire's army." Hidden Cloud, the 5th floor master of the Super Guild Nine Heavens Pavilion, said with a frown as he read the latest report on the Outer Worlds NPC army. "If we can't even hold our side, there's no need to mention pushing back the Outer Worlds NPC army and taking Zero Wing's 2 cities in the Orc Empire." During the First War of Worlds, both sides had gathered all their forces at one location for a decisive battle. However, the Outer Worlds NPC army had acted differently this time, splitting into several dozen smaller groups and invading multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously. Many of their targets were even empires holding strategic locations on the Eastern Continent. The forces the Outer World NPCs had invested into this second war were on a whole other level compared to before. Thus, many of the Eastern Continent's kingdoms and empires had no choice but to focus on defending their own territory. In this situation, even if the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom fell, Starlink and its several allied superpowers wouldn't be able to get the Eastern Continent's various kingdoms and empires to retake Star Moon Kingdom. And if Star Moon Kingdom remained in the Outer World NPC's hands, taking Zero Wing's lost Ancient Rock City and Silver Wing City would also be impossible. You can rest assured, Brother Cloud. According to the information I got, the several kingdoms neighboring the Dark Knight Empire that aren't under attack are already mobilizing their troops to the Dark Knight Empire, Lu Tiandi said, assuaging Hidden Cloud's worries. Once these kingdoms' armies arrive, combined with the players we have here, defending against the Outer World's NPC army shouldn't be difficult. As for Zero Wing's 2 guild cities, it doesn't matter even if we can't acquire them fully as planned. Once the Twin Towers Kingdom falls, Zero Wing will have to beg us to help defend Star Moon Kingdom to keep those 2 cities. At that time, let alone obtaining shares to those 2 guild cities, we might even be able to acquire shares for Zero Wing City. After hearing Lu Tiandi's words, Hidden Cloud nodded in agreement. Although there was a slight change to their plans, the overall situation remained in their favor. The Dark Knight Empire had an advantage in players over the Outer World army, so it wouldn't be difficult to repel the enemy. After all, players did not fear death, unlike NPCs. Moreover, the Dark Knight Empire had opened its treasury to players this time. Players fighting for the Empire would receive contribution points if they managed to kill the Outer World NPCs, and these points could be exchanged for weapons and equipment. Hence, the Empire's players no longer had to worry about running out of weapons and equipment. The only uncertainty left in their plan now was Zero Wing's decision. Zero Wing could either choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's benefits and abandon Star Moon Kingdom and its 2 guild cities in the Orc Empire, or give away a portion of Zero Wing City's benefits to secure Star Moon Kingdom and those 2 guild cities. However, just when Lu Tiandi, Hidden Cloud, and the other superpowers executives present were about to continue discussing how to proceed in the current situation, a commotion suddenly erupted among the Winter Night Fortress's players. Moreover, it grew louder and louder as more time passed. This situation confused Lu Tiandi and the others who were holding a meeting atop the fortress's wall. Guild leader, something big happened. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached the group of executives hurriedly and arrived before Lu Tiandi. This person was none other than Yi Kui, Lu Tiandi's butler. At this time, Yi Kui had an anxious expression, his usual composure nowhere in sight. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Tiandi asked in dissatisfaction as he looked at Yi Kui. As his butler and secretary in the guild, Yi Kui could be considered a representative of Starlink. Yi Kui was simply embarrassing Starlink by displaying such uncouth behavior in front of the various superpowers executives. This, Yi Kui hesitated to speak as he looked at the various representatives present. From Yi Kui's hesitancy, Lu Tiandi understood that his butler had something very important to tell him. He then said, "If you can't say it, send the information to me." Immediately, Yi Kui forwarded the relevant information to Lu Tiandi. Although this situation piqued the various executives' curiosity, none of them said anything about Lu Tiandi and Yi Kui's exchange. After all, every guild had its secrets. However, roughly 10 seconds after Lu Tiandi began reading the information Yi Kui provided, his expression changed drastically. He even failed to control himself and shouted his thoughts. Impossible. Lu Tiandi's loss of composure surprised the various superpowers executives. Lu Tiandi had criticized Yi Kui for the latter's loss of composure just a moment ago, yet he was now behaving even worse than Yi Kui. Just when the various superpowers executives were about to ask Lu Tiandi what information he had received, they suddenly received a message from their respective subordinates. The content of the message was simple, and it even came with a battle video attached. When the various executives played the battle video, what first entered their eyes was a man swinging a sword at one of the Outer Worlds player armies. However, the next moment, both a gigantic 9-headed snake and over 1/4 of the player army vanished along with a significant portion of the forest. Afterward, the remaining Outer World players scattered and fled the area. As for the man, he returned to the flying ship behind him and departed the area as well. A Crimson Dragon flying ship? Is he Black Flame? Questions and shock flooded the heads of the various superpowers executives. All of them were Tier 4 players, so despite the battle video's brevity, their eyes still managed to take note of every little detail in it. Although they couldn't see the 9-headed snake's information, based on the spatial fluctuations surrounding it, the monster was undoubtedly at the Tier 5 legendary rank. They also counted at least 4,000 Tier 4 players in the Outer Worlds player army, far more than what any single empire on the Eastern continent had faced so far. Yet, Shi Feng had not only killed the Tier 5 legendary monster with one attack, but also defeated the army of millions. After several minutes of silence, the various superpowers executives snapped out of their daze one after another. However, their earlier complacency was nowhere to be seen, replaced by solemn expressions. Guild Leader Lu, I still have something to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. Guild Leader Lu, my superior suddenly called me back for a meeting, so excuse me, Guild Leader Lu. The next moment, the various superpowers executives gave all sorts of excuses and left the fortress in quick succession. Even Hidden Cloud, Lu Tiandi's staunch supporter, suddenly said he felt ill and logged out of the game to rest. In no time at all, only Lu Tiandi and Yi Kui remained on the fortress's wall. Yi Kui's complexion turned livid as he watched the various superpowers executives leave. He then asked Lu Tiandi, "What should we do now, young master?" The strength Shi Feng displayed had already thoroughly exceeded their imagination. After the battle in the Shadow Forest, Yi Kui could already foresee the Outer Worlds players abandoning their attack on the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. Since the Outer Worlds NPC army had split into several dozen groups, mainly targeting the various empires, Zero Wing should have no problem defending the Twin Towers Kingdom. Not to mention, Shi Feng could solo Tier 5 legendary monsters. So long as he didn't foolishly rush into the NPC army's base camp, killing the Outer World's NPCs would be a cakewalk for him. In contrast to Zero Wing's situation, Starlink's situation was absolutely abysmal. If they went by the reactions of the various superpowers executives, these superpowers intended to abandon Starlink. We haven't lost yet, Lu Tiandi said as he sent a cold glare at Yi Kui. Black Flame is the core of everything. So long as we deal with Black Flame, everything else will be simple. But Black Flame's strength is extraordinary. The Grandmasters the various corporations sent last time are still lying in the hospital, Yi Kui said. Yi Kui had received a fright when he heard this news back then. That was a force of 14 half-step Grandmaster and Grandmaster-level experts, yet these experts had actually lost. Moreover, according to them, Shi Feng had defeated them all by himself. The strength he wielded was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the Grandmasters in the group even judged that Shi Feng was most likely a mental strength master already. A mental strength master was an existence Starlink couldn't afford to offend, no matter what. At best, he has just become a mental strength master. He is still far from a match for my teacher, Lu Tiandi said coldly. I don't know what happened, but my teacher suddenly became interested in God's domain recently and now wants to gain control over a powerful force in God's domain. He even told me to figure out a way to do so. My original plan was to annex Zero Wing for myself, but seeing as that's not possible now, I can give it to my teacher instead. With Zero Wing's current influence and resources, there's no way my teacher won't be interested. Moreover, Black Flame even got my senior brother kicked out of the upper zone. Given my teacher's personality, he will deal with Black Flame, even if Black Flame is now a mental strength master. Lu Tiandi no longer held any hope of annexing Zero Wing's resources. Nevertheless, he couldn't let Shi Feng off the hook so easily. After Lu Tiandi finished speaking, he assigned some tasks to Yi Kui and logged off to contact his teacher. In the meantime, the various powers of God's domain had also received news of Shi Feng defeating one of the Outer World's player armies. The superpowers were shaken for a time, and their fear of Zero Wing skyrocketed. Some superpowers even began planning to convey good intentions to Zero Wing. However, Shi Feng wasn't present in God's domain to receive any of these good intentions, as he had promptly logged out of the game after returning to Sky Spring City. This was because today was the day he would receive his large mansion. Chapter 2904, Changing Times Yuantian City's Upper Zone, Base Layer, Upper Class Mansion District. Brother Shi, I really have to congratulate you this time. This large mansion is the last one available in the base layer. You probably can't get another one in Yuantian City's Upper Zone even if you want to in the future, Han Yifeng said when he saw Shi Feng registering himself as the owner of the mansion in front of him. Looking at the three-story mansion, which occupied an area as large as half a football field, he couldn't repress his envy as he said, "You're only one of 3 people to own a large mansion as an individual in Yuantian City's Upper Zone." The base layer's 10 large mansions didn't just have the best position and environment, they also served as a status symbol. The only reason Han Yifeng got to stay in a large mansion himself was his status as the 5 States Corporation's heir. The other members of his family, even those with excellent performance, could stay in the large mansion for only a short period. In comparison, Shi Feng had purchased a large mansion all by himself. Moreover, he wouldn't have any people disturbing his peace. The heirs and heads of the base layer's various corporations would be green with envy once they heard about this. The last one? Shi Feng was a little surprised. Weren't there 2 left before? Did someone buy the other one during this time? They concluded the purchase yesterday, Han Yifeng said, nodding. Sighing ruefully, he continued. Moreover, you might very well know the person who bought it. I know them? Shi Feng grew even more surprised. There were only 10 large mansions in the base layer. Even a powerful organization like the Boulder Corporation didn't have the ability to purchase one. He found it truly hard to imagine that any of his acquaintances did. You might not know her in real life, but you've probably heard of her in God's domain, Han Yifeng said, chuckling. Does the name Endless Scars or Wayang Qianhen 1 ring any bells? The Midnight Tea Party she belongs to is currently the target of recruitment of even the 5 great super guilds. Rumors say that she has already developed her mana body to the 120% completion rate, and she can probably get promoted to Tier 5 at any time. It's her? Shi Feng was startled. He had a general idea of Endless Scars' identity. He was sure that she was the princess of a major corporation and that she might live in the upper zone. However, he never thought that Endless Scars would hold such great strength in the upper zone that she could afford a large mansion. It seems you do know her. Looking at Shi Feng's surprised expression, Han Yifeng smiled and said, she's quite something. You can even say that she's astounding. She managed to buy that mansion this time not because of her family, but because her senior brother gifted it to her. Gifted? Shi Feng was flabbergasted. He had spent a lot of 7 luminaries crystals to purchase a large mansion, and he didn't know how much time he would need to collect so many crystals again. That's right, it's because she has incredible talent. A big shot in the middle layer recently took her in as his student. I heard that this big shot even paid a high price to borrow a middle-layer reserve slot for her to help her break through to mental strength master, Han Yifeng said, a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. I have to admit that her talent is truly astonishing. She's been labeled the best talent Yuan-Tian City's upper zone has seen in the past 100 years. Once she reaches the middle layer, she'll probably take only a few months to become a mental strength master. And with her talent, beauty, and a middle layer big shot supporting her, she naturally became the target of pursuit of many of the upper zone's youths. One of them is Qin Baiyi, her senior brother. Qin Baiyi is also an extraordinary talent. He successfully broke through and became a mental strength master 2 years ago, the youngest mental strength master in Yuan-Tian City's upper zone in the past 20 years. Because Wei Yang Qianhen arrived at Yuan-Tian City's upper zone only recently, Qin Baiyi bought a large mansion as a temporary residence for her to adapt to the lifestyle here. Having spoken up to this point, Han Yifeng, who was normally indifferent to his surroundings, betrayed some yearning for the woman named Wei Yang Qianhen. After all, mental strength masters were incredibly rare, and a beautiful mental strength master was rarer. However, before Han Yifeng could fantasize for long, Shi Feng interrupted him, asking, "Young Master Han, do I need to go through any procedures to let other people live in this mansion long term?" Feng Shihan had transferred 10 upper zone reserve slots, and he had already assigned them to Fire Dance and the others. The ordinary housing unit he had couldn't accommodate them all. Meanwhile, one would enjoy vastly different treatment depending on whether one had housing or not. A housing status didn't just signify that one had lodging, it also determined the exercise equipment and food one could gain access to, among other things. Those without housing could only enjoy the most common training facilities and food. If one wished to eat better food or rent the upper zone's high-tech training facilities, one needed to have housing status. There are some, Han Yifeng said, nodding. All you need to do is register their identities at the Green God Tower. If you're not familiar with anyone there, you can come with me. It so happens that I also need to register someone to my mansion. At this point, Han Yifeng no longer dared underestimate Shi Feng. In fact, he had even begun placing great importance on Shi Feng. Shi Feng's defeating multiple Henglian grandmasters all by himself aside, just the position and resources Zero Wing currently held in God's domain already made the guild worthy of befriending for the upper zone's various organizations. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals couldn't be acquired easily in God's domain. "I'll have to trouble you then, young Master Han," Shi Feng said. Although Shi Feng understood Han Yifeng's motives, he didn't reject the other party's goodwill. His partnership with Han Yifeng might be a long-term one, as he was severely lacking in resources and trade points. Meanwhile, the Five States Corporation possessed great influence in Yuan-Tian City's upper zone. There should be a lot of things they could partner on in the future. Following this, Han Yifeng gave Shi Feng a rundown on the basics of the large mansion. Then, the two made their way to the Green God Tower. The Green God Tower's lobby was as crowded as ever. Members of corporations and internal members of the Green God Company were lined up, waiting to exchange for various potions. These people easily numbered over 1,000, and more were still joining the line. The situation at the housing registration counter wasn't the slightest bit inferior either. When Shi Feng and Han Yifeng entered the exchange center, a young and beautiful girl wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts noticed them. She immediately strode over with her long legs and approached them in a sprightly manner. Upon seeing the approaching girl, Han Yifeng turned to Shi Feng and said, "This is my younger cousin Han Rongrong. The family recently decided to have her live in the mansion because of her talent." When Shi Feng saw the lively girl in front of him, he was somewhat surprised. Firstly, it was because of Han Rongrong's talent. From what he could tell, the girl was only around 16 or 17 years old, yet she had already reached the half-step Henglian Grandmaster standard. Secondly, it was because Han Rongrong's appearance resembled the famous Chaos Witch of his previous life. Although Chaos Witch was labeled a witch, she didn't actually play a magical class in God's domain. Instead, she was a guardian knight. Unlike Gentle Snow and Phoenix Rain, who had risen to fame early on in God's domain, Chaos Witch had joined God's domain 2 years after its launch. However, her rise was rapid, getting promoted to Tier 5 in less than 2 years. She had also become one of God's domain's 12 sacred guardian knights, and had been only half a step away from getting promoted to Tier 6. "Hello, my name is Han Rongrong. I heard a lot about you from my cousin. He says you're very strong. If there's an opportunity, we must have a spar with each other," Han Rongrong said as she looked at Shi Feng with eyes sparkling with curiosity and fighting spirit. "Rongrong, stop messing around. Brother Shi can defeat even Henglian Grandmasters. Someone who isn't even a Henglian Grandmaster has no business challenging him," Han Yifeng said as he glared at Han Rongrong. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "Let's head to the VIP hall to get the residence registration done." However, Han Rongrong paid no heed to Han Yifeng's scolding. She even made a funny face at Han Yifeng. While following behind her cousin, she quietly observed Shi Feng, the rumored extraordinary expert. The Green God Tower's VIP hall, located on the 22nd floor, was dedicated to receiving people of a certain status in the base layer. The base layer's average resident couldn't come here even if they wanted to. Only heirs of major corporations like Han Yifeng had the qualifications to do so. However, the so-called VIP hall wasn't anything special. It merely functioned as a specialized housing registration center. VIPs seeking to exchange for points and items still had to line up downstairs like everyone else. When Han Yifeng, Shi Feng, and Han Rongrong entered the VIP hall, they found it nearly empty. However, upon seeing a group of 5 in the hall, Han Yifeng couldn't help tensing up. Of the 5, 4 were male and 1 was female. 3 of the 4 males were the top 3 rankers of the current contribution competition, while the last was a young man clad in white. As for the female, she was a beautiful young woman in a blue dress with an indifferent expression. Currently, the 4 males surrounded the woman. This woman was none other than Weiyang Qianhen, or Endless Scars, the person Han Yifeng mentioned earlier. When Shi Feng's group entered the hall, Weiyang Qianhen shifted her gaze toward them. Before Shi Feng and the others could react, she suddenly made her way toward them, causing Han Yifeng to widen his eyes in shock. Shi Feng, right? Or should I call you Guild Leader Black Flame? Weiyang Qianhen said, smiling faintly as she took in Shi Feng's dazed expression. You deceived me so badly before. Chapter 2905, High-Grade Authority. When Weiyang Qianhen finished speaking, both the men tagging along with her and Han Yifeng turned to look at Shi Feng in disbelief. Weiyang Qianhen's tone was gentle. Although her words sounded reproachful, they were actually intimate. Han Yifeng found this situation particularly unbelievable. He looked at Shi Feng as if he was looking at a monster, his mouth nearly failing to close properly. Weiyang Qianhen currently enjoyed a lofty position in Yuantian City's upper zone, far out of even the 5 states corporation's reach. Many youths in Yuantian City's upper zone could only dream of getting acquainted with Weiyang Qianhen, let alone having her strike up a conversation with them. Previously, when Han Yifeng spoke with Shi Feng about Weiyang Qianhen, he thought Shi Feng only knew of the woman's existence. After all, the Midnight Tea Party was extremely famous in God's Domain as one of the best adventurer teams in the game. Anyone with a reliable information network in God's Domain would have heard of it. Han Yifeng never thought that the two of them were actually acquaintances and shared a good relationship. Meanwhile, in response to Weiyang Qianhen's questioning, Shi Feng smiled bitterly and said, It seems I've made a fool of myself in front of Miss Weiyang. However, I was forced by circumstances to hide my true identity back then. You sure know how to act mature, Weiyang Qianhen said sourly. Previously, she had thought Shi Feng was older than her, at least in his 30s, which explained how he came to possess such incredible strength. Afterward, she had constantly thought of surpassing Shi Feng one day, going as far as to leave the Midnight Tea Party for a long period to train like crazy. After all, Shi Feng had given her a lot of surprises during their initial meeting. She never thought a person could become so powerful. However, just when she thought she was catching up to Shi Feng, she received a shocking piece of news. Black Flame's true identity was actually that of a young man who wasn't even 25. Moreover, he was a bona fide self-made expert who didn't possess the slightest bit of background or expert guidance. She had fallen into depression for quite some time after learning about this. Shi Feng laughed blankly at Weiyang Qianhen's comment. In reality, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man in his 30s. After all, he had been one when he reincarnated. It's been a while since we met, and it seems you've undergone an amazing transformation. You're now a celebrity in Yuantian City's upper zone. Me? That's where you were wrong. Weiyang Qianhen shook her head. She then pointed at the white-clad youth nearby and said, I'd better introduce you to my senior brother. When Weiyang Qianhen said the words senior brother, she deliberately emphasized the word senior, causing the white-clad youth to smile bitterly before walking over. And this is? When Shi Feng looked at Qin Baiyi, he found the white-clad youth somewhat familiar. He felt as if he had met the other party somewhere before, yet he couldn't recall where. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. We meet again, Qin Baiyi greeted with a smile. Again? Have we met before? Shi Feng grew confused when he saw Qin Baiyi greeting him like an old acquaintance. Of course you've met. He likes to act mature, exactly like you, Weiyang Qianhen said as she glared at Qin Baiyi, gritting her teeth slightly. Smiling awkwardly, Qin Baiyi said, Let me introduce myself. You can call me by my real name, Qin Baiyi. You can also call me by my game ID, Breezewine. Breezewine? You're Breezewine? You're Breezewine? Shi Feng was startled when he heard Qin Baiyi's words. Breezewine was the Midnight Tea Party's commander, someone Shi Feng had met and was relatively familiar with. However, the white-clad youth in front of him had a completely different look and bearing from Breezewine's wildness and boldness. While Shi Feng was feeling surprised, Han Yifeng, who stood beside him, was deeply shocked. Qin Baiyi was not only a mental strength master, but also the youngest mental strength master in Yuantian City's upper zone. Who would have thought that a mental strength master was actually the commander of a 20-man adventurer team? Yet, God's Domain's various super first-rate guilds and super guilds had ignorantly used threats against the Midnight Tea Party to recruit the adventurer team. Those superpowers were simply tired of living. Don't mind it, Qin Baiyi said awkwardly when he saw the surprise on Shi Feng's face. I wasn't hiding it. Playing God's Domain is just one of my hobbies. After hearing Qin Baiyi's introduction, Shi Feng finally understood how Weiyang Qianhen managed to catch the eye of a middle-layer big shot. It was very likely due to Qin Baiyi's introduction. Shi Feng also understood why the Midnight Tea Party wasn't afraid of the various superpowers and could continue existing all this time. With Qin Baiyi's status, which superpower in God's domain would dare offend him? Seeing Shi Feng in deep thought, Qin Baiyi took the initiative to say, Guild Leader Black Flame, you and your friends must be here to register your housing status as well, right? We are also here to deal with housing matters. Why don't we get it done together? I'll be in your care then, Shi Feng said, accepting the offer. There were still a few people lined up, waiting to get their business done in the hall. If Qin Baiyi was willing to help expedite the procedure, it was naturally good news for Shi Feng. After all, the sooner he got Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose into the large mansion, the sooner he could alleviate the stress on their mind. Naturally, Han Yifeng also didn't refuse the offer. He wanted nothing more than to establish a connection with Qin Baiyi right now. Although the Five States Corporation had a solid foundation in the base layer, the influence the corporation held in the upper zone was still insignificant compared to Qin Baiyi's. If Han Yifeng could get acquainted with Qin Baiyi now, he would have an easier time when he entered the middle layer. After all, the middle layer wasn't an easy place to survive in. The competition there was even fiercer than in the base layer. Subsequently, the group had all its needs taken care of in less than 10 minutes. When the group arrived at the Green God Tower's entrance and was about to part ways, a commotion erupted from the street outside. The next moment, a maglev car suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of the entrance, catching the attention of all the nearby pedestrians. Although the upper zone allowed residents to drive their own cars, that was limited to road use. Cars were prohibited from flying. The only ones allowed to do so were people with very high status in the upper zone. After the maglev car parked in front of the Green God Tower's entrance, two people, one young and one old, emerged from it. The young man was none other than Liu Tiandi, Starline Corporation's current heir. However, Liu Tiandi showed none of his usual arrogance, standing humbly and respectfully behind the black-robed elderly man. At this old man's appearance, many of the corporation heirs present gasped reflexively. Han Yifeng's expression even paled when he saw the man. Why would he come here personally? Han Yifeng's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the approaching black-clad elder. This was because the black-clad old man was none other than the Infinity Master of Haitian City's upper zone, a mental strength master holding 2-star high-grade authority in the upper zone. In the upper zone, the Green God Company would award anyone who had become mental strength masters with high-grade authority and permanent residence in the upper zone's middle layer. However, as mental strength masters were not equal, high-grade authority was also categorized into different ranks, from 1 star to 3 stars. Most mental strength masters in the upper zone held only 1-star high-grade authority, with only a small number holding 2-star high-grade authority. For 2-star authority holders, their position in the middle layer rivaled the middle layer's general managers. The Green God Company awarded those who reached 2-star authority with 1 permanent reserve slot for the middle layer and the authority to banish disrespectful mental strength masters from the upper zone for a duration of 1 to 3 years. Meanwhile, Han Yifeng knew that the Infinity Master, Fu Zhuzhong, held a slight grudge against Shi Feng. However, in his opinion, someone like Fu Zhuzhong had no reason to take action personally. At most, the Infinity Master would send some of his subordinates to harass Shi Feng. Doing more wouldn't be befitting of his status. Yet, contrary to Han Yifeng's expectations, Fu Zhuzhong had made a personal visit to Yuantian City's upper zone. After arriving before Shi Feng, Fu Zhuzhong demanded with a lofty aura, "Are you Shi Feng, the one who caused my student Wang Xuanming to get kicked out of the upper zone?" When Fu Zhuzhong finished speaking, the surrounding passers-by couldn't help looking at Shi Feng with pity. At the same time, they also wondered who Shi Feng was to warrant the Infinity Master's direct intervention. Moreover, based on Fu Zhuzhong's tone, if this situation wasn't handled properly, he might very well utilize his authority to banish Shi Feng from the upper zone for some time. And once outside the safe zone known as the upper zone, Shi Feng was unlikely to keep his life. At this time, Qin Baiyi stepped forward with a smile and said, "Master Fu, this person here is my friend. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding? I don't think so." Glancing at Qin Baiyi, Fu Zhuzhong said, "Also, you'd best not interfere in this matter. I don't care, even if you have your teacher's support." "Master Fu, although you have 2-star high-grade authority, this is Yuantian City's upper zone," Qin Baiyi said with a solemn look. Qin Baiyi felt a little helpless against Fu Zhuzhong right now. He was but an entry mental strength master, no match for a veteran like Fu Zhuzhong. Only his teacher could possibly put up a fight against the Infinity Master. After all, the 2-star high-grade authority wasn't just a status symbol for a mental strength master, it also symbolized strength. "So what?" Fu Zhuzhong sneered. "Let alone you, even if your teacher personally shows up now. I still won't give a damn. You." Qin Baiyi was helpless at the moment. If Fu Zhuzhong intended to abuse his authority now, Bai Qinyi wouldn't be able to do anything about it with only his 1-star high-grade authority. After all, these were the Green God Company's rules. As for what kind of excuse Fu Zhuzhong would give to get the Green God Company to banish Shi Feng from the upper zone, he could simply trump up random offenses. However, as Qin Baiyi was thinking of how to buy time and get his teacher to come and help, Shi Feng suddenly stepped forward. "Wang Xuanming, is it?" Looking at Fu Zhuzhong, Shi Feng responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. If you're talking about that home intruder, I am indeed the one who handed him over to the Green God Company. May I know what guidance you have to provide, Master Fu? Chapter 2906, Combating a Mental Strength Master? Although Shi Feng spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, the surrounding passers-by and Han Yifeng couldn't help falling silent, a hint of shock appearing in their eyes. That's the Infinity Master he's talking to. Has he lost his mind? Han Yifeng felt his legs weaken when he saw Shi Feng's unyielding attitude. For longtime residents of the upper zone, mental strength masters were existences that shouldn't be provoked. All the more so a mental strength master with 2-star high-grade authority. Even the base layer's top-ranking organizations wouldn't dare to offend such an existence. Mental strength masters with 2-star authority could not only banish people from the upper zone for long periods, but also teach those who offended them a lesson with little to no repercussions. While the Green God Company might penalize the mental strength master by deducting their trade points and contribution points, such penalties were nothing for a mental strength master of such caliber. Although Shi Feng's words and manner of speaking couldn't be considered offensive to Fu Zhuzhong, it was still a slap to the face for the Infinity Master. Han Yifeng failed to understand why Shi Feng would step forward himself instead of letting Qin Baiyi cover for him. In his opinion, Shi Feng's action was simply insane. At this time, let alone Han Yifeng, even Han Rongrong, who had been quite courageous before and even dared to challenge Shi Feng, shuddered involuntarily in fear. This was because a bone-biting chill was enveloping her entire body right now. Killing intent. This was a frightening killing intent Han Rongrong had never experienced before. The killing intent was so intense that Han Rongrong, a half-step Henglian Grandmaster, had the illusion that she would get killed the next moment. Her terror was so overwhelming that it had taken over her body, making her tremble despite herself. So, this is the strength of a 2-star master? Weiyang Qianhen revealed an indescribably grim expression as she looked at Fu Zhuzhong, feeling somewhat uncomfortable before the Infinity Master's mental deterrence. She had sparred with Qin Baiyi previously, so she wasn't completely ignorant of the strength of mental strength masters. However, compared to Qin Baiyi, Fu Zhuzhong was on a completely different level. From sparring with Qin Baiyi, she had come to understand that his mental perception and brain activity were vastly superior to hers. If he was willing to pay the price, he could even increase his brain activity and perception sensitivity by more than tenfold at will, allowing him to make inhuman reactions. Fu Zhuzhong, on the other hand, wasn't just capable of simply boosting his thinking speed, he could already influence others with his mental will. It was akin to employing powerful hypnosis on his opponents. Most importantly, this mental deterrence wasn't directed at her but merely spillover. She found it truly hard to imagine what kind of hell the actual target of Fu Zhuzhong's mental power was experiencing right now. Of those present, only Qin Baiyi fared slightly better. Even so, he was still affected by Fu Zhuzhong's mental deterrence. Damn it, it's over. Fu Zhuzhong has actually broken through to that stage already. There's no way someone who hasn't reached the level of a mental strength master can resist this mental deterrence. Qin Baiyi inwardly cursed this situation as he endured Fu Zhuzhong's mental deterrence. In Qin Baiyi's opinion, Shi Feng was an excellent seedling. Not only did Shi Feng become a neutralizing grandmaster at a young age, but his mental strength standard had already reached the peak of the special grade. According to the report he received, Shi Feng had even defeated several Henglian grandmasters simultaneously. With such ability, Shi Feng might very well be only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. Originally, Qin Baiyi planned to learn more about Shi Feng and then introduce Shi Feng to his teacher. However, all of his plans were ruined now. Mental deterrence was something that liberated a person's deepest fears. For this reason, it was normal for the minds of people subjected to mental deterrence to collapse. If a person had weak willpower, they might even die on the spot. Even people with very strong willpower would suffer trauma when subjected to mental deterrence, which would impact their future mental growth. Normally, only 3-star mental strength masters could exhibit mental deterrence. Although Fu Zhuzhong's mental deterrence wasn't as strong as an actual 3-star master's, his use of this technique proved that he was already close to reaching the 3-star standard. He might have already taken a step into the stage. However, when Qin Baiyi turned to look at Shi Feng, he was stunned. How is this possible? Fu Zhuzhong had clearly directed his mental deterrence at Shi Feng. Yet, apart from wearing a slightly solemn expression, Shi Feng showed no fear or discomfort on his face. It was evident that he could withstand the Infinity Master's mental deterrence. In fact, he was enduring it much better than even Qin Baiyi. Ha! Fu Zhuzhong remained mostly unfazed even after seeing Shi Feng's reaction, sneering, I initially had suspicions when I heard Tiandi say, you might have become a mental strength master already, but I didn't think you would really become one. When Fu Zhuzhong finished speaking, everyone present turned to Shi Feng in disbelief. Han Yifeng, in particular, was thunderstruck by this revelation. Is he still human? The first time Han Yifeng met Shi Feng, the latter was merely the guild leader of a large guild. Although Shi Feng possessed some strength at the time, it was still insignificant in Han Yifeng's eyes. The next time they met, Shi Feng had already become a resident in the upper zone, with a considerable amount of resources that could be traded for contribution points. Now, Shi Feng had even become a mental strength master, an existence many corporations operating in the upper zone's base layer feared. Shi Feng's growth speed was simply out of this world. Han Yifeng wasn't the only one shocked by this revelation. Qin Baiyi similarly felt his heart pounding madly. A mental strength master under the age of 25? Previously, Qin Baiyi still had his doubts about Shi Feng being a mental strength master. However, since Fu Zhuzheng had said so, then it must be true. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to digest this information. Mental strength masters were special existences in the upper zone, the goal of countless young talents. However, typically, one could already be proud of oneself if one became a mental strength master by the age of 60 or 70. Qin Baiyi's achievement of becoming a mental strength master in his 30s already made him a rare talent that only appeared once every several decades in Yuantian City's upper zone. However, compared to Shi Feng, Qin Baiyi's achievement paled significantly. At Shi Feng's age, the growth rate of his mental strength was still at its peak. Only after the age of 30 would his growth slow than 5 years of rapid growth. If he continued developing himself, he could definitely become a 3-star mental strength master in the future, and possibly even reach the legendary Grandmaster standard. When Qin Baiyi thought about the possibility of introducing Shi Feng to his teacher, excitement filled his heart. However, before Qin Baiyi could grow excited for long, Fu Zhuzheng suddenly changed his tone and said coldly, "Your achievement of becoming a mental strength master might be excellent, but do you think you can behave arrogantly in front of me just because you've become one?" After saying so, Fu Zhuzheng suddenly punched at Shi Feng. Although Fu Zhuzheng had only executed a textbook punch, in everyone's eyes, this punch seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth. The power of this punch was unstoppable, and everyone instinctively tried to run away. Not good. Qin Baiyi's expression immediately underwent a drastic change. Dodge it. Fu Zhuzheng's punch didn't just exude a mighty aura that daunted others' hearts. The Infinity Master had also removed the limiters on his body to exhibit 100% of his body's strength. Moreover, he had perfectly concentrated this strength into his fist. Even a bona fide 3-star master would have difficulty blocking this punch. It was evident that after seeing Shi Feng's true potential, Fu Zhuzheng intended to cripple Shi Feng to rid himself of a future threat. Shi Feng, the target of Fu Zhuzheng's punch, understood how powerful the oncoming attack was. Fu Zhuzheng's fist wasn't the only threat like most people thought. There was also the intent from the Infinity Master's fist. Although the fist intent didn't have a tangible form, it was by no means harmless. Moreover, even if Shi Feng could evade Fu Zhuzheng's fist intent, he couldn't dodge the punch itself. And although Shi Feng didn't know how powerful Fu Zhuzheng's punch was, he had a hunch that if he allowed the fist to connect, he would end up either crippled or dead. And worse, he couldn't stop the punch with his current strength utilization technique. This was because he was currently incapable of removing all of the limiters his brain placed on his body. No, I will not let things end like this. As Shi Feng watched Fu Zhuzheng's fist moving closer and closer to him, his brain raced, thinking of ways to block the punch. When Fu Zhuzheng's fist was only half a meter away, a potentially viable technique suddenly occurred to Shi Feng, a technique he had wanted to use in the real world all this time, but couldn't due to physical fitness and mental capacity limitations. Block it. With a shout, Shi Feng concentrated the strength of his body and removed the limiters on his 2 arms. He then brandished his arms as if he were brandishing swords and instantly executed the sword technique he had used thousands of times in God's domain. Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2907, Taking on a 3-star Mental Strength, Master Bang. Along with the sound of an explosion, the ambient air fluctuated, and even those standing more than 10 meters away from Shi Feng and Fu Zhuzheng felt these shockwaves. The next moment, Fu Zhuzheng's punch came to an abrupt end, while Shi Feng stumbled several steps back before he managed to stabilize his body. The outcome of the initial confrontation between the 2 mental strength masters was clear for all to see. However, this result had Han Yifeng and the others looking at Shi Feng in shock and disbelief. He blocked it? How did he do it? Fu Zhuzheng's punch was akin to a behemoth's attack. One could tell how much power the punch carried just by looking at the shattered stone slabs under Fu Zhuzheng's feet. The upper zone's pavement was extraordinary, its hardness comparable to steel. Even a Henglian Grandmaster's full-powered attack would, at most, crack it. Yet, the stone slabs directly under Fu Zhuzheng's feet had basically disintegrated, while the adjacent slabs had web-like cracks spread across them. Fu Zhuzheng's punch could probably knock a car back over a dozen meters. The attack undoubtedly reached inhuman levels already. What did he do just now? Qin Baiyi stared at the uninjured Shi Feng in confusion. Compared to the other spectators, Qin Baiyi had a far better understanding of how much power Fu Zhuzheng's punch carried. An entry-level mental strength master would be fortunate to sustain only minor injuries from the punch, let alone emerge intact. Typically, if the average human removed all of the limiters restricting their body, they could lift an entire car. Meanwhile, Fu Zhuzheng was a mental strength master who had tempered his body over several decades. One could easily imagine how much power he could exert if he removed his limiters and concentrated all his strength into his fist. Of course, executing such a move would also place a huge burden on the body. If an ordinary person tried replicating Fu Zhuzhong's move without having absolute control over their physical body, they would most likely end up crippled afterward. This was because the limiters the brain placed was a form of protection for one's body. However, it was a different story for mental strength masters of Fu Zhuzhong's caliber. Currently, not only did Fu Zhuzhong have perfect control over his body's strength, but he could also freely turn his body's limiters on and off. So long as he turned off his limiters the moment he attacked and instantly turned them back on after executing his attack, he could minimize the damage to his body. He might even be able to offset the damage completely by using his body's resilience. This was also what made 3-star mental strength masters so frightening. On the other hand, Shi Feng was evidently incapable of removing all of his body's limiters right now, yet, by relying on a strange technique and incredible speed, he had successfully blocked Fu Zhuzhong's punch. More precisely, he had deflected the power of the Infinity Master's punch and received only part of the attack's power and impact. This feat was simply incredible. In reality, Qin Baiyi wasn't the only one surprised by this outcome. Shi Feng himself felt shocked and ecstatic. He never thought his plan would succeed. Although he had failed to fully replicate Sword's transmigration just now, the incomplete technique still allowed him to resist Fu Zhuzhong's full-powered blow. However, Shi Feng now felt his mind stagnating slightly, due to using Sword's transmigration with his mortal body. His brain had evidently overloaded itself to enable his body to execute the technique. He diverted my strength? Fu Zhuzhong eyed Shi Feng in incomprehension. He couldn't understand how Shi Feng's 2 strange chopping strikes had managed to scatter the power in his fist. At the moment of contact, he had felt some kind of power invade his body and deform his posture slightly. This, in turn, caused the power of his punch to plummet and allowed Shi Feng to escape unscathed. Was it luck? Fu Zhuzhong shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. He promptly dashed toward Shi Feng and executed a flurry of punches, giving him no time to catch a breather or create another miracle. Fu Zhuzhong had come to Yuantian City's upper zone intending to teach Shi Feng a lesson, have Shi Feng give up a significant portion of Zero Wing shares, and avenge his student. After seeing Shi Feng's potential, though, he realized there was no way the young man would give up Zero Wing shares. However, reconciliation between them wasn't possible after Fu Zhuzhong had sent the various corporations' experts after Shi Feng. Fu Zhuzhong also couldn't forgive the arrogant behavior Shi Feng took in front of him. Hence, only one path remained open to Fu Zhuzhong: crippling Shi Feng and utilizing his mental deterrents to arouse Shi Feng's inner fears. Even if Shi Feng was a mental strength master, this would still leave an indelible trauma in his heart. If that happened, Shi Feng's future as a mental strength master would be over. And while Fu Zhuzhong would suffer repercussions from the Green God Company afterward, the penalty wouldn't be anything severe. After all, there was no way the Green God Company would choose to lose a 3-star mental strength master after already losing a young talent. Fu Zhuzhong executed his punches with all his might, without a fixed pattern. Of course, with how fast his attacks were, Fu Zhuzhong couldn't concentrate all his strength into every punch. Hence, the punches he currently executed were significantly weaker than his first one. Even so, they still weren't attacks an ordinary mental strength master could receive. After images of Fu Zhuzhong's fists filled the space between Fu Zhuzhong and Shi Feng. Even ordinary mental strength masters who could amplify their perception by more than tenfold couldn't adequately capture every one of these punches with their senses. Is he nuts? Shi Feng's complexion changed as he faced Fu Zhuzhong's attacks. Even an expert of Fu Zhuzhong's caliber would suffer serious injuries if he executed so many attacks without any limiters. The fact that he was doing so was simply ridiculous. However, Shi Feng also had to admit that Fu Zhuzhong's attacks were effective. He could hardly keep up with the attacks, let alone execute Sword's transmigration to deflect them. When Fu Zhuzhong's punches were about to reach him, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and liberated the limiters on his muscles once more. He then brandished his arms as if they were 2 long swords. Swords orbit. Bang, bang, bang. Less than 1 meter separated Fu Zhuzhong and Shi Feng as they clashed in front of the Green God Tower. Although none of the surrounding pedestrians could see the arms of either mental strength master, the numerous thunderous explosions and shockwaves made everyone feel as if they were standing in a storm. 2 seconds into the clash, Shi Feng began retreating step by step, evidently at a disadvantage. And although Shi Feng had successfully deflected all of Fu Zhuzhong's punches thus far, his complexion grew paler and paler as time passed. Let's see how long you can last, Fu Zhuzhong sneered when he saw Shi Feng's poor complexion. Although Fu Zhuzhong was sustaining heavy damage by executing so many attacks with his limiters fully liberated, the damage wasn't unbearable. At worst, he would have to consume life potions for a month, but all his injuries would eventually disappear as if they never existed. However, it was a different story for Shi Feng. If the young man failed to hold on now, he would be crippled in the future. The seconds ticked by one after another. Qin Baiyi, who was watching the entire fight, grew increasingly anxious. Senior brother, is there nothing you can do? Wang Qianhen asked when she saw Shi Feng's ashen face. In a frustrated tone, Qin Baiyi responded, I want to step in, but the fight between them is no longer at a level where I can intervene. I might even make the situation worse for Shi Feng. All we can do is wait for teacher to arrive. Qin Baiyi wanted nothing more than to intervene in the fight, but he simply lacked the ability to do so. After all, even after pushing his senses to their limits, he still couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's and Fu Zhuzhong's movements. If he charged in recklessly, he might get sent flying by some random attack. 10 seconds into the fight, Fu Zhuzhong's complexion began turning red, while Shi Feng's turned deathly pale. A look of deep fatigue also surfaced in Shi Feng's eyes, and it was evident he could last only a few more seconds. Die! Fu Zhuzhong accelerated his punches when he noticed Shi Feng faltering. He planned to end the fight right here and now. Upon seeing this, Qin Baiyi reflexively closed his eyes, while Weiyang Qianhen's complexion turned grim. Just as Fu Zhuzhong's fists were about to overwhelm Shi Feng's defense, a rebuke suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Both of you, stop fighting this instant. Although this voice wasn't deafening, it still stimulated everyone's mind and compelled them to obedience. Among those present, only Fu Zhuzhong, Shi Feng, and Qin Baiyi remained mostly unaffected by the voice. However, immediately afterward, an incomparably powerful mental deterrence assaulted Fu Zhuzhong and Shi Feng, causing them to stumble back several steps. This scene amazed the surrounding spectators, and everyone couldn't help wondering about the identity of the voice's owner. When everyone turned toward the voice's origin, what they saw were two people walking out of the Green God Tower's entrance. One was a beautiful woman with her black hair tied into a ponytail, and the other was a white-clad old man walking with a hunched back and a cane. Most of the people present quickly recognized the woman. She was none other than Xia Qingying, the base layer's general manager. The old man Xia Qingying was supporting, though, was someone unfamiliar to them. Only Qin Baiyi recognized the old man, and he couldn't help a look of panic and disbelief at seeing the old man. Looking at the approaching old man, Fu Zhuzhong gnashed his teeth and yelled, Wu Yuan, I'm only teaching an arrogant kid a lesson. Are you going to interfere in this as well? The white-clad old man's name was Xia Wu Yuan. In addition to being the middle-layer general manager of Yuantian City's upper zone, he was also a bona fide 3-star mental strength master, someone with real authority in Yuantian City's upper zone. Rumor had it that he was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength grandmaster. However, for Fu Zhuzhong, who had just recently become a 3-star mental strength master, Xiao Wuyuan wasn't an existence to fear. Zhuzhong, this is Yuantian City's upper zone. Do you take this place for a joke? Xiao Wuyuan said as he glanced at Fu Zhuzhong. This matter ends here. Shi Feng is already a talent Yuantian City's upper zone has set its eyes on. I won't sit still if you persist in making a scene. Xiao Wuyuan's words thundered in Fu Zhuzhong's ears, causing his expression to turn ugly. Fu Zhuzhong then glared at Shi Feng and said coldly, Consider yourself lucky today, kid. However, don't think you'll be as lucky next time. After saying so, Fu Zhuzhong got back into his maglev car together with Lu Tiandi and departed the area, disinclined to exchange any more words with Xiao Wuyuan. Teacher, are we going to let Shi Feng go just like that? Lu Tiandi asked. With them having thoroughly offended Shi Feng, if they didn't cripple Shi Feng now, he would definitely become a thorn in their side with his extraordinary potential. After taking a deep breath, Fu Zhuzhong shook his head and said, That old ghost is already close to crossing that threshold. I can't go up against him. However, that doesn't mean I'll let that kid off. After I apply for 3-star high-grade authority and get it approved, I'll have one chance to train in the core area and solidify my gains. Once that happens, that kid won't be able to stop me as easily as he did today. Lu Tiandi breathed out a sigh of relief at Fu Zhuzhong's words. If Fu Zhuzhong could train in the upper zone's core area even for a short period, he would definitely return stronger and would have a much easier time dealing with Shi Feng. Most importantly, Fu Zhuzhong could afford to do a lot more things once he gained 3-star high-grade authority. Meanwhile, after Fu Zhuzhong and Lu Tiandi left, Shi Feng hurriedly approached Xia Qingying and Xiao Wuyuan to thank them. If not for Xiao Wuyuan's intervention, Shi Feng really would have succumbed to Fu Zhuzhong's attacks. This little fellow has quite the talent, Xiao Wuyuan thought to himself as he scrutinized Shi Feng. He then said, She said you were even more talented than Baiyi. I initially thought she was joking, so it is fortunate I had some business here today. Otherwise, Fu Zhuzhong would have crippled you. Thank you for helping me, Elder Xia. Thank you as well, General Manager Xia, Shi Feng said as he looked at Xiao Wuyuan and Xia Qingying, nodding at Shi Feng. Xia Qingying said, You really surprised me. Although I've long since known you would become a mental strength master sooner or later, I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. It seems I didn't invite my grandfather here in vain. Shi Feng grew a little awkward after hearing Xia Qingying's words, unsure of how to explain himself. After all, his rapid growth was a complete accident. Ahem, that's enough talking. You'll have plenty of chances to talk in the future, Xiao Wuyuan said, faking a cough. He then looked at Shi Feng and said, Kid, now that you've become a mental strength master, come with me to the middle layer. Chapter 2908, Middle Layer. We're going to the middle layer now? Shi Feng was a little surprised by Xiao Wuyuan's words. According to his understanding, while one could indeed live in the middle layer once one became a mental strength master, one would first need to clear the Green God Company's internal test and review. One couldn't enter the middle layer simply on the assumption that one was a mental strength master already. After all, the middle layer was an incredibly important location for the Green God Company. Even the middle layer's official residents needed to undergo strict inspections every time they entered and left. When Qin Baiyi overheard Xiao Wuyuan's words, he was dumbfounded. Qin Baiyi still remembered that after he became a mental strength master, he had to go through an incredibly troublesome process to gain access to the middle layer. Yet, Shi Feng could enter the middle layer before even receiving the Green God Company's recognition. However, Xiao Wuyuan indeed had the authority to make such a decision as the middle layer's general manager. Even if Shi Feng weren't a mental strength master, Xiao Wuyuan could still bring him into the middle layer, just without official residential status, of course. Although you haven't passed our internal test and review yet, the fact that you held your ground against Fu Zhuzhong proves that you are indeed a mental strength master, Xiao Wuyuan said, nodding. He then smiled and continued, since you are now one of Yuantian City's upper zone's mental strength masters, you naturally have to get registered at the middle layer immediately. Or are you telling me you don't want the middle layer's residential status? Of course not, Shi Feng said hurriedly. It will naturally be wonderful if I can get my residential status for the middle zone right now. The resources available to the middle layer's residents were beyond the reach of the base layer's residents. Specifically, he could purchase life water once he gained middle layer residential status. Good, let's go then. After Xiao Wuyuan finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a maglev limousine marked with the Green God Company's logo descended from the sky. He then entered the limousine together with Xia Qingying and Shi Feng, and the three of them flew straight toward the mountain's halfway point. At this sight, Han Yifeng and the other corporation heirs aiming to enter the middle layer inevitably grew envious. Brother Shi's status is going to skyrocket now. Han Yifeng was filled with complex emotions as he watched Shi Feng depart. Han Yifeng had constantly been seeking to gain the privilege to live in the middle layer, yet Shi Feng now had this privilege at his fingertips. Shi Feng had even gained the attention of Xiao Wuyuan, the middle layer's general manager. Even after entering the middle layer, Shi Feng would not have to fear being targeted. What a pity. Qin Baiyi also sighed inwardly at this situation. If the middle layer's big shots found out about Shi Feng's talent, they would desperately try to get him as their student. Qin Baiyi's teacher wouldn't be an exception. Now though, Xiao Wuyuan had gotten ahead of everyone. A mental strength master, is it? I'll soon catch up to you. Unlike Qin Baiyi and the others, when Weiyang Qianhen saw Shi Feng departing for the middle layer, the urge to compete with Shi Feng bloomed in her heart. On the other side, Shi Feng's group arrived in the middle layer after going through multiple electronic scans and inspections. Upon entering the mist-shrouded area, Shi Feng felt a significant portion of his accumulated mental fatigue clear up. The middle layer's recovery effects were drastically better than those of the large mansion's environment. When Xiao Wuyuan brought Shi Feng to a mansion flanked by a lush mountainside and a small waterfall, Shi Feng was completely stunned by the environment. Isn't the environment here a little too amazing? It's at least twice as good as the environment I felt when I entered the middle layer. Even without doing anything, I can probably live up to 160 or 170 years old in such an environment, Shi Feng exclaimed as he experienced the changes the mansion's environment brought to his body. This is one of only 20 top-tier mansions in the middle layer. Let alone 160 or 170, a Henglian Grandmaster can live up to 200 here without any problems, Xiao Wuyuan said, chuckling. As the Green God Company's life technology continues improving, the lifespan of the middle layer's residents will also increase. Eventually, this place will let even ordinary people live up to 200 years old. As for mental strength masters like yourself, you might live to celebrate your 300th birthday. 300? Shi Feng was a little dazed. 300 years was already enough for a change in dynasties during ancient times. That's right. Although it is still somewhat difficult to reach such an age in the middle layer right now, the improvement is only a matter of time, Xiao Wuyuan said, nodding. However, if you become a mental strength grandmaster, reaching 300 won't be difficult at all. Are mental strength grandmasters that strong? Shi Feng asked in surprise. With his current physical fitness, even with the support of life potions and the middle layer's environment, he could, at most, live to around 200 years old. He dared not think about living up to 300. Yet, Xiao Wuyuan stated that a mental strength grandmaster could currently live up to 3 centuries. This was incredible. Of course, mental strength grandmasters are much stronger than you think. They can exert 100% control over their brains. To ordinary people, they are no different from gods. The Green God Company's creator was also a mental strength grandmaster, Xiao Wuyuan said, awe and envy appearing on his face. Shi Feng was stunned once more. The Green God Company was the most influential corporation in the world. The combined influence of every other corporation worldwide couldn't match the Green God Company's influence. Shi Feng never imagined that the founder of this corporation was a mental strength grandmaster. This was simply unbelievable. Seeing Shi Feng's dazed expression, Xiao Wuyuan added, "You too have a small possibility of becoming a mental strength grandmaster. It is for this possibility that I brought you to the middle layer. Only by living here can you better develop your mental strength. Letting you remain in the base layer is simply a huge waste. Shi Feng immediately came to a realization when he heard Xiao Wuyuan's words. It was no wonder Xiao Wuyuan brought him straight to the middle layer without undergoing the Green God Company's test. When Xiao Wuyuan saw Shi Feng's contemplative expression, he smiled faintly and asked, "You're thinking that with your potential, I'm underestimating you by saying that you only have a small possibility of becoming a mental strength grandmaster, right?" Shi Feng didn't deny Xiao Wuyuan's guess. In his opinion, if the Tier 5 concentration standard of God's domain represented the master standard for mental strength in the real world, then the Tier 6 concentration standard should correspond to the mental strength grandmaster standard. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was relatively confident that he could get promoted to Tier 6 in his current state. After all, he had an ancient god's legacy. He even had items that improved concentration, such as the Soul Water and Crystal of Souls. Raising his concentration to the Tier 6 standard with the help of these items shouldn't be difficult. As if having seen through Shi Feng's thoughts, Xiao Wuyuan said, "Even if your concentration reaches the Tier 6 standard in God's domain, you will still be a long way from becoming a mental strength grandmaster." According to God's domain's concentration categorization, the Tier 6 concentration standard is only equivalent to the half-step mental strength grandmaster standard. Currently, you are still far from becoming a half-step grandmaster, let alone becoming an actual grandmaster. You are, at best, close to the 2-star master standard. The Tier 6 concentration standard is equivalent to only the half-step mental strength grandmaster standard. Shi Feng was startled. Shi Feng had experienced what it was like to have Tier 6 concentration thanks to the Light of Two Worlds, and the experience was amazing beyond imagination. With Tier 6 concentration, he could suppress even ordinary Tier 5 existences with his mental oppression. Tier 4 players that weren't at the peak of Tier 4 would even lose consciousness on the spot. In his opinion, this should already be equivalent to the rumored mental strength grandmaster standard. Yet, according to Xiao Wuyuan, that wasn't the case at all. If Xiao Wuyuan was telling the truth, then Shi Feng couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful a mental strength grandmaster's mind was. Can you not make it sound as if half-step mental strength grandmasters are very weak? I'll have you know that even Yuantian City's upper zone has only 3 half-step grandmasters, while some of the other upper zones have only 2. Our upper zone is considered above average already, Xiao Wuyuan said, rolling his eyes at Shi Feng. Also, I managed to assign you this top-tier mansion only because of one other person's recommendation. Otherwise, even with your excellent talent, you'd only get to live in a basic mansion in the middle layer. You'd need first to become a 3-star master to live here. Another person's recommendation? Shi Feng grew curious. Most of his acquaintances in the upper zone lived in the base layer, and he knew none of the big shots living in the middle layer. You know this person. She's the person you've been secretly investigating. Her ID in God's domain is Phoenix Rain, Xiao Wuyuan said. If not for this girl's recommendation, you would have received a similar treatment to the other mental strength masters. Phoenix Rain? Shi Feng was surprised. She's also living in the middle layer? What is her current condition? Shi Feng had conducted plenty of investigations into Phoenix Rain. After all, Ji Lurong was very concerned about her elder sister. However, he never managed to find any information. He never thought that he would receive news of Phoenix Rain from Xiao Wuyuan. Moreover, it was even Phoenix Rain who had recommended him to the middle layer. I can only say that it isn't good. Apart from that, there is nothing else you should know right now, Xiao Wuyuan replied, shaking his head. To be precise, you still don't have the qualifications to know. Her condition isn't good? Shi Feng fell into deep thought. After a moment, he asked, Elder Xia, how do I get the qualifications you speak of? Originally, Shi Feng didn't hold much hope of acquiring information about Phoenix Rain. This was because Phoenix Rain's situation definitely involved a huge secret. He was fortunate to obtain even this slight bit of information. But now that he was a mental strength master, if he could help Phoenix Rain, he would naturally do so. After all, Phoenix Rain had helped him a lot previously. Phoenix Rain's little sister, Ji Lurong, was now an important member of Zero Wing as well. There was no reason not to help. If you make a significant contribution to the Green God Company and elevate your authority to the 3-star high-grade status, you can know a little more, Xiao Wuyuan said after giving the matter some thought. Significant contribution? Upon hearing that he had a chance, Shi Feng asked hurriedly, May I know how many contribution points I will need for that? Significant contributions cannot be weighed using contribution points, Xiao Wuyuan replied, shaking his head. If you want to make a significant contribution, the only available avenue for you right now is driving off the Outer World's NPC army in God's domain. If you can do that, you might even be able to meet with her. Repel the Outer World NPC army? Shi Feng frowned slightly at Xiao Wuyuan's answer. The Outer World's NPC army was different from the Outer World's player army. After all, the player army didn't even have a single Tier 5 player in its ranks. In contrast, the NPC army had Tier 5 NPCs and might even have demigod-level NPCs. Just stopping the NPC army's advance was already a difficult feat. Repelling it was simply impossible for the Eastern Continent's native forces. You should stop thinking about this matter and focus on developing your mental strength, Xiao Wuyuan said. Although you've become a mental strength master and entered the middle layer, Fu Zhuzhong has already become a 3-star master. If he's really intent on targeting you, you'll probably have to spend the rest of your life cooped up in here. Outside of the middle layer, he'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. Currently, the Infinity Master indeed posed a significant threat to him. If Xiao Yuan hadn't appeared today, Shi Feng definitely would have suffered severe injuries. Moreover, he couldn't stay in the middle layer or upper zone forever, as he needed to manage Zero Wing's affairs in the outside world. Elder Xia, may I know how I can purchase life water? Shi Feng asked. Shi Feng might not be able to leave the upper zone right now, but with Fu Zhuzhang's status and pride, the latter definitely wouldn't stoop so low as to target Zero Wing's other members. After all, none of Zero Wing's other members could pose a threat to him. And if Fu Zhuzhang targeted Zero Wing's other members, the upper zone's other residents would look down upon him. However, Shi Feng couldn't discount the possibility of Fu Zhuzhang having the upper zone's various corporations secretly target Zero Wing either. Hence, the first thing Shi Feng needed to do now was let Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose recover. With their strength, protecting Zero Wing from Fu Zhuzhang's henchmen wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 29.9 Soul Improves Purchase Life Water? Looking at Shi Feng's slightly pale complexion, Xiao Yuan said in confusion, your current authority is 1-star high grade, so you're allowed to exchange for only 1 bottle per year. However, the main purpose of life water is to replenish life. With a mental strength master's regenerative abilities, you can just use the life potions or the meditation potions exclusive to the middle layer to repair minor physical or mental damages. Are you sure you want to exchange for life water? I can only exchange for 1 bottle per year? Shi Feng frowned slightly at Xiao Yuan's words. In Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's current condition, they would easily survive for more than a year if they lived in the base layer's large mansion. However, Zero Wing couldn't afford to wait for a year. After all, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had many responsibilities they needed to handle. This was especially true for the management of the guild's headquarters in the real world. Fire Dance and Lei Bao couldn't manage the entire headquarters by themselves. Not to mention, Fire Dance and the others would be coming to the upper zone to train soon. There are alternatives available if you wish to exchange for more life water, Sha Qingying said when she saw Shi Feng's disappointed look. Smiling faintly, she continued, as you manage to become a mental strength master before the age of 30, the Green God Company will be giving you a reward. A reward? A reward? Shi Feng immediately grew interested. That's right, it is a reward for mental strength masters under the age of 30, Xiao Yuan said, nodding in agreement. However, I do not recommend you use this reward to exchange for life water. This reward is something even 3-star masters desire greatly, as it can be used to redeem the privilege to enter and train in the core area, which is the top layer of this mountain. This privilege is for 1 month, and it will greatly help in the development of your mental strength. Normally, only after a person becomes a 3-star master would they get an opportunity to exchange for this privilege, and it's for only 10 days. Compared to this privilege, life water is something you can redeem anytime. Are you certain you want to exchange for life water? Yes, Shi Feng answered without hesitation. All right then. I really don't know what's going through the minds of you young people these days, Xiao Yuan sighed when he saw Shi Feng's determined expression, evidently dissatisfied with Shi Feng's decision. He then turned to Sha Qingying and said, I still have to report this matter to the higher-ups, so I'll leave the rest of the explanation to you. Sha Qingying nodded obediently in response. After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he turned away and left the mansion, having no intention of continuing his conversation with Shi Feng. Shi Feng smiled bitterly at the old man's reaction. Don't mind it too much. Grandpa is just grumpy that you failed to meet his expectations. He doesn't know your circumstances, Sha Qingying consoled Shi Feng after seeing Xiao Yuan leave. Since you wish to exchange for life water, you need only 2 bottles, correct? I can exchange for 2 bottles? Shi Feng was stunned. Originally, he thought that he could obtain only 1 bottle of life water as his reward, and that he would have to spend trade points and contribution points to exchange for the other one. However, based on Sha Qingying's tone, it appeared that he could receive more than just 1 bottle of life water as his reward. This reward allows you to exchange for 3 bottles of life water. If you only need 2 bottles, I recommend you replace the remaining bottle with meditation potions. The meditation potion is more effective than the phantom potion and also functions to repair a person's mental state. Normally, a 1-star master can exchange for only 5 bottles per year. But if you trade in your 3rd bottle of life water, you can get 10 meditation potions. Okay, I'll take the 10 meditation potions, Shi Feng said with a nod, astonished by the reward the Green God Company offered. This reward was hundreds of times better than what he received for clearing the mental path above the age of 20. Shi Feng couldn't help being in awe of the Green God Company's generosity. Now, he realized how valuable the privilege to enter the top layer was. It was no wonder Xiao Yuan felt disappointed at his decision. Nodding at Shi Feng's reply, Sha Qingying said, You probably can't return to the base layer anytime soon, so I'll pass the life water to those 2 on your behalf. As for the meditation potions, you can exchange for them through the mansion's storage room. I'll have to trouble you with that, General Manager Xia, Shi Feng said gratefully. It's no trouble. This is also within the scope of my duties. You are, after all, a talent I discovered. If you perform well in the middle layer, it'll be of great help to me, Sha Qingying said, waving her hand. All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. After saying so, Sha Qingying boarded another maglev limousine and departed the middle layer, leaving Shi Feng alone to observe his top-tier mansion. Compared to the base layer's large mansion, this waterfall mansion had a slightly larger footprint. The waterfall alone occupied an area of 2 basketball courts. The water vapor coming from the waterfall was also incredible. Shi Feng felt his body becoming refreshed after inhaling only a mouthful of it. The regenerative effects of this water vapor probably nearly rivaled those of the S-rank nutrient fluid without any side effects. This small waterfall was an unlimited supply of weakened S-rank nutrient fluids. If sold to the outside world, it could definitely fetch an astronomical price. Probably no corporation in the outside world would ever dream that something like this waterfall could exist. After all, S-rank nutrient fluids were incomparably precious to the outside world's corporations, with only a very limited amount available each year. In fact, even the corporations operating in the upper zone's base layer would never think of drinking S-rank nutrient fluids like water. After Shi Feng finished marveling at the waterfall, he made his way into the mansion. So this is why anyone who has lived in the middle layer before would never wish to leave it again. Realization dawned upon Shi Feng as he looked at the hall in front of him. After he entered the mansion and closed the doors, the sound of splashing water cut off completely. The mansion's sound insulation was perfect. In addition, the special energy flowing inside the mansion was twice as strong as outside. If ordinary people lived in such an environment, even if they did nothing but lie on the ground, their physical fitness would still reach the half-step Henglian Grandmaster standard. If they trained their bodies a little, developing their physical fitness to the standard of Henglian Grandmasters would be no trouble at all. Moreover, this special energy also had an effect on a person's mental state, allowing a person to remain mentally energized as well as maintain an ethereal mood. If a person trained in such an environment for a long period, even if they didn't become a mental strength master, they would be close. Shi Feng could easily imagine how scary it would be to go from living in such an environment to living in the base layer's environment. The transition would be akin to being a billionaire, living a rich and happy life in one moment and then suddenly becoming an ordinary person in the next moment. No ordinary human could possibly accept such a drastic change. It also explained why Feng Shihan was so adamant in preserving her middle layer reserve slot. So long as Feng Shihan could remain in the middle layer, her chances of becoming a mental strength master would be at least double than if she lived in the base layer. Is this the storage room? While touring the mansion, Shi Feng noticed a small room made entirely out of some unique metal. When he entered the room and accessed the interface inside, he had to marvel at the Green God Company's financial prowess. According to the introduction displayed, the storage room housed all the resources available for exchange in the middle layer. This storage room even had life water stocked. Through the storage room, he could immediately obtain the potion he wanted. He wouldn't have to spend time on a trip to the Green God Tower during emergencies. This was a great convenience provided to the middle layer's residents. Seeing this, Shi Feng decided to give this exchange system a try. The next moment, several laser scanners scanned Shi Feng's body and acquired his biometric data. After verifying his identity, the room's interface displayed the resources available to him. Currently, he had 10 meditation potions to his name, each worth 4 million trade points and 100,000 contribution points. 4 million trade points might not be anything to the base layer's corporations, but 100,000 contribution points was an entirely different story. Even the 5 States Corporation would have a heart attack if it had to spend so many contribution points on one item. For the time being, Shi Feng chose to redeem only one meditation potion. According to the product introduction, the meditation potion had to be stored in a special environment, and if taken out of storage, it could last for only 1 day in the outside world. After 1 day, the drug would lose its effects. Hence, he should only exchange for the amount he needed. How interesting. When Shi Feng spread his mental perception over the dark blue potion in his hand, he actually sensed weak mental fluctuations from it. Normally, he would pick up such mental fluctuations only from living creatures. However, he didn't dwell on the matter, consuming the meditation potion immediately. After all, his mental state was in dire need of it right now. Shi Feng had kept his brain overclocked throughout his fight with Fu Zhuzhong. While he had managed to smile and converse normally with Xiao Yuan and Sha Qingying earlier, that was possible only because of his powerful willpower. If someone else were in his shoes, they probably would have passed out already. The moment Shi Feng consumed the meditation potion, the scorching heat he felt in his brain instantly cooled. His complexion also rapidly changed from pale white to rosy red. Amazing! This is simply amazing. Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he sensed his mental state. With just one meditation potion, not only did he fully recover from his weakened state, but his mental state had also become surprisingly excellent. He even sensed faint improvements to his mental perception. These changes felt as if he had just consumed a crystal of souls from God's domain. With the meditation potion's effects, I will definitely improve further after consuming 10 bottles. This really makes a person wonder how the Green God Company managed to produce such a miracle drug. If this thing can be mass-produced, it will become possible to mass-produce mental strength masters. Shi Feng was astounded as he looked at the 9 remaining meditation potions he could exchange. After recovering to peak condition, Shi Feng promptly logged back into God's domain. Although he currently didn't have any good ideas on how to repel the Outer World's NPC army, he could share the news of Phoenix Rain's location and condition with Ji Lorong. This would, at least, give Ji Lorong some hope, and the girl wouldn't have to worry about her elder sister's whereabouts every day. Twin Towers Kingdom, Sky Spring City. When Shi Feng entered God's domain again, he was surprised to find that his perception of the world around him had changed slightly. What's going on? Shi Feng was greatly confused as he perceived the world around him. For some reason, his brain's recognition of God's domain was a bit different, and the world of God's domain now felt even more realistic than before. Is it because I used a combat technique in the real world? Shi Feng could sense that his soul was stronger. This, in turn, directly elevated his concentration, which was previously almost Tier 5 advanced rank, to the Tier 5 peak rank. Now, he was only half a step from Tier 6 concentration. However, before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, he suddenly received a call from Feng Shihan. Guild leader, are you alright? Feng Shihan asked worriedly as she looked at Shi Feng through the video call. I heard you clashed with Fu Zhuzhong. Fu Zhuzhong is now a 3-star mental strength master in Haitian City's upper zone. Even if you're a mental strength master, your body will still be affected significantly after fighting with him. The existence of 3-star mental strength masters was no secret to middle-layer residents. It wasn't difficult for the base layer's top-tier corporations to find out about them either. Relax, I've made a full recovery already, Shi Feng replied, smiling. He was even tempted to say that should he clash with Fu Zhuzhong again, he definitely wouldn't end up in as miserable a state as before. That's wonderful. Feng Shihan breathed out a sigh of relief. She then said, Guild leader, while you were logged off, the Outer World NPCs started their invasion. Several empires have already clashed with the Outer World NPCs and suffered heavy casualties. According to our estimates, the battle at the Twin Towers Kingdom will begin soon. So far, I've already contacted the various powers based in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Star Moon Kingdom, and several neighboring kingdoms that aren't embroiled in the war for a meeting in Sky Spring City. However, I'm not particularly confident we can get the neighboring kingdoms' player forces to cooperate with us since the superpowers based in the engaged empires are doing their best to recruit them. Alright, I understand, Shi Feng said, nodding. Also, tell them that our meeting venue will be changed to Star Moon City. Change the venue to Star Moon City? Feng Shihan was a little confused. While Zero Wing indeed possessed a guild residence in Star Moon City, the royal capital wasn't one of Zero Wing's main NPC cities. Hence, Zero Wing didn't have much manpower available there. Meanwhile, organizing the meeting this time required a lot of manpower. Not to mention, in terms of quality and quantity, Zero Wing's members in Sky Spring City were far superior to those in Star Moon City. If they held the meeting in Sky Spring City, Zero Wing could better display its current strength and raise the various player forces' confidence in defending the Twin Towers Kingdom. Set it at Star Moon City, Shi Feng said in a determined tone. I understand. I'll notify them right away. Feng Shihan didn't pursue the matter. She then disconnected the call and began contacting the various powers. Meanwhile, Shi Feng promptly teleported to Star Moon City and went straight to the War God's temple there. Previously, the branch temple Lord Howard Ragewind had promised Shi Feng that he would handle all of the necessary procedures for Zero Wing to garrison Star Moon Kingdom. Now that so much time had passed, the branch temple lord should be mostly done. Chapter 2910, Kingdom's Foundation. When Shi Feng entered the War God's Temple's first-floor hall, a level 180, Tier 4 General Manager approached him in a respectful manner. Upon seeing this sight, the players looking to pick up quests from the War God's Temple turned to Shi Feng with envious and curious gazes. Who is that guy? Why is the General Manager personally receiving him? I recall some Tier 4 experts coming to pick up quests some time ago. That General Manager didn't bat an eye at them, yet he's actually taking the initiative to welcome a player now. Could that guy be Black Flame? He must be Black Flame. I heard Black Flame always moves alone and loves concealing his identity. Out of all the players operating in Star Moon Kingdom, only Black Flame might get the General Manager to treat him with such respect. Shortly after the players in the hall observed Shi Feng's cloaked figure, passionate flames flared up in their eyes. They also began approaching him, hoping to take pictures or videos as mementos of meeting the legendary Sword Saint. After all, Black Flame was a living legend in the current God's domain. He was also the reason many new players had chosen to play the Swordsman class. In no time at all, posts with titles such as Sword Saint Black Flame appears in War God's Temple, and Sword Saint Black Flame seen in Star Moon City began appearing on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums one after another. This situation rendered Shi Feng speechless. He had initially used the Nightwalker's cape to conceal his identity. Nevertheless, these cunning players still managed to identify him almost immediately. Lord Sword Saint, the Temple Lord instructed me to give you this should you visit us, the General Manager said respectfully as he proffered a rolled-up parchment. The contract's contents will take effect as soon as you sign it. After receiving the parchment scroll, Shi Feng nodded and said, "Please thank the Temple Lord for me." The contract the general manager handed Shi Feng held the signature of Star Moon Kingdom's ruler. Once Shi Feng signed his name on the contract, Zero Wing would officially garrison Star Moon Kingdom and become its representative guild. At that time, Zero Wing would be able to dictate the kingdom's development and even mobilize the kingdom's army. After reading the contract's contents, Shi Feng signed it without hesitation. The sound of a system notification immediately entered his ears. "System, congratulations. Your guild, Zero Wing, has officially garrisoned Star Moon Kingdom and become the kingdom's representative guild. Zero Wing will now enjoy a portion of the kingdom's management rights." At the same time, a system announcement rang throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement: Congratulations to Zero Wing for officially garrisoning Star Moon Kingdom and becoming the kingdom's representative guild. Zero Wing will now enjoy a portion of the kingdom's management rights. The system announcement echoed in the minds of the Star Moon Kingdom's players 3 times, triggering an uproar among the kingdom's players. What's going on? Zero Wing garrisoned the kingdom? Didn't they say that only the reserve guilds of God's domain's 12 great guilds are qualified to garrison a country? The sudden system announcement confused many players. Zero Wing's members, though, were exhilarated, especially the guild's new members. After this announcement, even a fool would understand that Zero Wing now had the final say in everything inside Star Moon Kingdom. Now, even the superpowers wouldn't dare interfere in the kingdom's matters. With this development, Zero Wing's newcomers could not only grind without worry within the kingdom, but also gain access to numerous kingdom quests unavailable to other players. These kingdom quests would instantly resolve Zero Wing's concerns of developing its newcomers. Many of Star Moon Kingdom's player forces could already imagine Zero Wing's future rapid development. After all, now that Zero Wing had Star Moon Kingdom as a buffer, the guild could recruit new members without worrying about training resources. It wouldn't have to recruit only Tier 3 elite players and above. While elite players were indeed stronger than ordinary players, they made up only a small portion of God's Domain's player base. And with Zero Wing's current size, the guild might be able to defend its existing territory, but it would face great difficulty if it wanted to expand. However, this development resolved Zero Wing's weakness. "Good, I finally did it." Shi Feng smiled spontaneously when he saw the system notification. Immediately afterward, he left the War God's Temple and made his way to Star Moon Kingdom's national treasury. Guilds that garrisoned an entire kingdom or empire actually received a massive hidden benefit. Apart from the monthly tribute from the garrisoned country, representative guilds also gained access to the country's national treasury. A country's national treasury housed heirlooms that served as the country's foundation. And while players could exchange for these heirlooms using resources, they had to have the status of a Grand Duke in the country. Although Shi Feng didn't have the status of a Grand Duke in Star Moon Kingdom, he had the status of an Elder in the War God's Temple. In God's domain, an Elder of the War God's Temple sat higher than even the Grand Dukes of Empires. Shi Feng naturally wouldn't have any problems exchanging for the heirlooms in a kingdom's national treasury. Meanwhile, royal heirlooms were far more valuable than what one could normally obtain through killing powerful monsters. They were items that could change the fate of an entire kingdom or empire. Hence, once a guild became a reserve guild of the 12 great guilds, dethroning it was incredibly difficult. In no time at all, Shi Feng arrived at the palace and reached the treasury unhindered. It was no exaggeration to say that the national treasury was the safest location in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. 8 level 100, Tier 4 NPCs stood guard at the entrance alone. Moreover, these 8 NPCs were no ordinary NPCs. Although none of them wielded a legendary weapon, they were all clad in fragmented legendary set equipment. In terms of individual strength, these NPCs were more than capable of holding their ground against ordinary Tier 5 existences. Apart from these 8 NPCs, there was also a level 200 Tier 4 Knight Captain stationed inside the treasury. The Knight Captain sported a legendary chest plate, and his combat power had undoubtedly reached the Tier 5 threshold. Most importantly, a magic barrier enveloped the entire treasury. If one wished to break through this magic barrier, one would need a force of 3 to 5 Tier 5 existences, at the very least. "Lord Sword Saint, may I know what business you have here?" the Knight Captain asked respectfully when Shi Feng entered the treasury. "I'm here to exchange for the items here," Shi Feng stated. "Please follow me." The Knight Captain then led Shi Feng to the after, descending 4 floors and walking for around half an hour. Shi Feng arrived in front of a secret room enclosed by a magic barrier. Sitting quietly inside the room was an old man who made Shi Feng feel pressured. A Tier 5 Grand Wizard? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the old man. Star Moon Kingdom's foundation was far stronger than he expected. After all, apart from being a Tier 5 existence, the old man in front of him also wore a legendary hat. Ordinary Tier 5 existences who tried to invade the treasury would only get roundly thrashed by this old man. "Lord Sword Saint, please enter," the Knight Captain said while respectfully gesturing for Shi Feng to enter the secret room. From the Knight Captain's actions, Shi Feng guessed that the other party could go only as far as the secret room's entrance. After giving the Knight Captain a nod, Shi Feng stepped into the room. Shi Feng immediately noticed the room's uniqueness. The environment here resembled the ancient era's environment, which was already rare in the current god's domain. Lord Sword Saint, since you have already signed a contract with His Majesty, according to the contract, you are qualified to exchange for one of the items here, the old man said as he looked at Shi Feng. He then waved his hand, summoning 3 items in front of Shi Feng. The founding king left behind these 3 items. These items are why our Star Moon Kingdom was able to rise up in the main continent. I hope one of them can be of help to you. When Shi Feng saw the 3 items before him, his eyes bulged immediately. This was because Star Moon Kingdom's foundation far exceeded Shi Feng's expectations, so much so that he wondered how a kingdom could have such a powerful foundation. The 3 items before him were neither inferior divine artifact ranked items or legendary ranked items. Instead, they were 2 designs and 1 recipe, and any of them could influence even an empire's development. The first to enter Shi Feng's eyes was the design for a mysterious iron flying ship, which was many times stronger than the Crimson Dragon flying ship, an advanced flying ship. Not only was it capable of going up against Tier 4 superior mythic monsters, but its strongest attack even reached the Tier 5 intermediate standard. It could tear through the defensive magic arrays of cities like paper. Moreover, it had a maximum carrying capacity of 300 people. However, it cost a mind-blowing 1.5 million gold coins and 1 million magic crystals to exchange for the mysterious iron flying ship's design. The second item that drew Shi Feng's eyes was the recipe of the Divine Power Potion, a Grandmaster Potion. As the potion's name suggested, players would gain divine power when they consumed the potion. For half an hour, players would have their tier elevated by 1, up to a maximum of Tier 4. Although Shi Feng had heard of potions that raised a player's tier by 1, he had never heard of any that could raise a player's tier to Tier 4. Moreover, the potion even had a long duration of 30 minutes. In the current era where Tier 4 players were still as rare as a phoenix's feather, the recipe for the Divine Power Potion was priceless. Even an ordinary first-rate guild would become an existence feared by the 5 great super guilds should it get its hands on this recipe. Meanwhile, this recipe cost 1 million gold coins and 1.5 million magic crystals. The last item to enter Shi Feng's eyes was the design for a combat puppet, a secret silver combat puppet. Throughout both his lives, Shi Feng had seen a secret silver combat puppet only once. In God's domain, bronze combat puppets possessed power at the Tier 3 peak standard. Even in the current God's domain, a bronze combat puppet was an incredibly powerful existence. Unless a Tier 4 existence appeared, a bronze combat puppet was unlikely to get destroyed. Above bronze combat puppets were mysterious iron combat puppets, which possessed combat power at the Tier 4 peak standard. They could go toe-to-toe against bona fide Tier 4 players. As for secret silver combat puppets, they possessed strength at the Tier 5 basic standard. Tier 4 existences would have a very difficult time destroying a secret silver combat puppet, and normally only Tier 5 existences could damage one. Meanwhile, the design for the secret silver combat puppet cost 2 million gold coins and 1 million magic crystals. Chapter 2911, Heirloom secured. Shi Feng hesitated over the Star Moon Kingdom's 3 royal heirlooms. All 3 treasures could help a kingdom rise to prominence and a guild to reach the apex of God's domain instantly. Moreover, each had its advantages. I can exchange for only one? Shi Feng couldn't help asking. Only one, the old man replied with a smile. However, if you manage to help elevate Star Moon Kingdom into an empire, you are free to exchange for all 3. Promotion to an empire? Shi Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. While he knew of a few ways to get a kingdom promoted into an empire, none of these methods was easy to realize. They all needed a long time to accomplish. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng suddenly had an idea. He then asked the old man, "What if I offered to swap heirlooms?" Heirlooms could be categorized into royal heirlooms, imperial heirlooms, continental heirlooms, and world heirlooms. In the past, the players that had the fortune to come across an unidentified royal or imperial heirloom would do everything they could to find the fallen country the heirloom used to belong to. Since these heirlooms were treasures left behind by fallen kingdoms and empires, so long as one successfully identified the heirloom, one could use it to re-establish that kingdom or even empire. However, locating kingdoms and empires that had long since disappeared from God's domain wasn't easy. The endeavor rivaled a legendary quest in difficulty. Take Shi Feng, for example. Although he had found an imperial heirloom very early into the game, he still hadn't managed to find any clues to the empire the heirloom belonged to. However, this didn't particularly surprise him. After all, at this stage of the game, players had explored less than 20% of God's domain's maps. Indeed, even now, the players of God's domain had explored barely 15% of the world's maps. In God's domain, human kingdoms and empires occupied only a small portion of the world's territories. Most of the 2 main continents consisted of level 150 plus neutral maps, and only after 40% of the game's player base reached level 180, tier 3 or above, could players adequately explore these maps. Not to mention, this was only the 2 main continents. There was still the vast ocean in God's domain, which held innumerable islands, some as large as kingdoms and empires. Hence, finding a fallen empire in God's domain was unbelievably difficult. This was why one of the top 10 rookie guilds in the past, which had acquired an unidentified imperial heirloom through an auction, had used this imperial heirloom to exchange for an identified royal heirloom from a kingdom. Afterward, the guild saw explosive growth and quickly became one of the reserve guilds of God's domain's 12 great guilds at the time. Although Shi Feng wasn't sure how that guild had conducted the exchange, it would be a huge waste if he didn't ask if he could conduct a similar exchange. Swap heirlooms? The old man was a little stunned by Shi Feng's question. After pondering for some time, he said, "That's possible, but are you willing to pay such a huge price?" "What is the price?" Shi Feng asked. "Firstly, you'd need to find an unidentified imperial heirloom. Secondly, you'd need to pay double the price for a royal heirloom," the old man answered. Double? Shi Feng was flabbergasted. A royal heirloom was by no means cheap, and all three of the royal heirlooms before him cost upwards of 1 million gold coins and 1 million magic crystals. If this price were doubled, even superpowers couldn't afford them. That's right. However, the most important part is still the imperial heirloom. Without it, it won't matter how many resources you offer, the old man said, nodding. Deal. I'll trade an unidentified imperial heirloom for the mysterious iron flying ship. I'll also use my exchange opportunity for the secret silver combat puppet, Shi Feng said, gritting his teeth as he took out the imperial heirloom sitting inside his bag. Before visiting the royal treasury, he had already taken all the funds Zero Wing could spare. However, he only had a total of 5.5 million gold coins and 5.3 million magic crystals on him. After all, the recruitment of NPC soldiers and the construction of defensive structures in Ancient Rock City cost a lot of money and resources. Although Zero Wing City and Ancient Rock City were raking in a significant income now, it still wasn't enough to cover Ancient Rock City's development costs. "You actually have one." The old man was surprised to see the imperial heirloom in Shi Feng's hands. "Yes, so hurry up with the exchange," Shi Feng nodded with an aching heart. "All right, that will be 5 million gold coins and 3 million magic crystals in total," the old man said as he extended his hand to Shi Feng. "Verify the amount," Shi Feng said as he transferred the necessary amount of coins and magic crystals to the old man's spatial bag. After verifying that the amount was correct, the old man waved his hand, and 2 ancient designs flew to Shi Feng. When Shi Feng saw these 2 designs, his heart pounded with excitement. Although purchasing these 2 designs had nearly bankrupted him, their value was immeasurable. Now, all he needed to do was gather the necessary materials and begin mass production. The materials needed are certainly extraordinary. Even the most common of these materials is incredibly rare in the current God's domain. Producing both of these items will also require a ton of Titan gold and magic elven stones. Veins of Titan gold ore were considered grade 2 veins in God's domain and incredibly rare, but they were the only way players could acquire Titan gold ore in large quantities. Other types of grade 2 veins produce Titan gold ore only occasionally. Overall, Titan gold was super rare, and just 1 ingot could sell for over a dozen gold coins. As for the magic elven stone, acquiring it had given Shi Feng a headache when he was planning to construct the Crimson Dragon flying ship. However, the Crimson Dragon flying ship's construction cost was nothing compared to the mysterious iron-ranked Blue Thunder flying ship. Even if he excluded the other materials required, just the 5,000 ingots of Titan gold and 600 magic elven stones required would already cost a fortune. As for the secret silver-ranked Flame Beast puppet, its construction required 1,000 ingots of Titan gold and 200 magic elven stones. Both items required magic elven stones in significant quantities to produce. Fortunately, when Yanya and Cleansing Whistle returned from the ancient era, they had brought back plenty of magic elven stones. Currently, Zero Wing had a stockpile of over 4,000 magic elven stones, just barely enough to construct an adequate number of Blue Thunder flying ships and Flame Beast puppets. The only problem now was the Titan gold. Zero Wing only had around 30,000 ingots. While Shi Feng was studying the 2 designs, Feng Shihan suddenly called him. "Guild leader, the guild leaders and representatives of the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom's various player forces have arrived. However, hardly any guilds from the neighboring kingdom showed up," Feng Shihan said in frustration. None of the 2 superpowers came, and only 3 of the 8 first-rate guilds showed up. As for second-rate guilds, they number less than 20. This attendance rate was abysmally low. The guilds that came to help from the several neighboring kingdoms were fewer than the guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Not to mention, neither of the 2 superpowers decided to show up. "Are they all waiting to jack up the price?" Shi Feng chuckled. He could understand the 2 superpowers' refusal. After all, the various superpowers had a lot of territories to cover, and they focused mainly on defending empires. However, there was no excuse for first- and second-rate guilds that weren't involved in the war to withhold their help. The only reason they decided not to show up at Zero Wing's war meeting had to be that they considered this a good opportunity to make a profit. If Zero Wing wished to get their help, then it would have to pay a price. Revealing a bitter smile, Feng Shihan said, "The first-rate guilds that aren't attending indeed have such an intention. In return for their full support, they are demanding the rights to purchase private houses and guild residences in Zero Wing City or Ancient Rock City. They say that the other superpowers have already promised them such conditions. However, if we agree to their demands, then they will choose to help our side instead. Shi Feng's act of devastating the Outer Worlds player army with a single attack had indeed caused a huge sensation in God's domain. It had also prompted most of the superpowers targeting Zero Wing to abandon their ambitions. Many of the Twin Towers Kingdoms and Star Moon Kingdom's independent experts had even returned to help in the two kingdoms' defense. Most importantly, the number of players seeking to join Zero Wing had also skyrocketed. Unfortunately, all these changes still weren't enough to persuade the unengaged player forces to help Zero Wing. This was because the Outer Worlds NPC army was more formidable than the Outer Worlds player army. There were multiple Tier 5 NPCs in the NPC army, and the upcoming battlefield would span a significant portion of the Twin Towers Kingdom's border. All sorts of siege battles and guerrilla warfare would take place, and there was no way Shi Feng could be present for every one of these fights. Moreover, the NPC army on the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom side was significantly weaker than the Outer Worlds NPC army. Because of mythology and Solar Temple's interference, the neighboring kingdoms uninvolved in the war didn't send their armies to reinforce the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom, but to other kingdoms and empires. Hence, the NPC army defending the Twin Towers Kingdom consisted of the NPCs of only the two kingdoms. Although the Outer Worlds NPC army had split up into several dozen smaller groups and the detachment marching toward the Twin Towers Kingdom didn't have player support, this detachment could still put the two kingdoms' joint army through hell. Hence, a large number of players was needed to fight the Outer Worlds NPCs. And realizing this fact, the neighboring kingdoms' first-rate guilds naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to get a cut of Zero Wing's resources. Good, very good. Shi Feng smiled when he heard Feng Shihan's words. Tell those first-rate guilds that they can come if they want. But if they don't, then they can forget about coming to us in the future. This, Shi Feng's reply, rendered Feng Shihan momentarily speechless. If she relayed Shi Feng's words to those 5 first-rate guilds, it would be no different from severing all ties between Zero Wing and these first-rate guilds. Meanwhile, the War of Worlds wouldn't end in just one day. As both sides continuously grew stronger and more numerous, it would end up a war of attrition between God's domain and the outer world. If Zero Wing rejected the help of these guilds now, it would have much more difficulty finding helpers in the future. After all, battles were taking place all over the eastern continent, and everywhere was lacking in manpower. It was also why the superpowers tolerated the various first- and second-rate guilds' absurd demands. Otherwise, the superpowers would have long since dealt with these large guilds. Shi Feng naturally understood what Feng Shihan was trying to say. He waved the 2 designs in his hand and smiled, saying, "Look what I have here, Chapter 2901, Confidence." When Shi Feng took out 2 old and tattered designs, Feng Shihan initially discounted them. She still thought that his decision was too rash. While the 5 first-rate guilds in question might not have as many peak experts as the various superpowers, they still had over 300,000 Tier 3 players under their command, with some even having 400,000. Such a large force of Tier 3 players could influence the Twin Towers Kingdom's defensive battles significantly. Even the current Zero Wing only had around 1.2 million Tier 3 players, just the average for a superpower. However, after Feng Shihan took a look at the text on the designs, she immediately fell into a daze. "Guild leader, are you playing a trick on me?" Feng Shihan couldn't help asking. She had seen many treasures during her time in mythology. However, no matter how she looked at the designs for the Blue Thunder flying ship and Flame Beast puppet, she still felt as if she was dreaming. At this stage of the game, the 5 great super guilds had already acquired their own flying ships. However, those were only basic flying ships, which were significantly inferior to the Crimson flying ship, let alone the Blue Thunder flying ship. As for combat puppets, as far as she knew, mythology's strongest combat puppets were 3 mysterious, iron combat puppets, which were used to safeguard mythology's main headquarters. Mythology had even tasked Tier 4 NPCs to keep a constant watch on these war weapons to prevent theft. "Do you think I need to do that?" Shi Feng chuckled when he saw Feng Shihan's skeptical look. He could understand Feng Shihan's doubts. Mysterious iron flying ships and secret silver combat puppets shouldn't be available to players at this stage of the game, let alone the designs for them. With these designs, so long as Zero Wing had sufficient materials, it could produce a plethora of these war weapons, and with the power of these war weapons, Zero Wing could devastate the entire continent. "Sure. I'll go and reject those guilds now," Feng Shihan said, smiling. A hint of excitement also gleamed in her eyes. Although she had already grown accustomed to holding a powerful identity and position during her time as one of mythology's vice guild leaders, her heart still swelled with excitement and expectations. If Zero Wing could produce the Blue Thunder flying ship and Flame Beast puppet in time, it was almost certain to win the upcoming defensive battle at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Afterward, the 5 first-rate guilds and numerous second-rate guilds peacefully developing in the kingdoms neighboring the Twin Towers Kingdom received Feng Shihan's overbearing response. Feng Shihan did not embellish her message with any redundant words. Instead, her reply contained only one word: scram. The 5 first-rate guilds and many second-rate guilds were dumbfounded upon seeing this response. What arrogance! Zero Wing is simply too arrogant. Zero Wing isn't taking our 5 guilds seriously at all. When the guild leaders of the 5 first-rate guilds, who had gathered for a meeting, saw Feng Shihan's reply, they unanimously jumped out of their seats and cursed in anger. Before the War of Worlds began, the superpowers held incredibly powerful influence over God's domain, such that first-rate guilds like theirs could only bear with the injustice and live with their heads down. However, after the Outer Worlds NPC army invaded, the Eastern Continent superpowers had no choice but to beg the first-rate guilds for help to defend their territories and roots. Yet despite facing imminent danger, Zero Wing actually dared tell their 5 guilds to scram. Zero Wing was simply tired of living. If Zero Wing wants to be arrogant, let it. The guild leader of Holy Seal sneered as he read Feng Shihan's reply. Once the battle at the Twin Towers Kingdom begins, we'll see how Zero Wing continues behaving arrogantly when it lacks manpower. That's right. Since Zero Wing looks down on us, we'll just help other superpowers. Zero Wing will live to regret its decision today. The guild leader of another first-rate guild said, nodding. If Zero Wing asks us for help later on, it won't get such a good price from us again. Many superpowers had already sent representatives to deliver invitations to their 5 first-rate guilds. Among them, Starlink's offer was particularly generous. Their 5 guilds had no need to worry about finding a superpower to employ them for their services. Their 5 first-rate guilds combined could field a massive army of 1.6 million Tier 3 players and 64 Tier 4 players. Apart from peak experts and apex experts, the alliance of their 5 guilds was not the slightest bit weaker than the average superpower. This was the basis of their confidence. Once their 5 guilds went to aid Starlink, and Starlink's side repelled the Outer Worlds NPC army, Zero Wing would definitely regret rejecting their offer. And once Zero Wing came begging them for help, they would thoroughly bleed the guild for every penny it had. The other 3 guild leaders nodded in agreement, wanting Zero Wing to taste the misery of defending the Twin Towers Kingdom without their 5 guilds. Following this, the 5 first-rate guilds collaborated with the uncommitted second-rate guilds and accepted Starlink's invitation to join the Dark Knight Empire's defensive line. This sudden development caught even Lu Tiandi off guard momentarily. Young master, what do you think is going through Black Flame's mind? Yi Kui asked curiously as he looked at the signed contracts he just received. The combined force of these 5 first-rate guilds is by no means weak, and even the super guilds over at the Fire Dragon Empire have eagerly sought their help. With how much these 5 guilds covet Zero Wing City and Ancient Rock City, even if Zero Wing allots only a small portion of those 2 cities' shares to them, these 5 guilds would probably agree to help Zero Wing. Yet now, Black Flame is just too prideful. He thinks that just because he's a Tier 5 Sword Saint and God's Domain's strongest player, he doesn't need to fear the Outer Worlds NPC army, Lu Tiandi said nonchalantly. He doesn't know just how powerful the NPC army is. Once the real battle begins, even Tier 5 players will be nothing but a joke. If it were before Lu Tiandi had clashed with the Outer Worlds NPC army, he would have considered Shi Feng's decision unwise but understandable. After all, Tier 5 players were many times stronger than Tier 4 players. It wouldn't even be surprising to see a Tier 5 player single-handedly destroy a city. However, after experiencing the Dark Knight Empire's defensive battle against the Outer Worlds NPC army, Lu Tiandi now understood that while Tier 5 NPCs were indeed powerful, they weren't invincible. This was especially true in battlefields that involved war weapons and Tier 4 NPCs using battle arrays. Every targeted city in the Dark Knight Empire would face at least 10 battle arrays formed by Tier 4 NPCs and around 500 Tier 4 NPCs. Even if a superpower dispatched all its Tier 4 players, it wouldn't be able to do a thing against such a force. Not to mention, Zero Wing was going to defend an entire kingdom by itself, so there was no way it could afford to concentrate all its Tier 4 players in one battlefield. Moreover, unlike the previous War of Worlds, the Outer Worlds NPC army had many more Tier 5 NPCs in its ranks this time. Just one Tier 5 player couldn't do anything against the Outer Worlds NPC army. A large number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 players was necessary to whittle down the NPC army and achieve victory. Otherwise, the Outer Worlds NPC army would simply trample over the Twin Towers Kingdom cities and fortresses. But this is good for us. If not for Black Flame's arrogance, these 5 first-rate guilds wouldn't have joined us, Lu Tiandi said, smiling. Starlink wasn't the only superpower defending the Dark Knight Empire. There were also Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. Only, the 3 guilds were separately defending their respective territories. If Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul failed to defend the NPC cities and fortresses they operated, both guilds would suffer a major setback. After all, both guilds had their headquarters in the Dark Knight Empire. However, while the Eastern continent's various superpowers were discussing Zero Wing's unwise decision, Zero Wing continued operating as usual. The guild frenziedly recruited God's Domain's newcomers and sequentially developed Zero Wing City and Ancient Rock City. It also relied on the Tier 3 legacies from the Secret Covenant Tower to steadily increase its Tier 3 population. The 5 first-rate guilds' partnership with Starlink did not affect Zero Wing's operations at all. On the contrary, the number of independent experts coming to help defend the Twin Towers Kingdom even skyrocketed. This was because after Zero Wing garrisoned Starmoon Kingdom's NPC cities established direct teleportation links to Zero Wing's guild cities. This was a great convenience for players seeking to travel to Zero Wing's guild cities. The ability to teleport straight to Ancient Rock City was especially welcomed by players seeking to explore and raid the Orc capital city. Because of the popularity of this new teleportation service, Feng Shihan created a bounty system for Outerworld NPCs. Under this bounty system, players would receive 5 points for killing a Tier 3 NPC, 500 points for killing a Tier 4 NPC, and 100,000 points for killing a Tier 5 NPC. Players would also receive ranks according to the points they accumulated. Players that accumulated 100,000 bounty points would receive the bronze rank, which would entitle them to a lifetime discount of 5% on entrance fees and accommodation fees for all of Zero Wing's guild cities. At 1 million points, players would receive the silver rank and enjoy a 10% discount. At 10 million points, players would receive the gold rank and enjoy a 20% discount. After the announcement of this bounty system, over 1 million Tier 3 independent experts and 200 Tier 4 independent experts flooded into the Twin Towers Kingdom's border cities and fortresses from other kingdoms in just one day. All of them sought to accumulate Zero Wing's bounty points to reduce their expenditure in Ancient Rock City and Zero Wing City. The various superpowers grew envious over this situation and promptly adopted Zero Wing's ranking system. Only, the results weren't as effective. While independent players were flooding the Twin Towers Kingdom, Shi Feng gathered the Candlelight trading firm's elites and began frantically researching, then manufacturing the Blue Thunder flying ship and Flame Beast puppet. Manufacturing these 2 war weapons didn't require just precious materials, but also high-level forging techniques, alchemy techniques, enchanting techniques, and knowledge of magic arrays. Grandmaster-level lifestyle players had to take charge of the process. The Blue Thunder flying ship, in particular, required the cooperation of 3 Grandmaster forgers. In the current God's Domain, only the Candlelight trading firm could provide such manpower. Even after researching for an entire day, Shi Feng and the others only managed to scratch the surface of the design. It would take several more days to construct a Blue Thunder flying ship. On the other hand, to Shi Feng's joy, both Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose finally made a full recovery. Apart from losing some of their combat memories and having their combat standards weaken slightly, they experienced no other side effects after taking life water. Moreover, the 2 of them also succeeded in creating their Tier 5 mana bodies and got promoted to Tier 5. This increased Zero Wing's overall combat power by a large margin. On the 5th day, Shi Feng and Candlelight's members were working on the Blue Thunder flying ship. Feng Shihan, who was responsible for the Twin Towers Kingdom's defensive preparations, suddenly contacted Shi Feng guild leader. The Outer Worlds NPC army has started moving. Chapter 2913, Blue Thunder Flying Ship. An army of more than 10 million NPCs? Shi Feng was a little shocked when he read the detailed report Feng Shihan sent him. He had experienced wars between kingdoms and empires in his previous life. However, the kingdoms involved had pitted armies of 1 million NPCs, at most, against each other. These wars had also typically lasted over a month, as the involved kingdoms conducted all sorts of battles to annex each other's land. This was because one of the conditions for a kingdom to become an empire was occupying a sufficiently large area of land. In the case of wars between empires, even if 2 empires waged a full-blown war with each other, the total number of NPCs participating would reach only 10 million. Yet, just one of the Otherworld NPC army's several dozen detachments had a force of 10 million NPCs, equivalent to the combatants of 2 empires combined. At their rate of advance, they will reach the Steel Lion Fortress, which is the closest to the border, in 2 hours. Firedance and I are on our way there with 800,000 Tier 3 players and 50 Tier 4 players. We should arrive within an hour. As for the 2 other targeted locations, Aqua Rose has garrisoned Thunder Gorge City with 700,000 Tier 3 players and 70 Tier 4 players, while Gentle Snow has garrisoned the Red Thorn Fortress with 1,000 Tier 3 players and 100 Tier 4 players. As for the independent players, they will probably make their way to these 3 locations soon. The good news is that, according to our investigations, not many Outerworld players are joining the battlefield here, so we shouldn't face as much trouble as the various empires. We only need to focus on the NPC army. Border strongholds generally only had small teleportation arrays, which limited the number of players that could get through. Hence, Feng Shihan could only have everyone hurry over to these strongholds on foot when faced with the Outerworld NPC army's sudden invasion. Shi Feng understood their current predicament. Unlike NPCs, players couldn't stay cooped up in a border stronghold forever. They needed to grind for levels and better equipment. Hence, in preparation for the imminent war, most players had chosen to bind their return point to the NPC cities located closest to the border strongholds. Only when the actual war began would they teleport to these NPC cities and travel to the border strongholds on their mounts. "I'll leave command to you all for now, but I'll hurry over to help afterwards," Shi Feng said. 1 hour. With his speed, he could definitely make it to the Steel Lion Fortress within an hour. Currently, the only thing the Blue Thunder flying ship lacked was the core magic array. So long as he finished engraving it, the mysterious iron flying ship would be complete. A mysterious, iron flying ship could play a significant role in a defensive siege. Its importance even surpassed 2 or 3 ordinary Tier 5 existences. After Shi Feng finished speaking, he promptly disconnected the call and began engraving the core magic array. The core magic array comprised 3 advanced Grandmaster magic arrays. These magic arrays were so complex that even a basic Grandmaster magician wouldn't be able to construct them. This feat should also be beyond Shi Feng, who had gotten promoted to Grandmaster magician just recently. However, after his concentration standard reached the Tier 5 peak rank, his brain's activity and computing power had improved drastically. In addition, the core array's 3 advanced Grandmaster magic arrays shared some similarities with some of the magic arrays passed down through the ancient god's legacy. These factors made it possible for Shi Feng to carve out the 3 advanced Grandmaster magic arrays. The past 3 failures occurred because of a mistake in the final fusion process. With my degree of control, the magic arrays carved should be perfect, so why can't I merge them? Is my control of magic arrays insufficient, or is there another problem? Confusion filled Shi Feng's mind as he repeatedly inspected the core magic array's design. He had already succeeded in engraving the core magic array without pausing, yet he failed to activate the magic array when he tried injecting mana into it. This was definitely the first time he had encountered such a problem. Typically, if players succeeded in engraving a magic array, the magic array would activate once it received a supply of mana. Only if there was a problem with the magic array would the activation fail. "Guild leader, I keep getting the feeling that this core magic array is very strange," Melancholic Smile suddenly said as she looked at the core magic array. "Each of the 3 magic arrays in it is meant to absorb one specific type of mana, so why are they forcing these 3 types of mana to fuse afterward? The 3 elements have their own characteristics. How could they be merged into one?" Currently, Melancholic Smile was only half a step away from becoming a Grandmaster magician, and because she didn't invest her time in combat, the amount of research she conducted into Grandmaster magic arrays surpassed even Shi Feng's. When she first looked at the Blue Thunder flying ship's core magic array, she already found the magic array strange. However, since the flying ship's design stated that the magic array should be constructed that way, she didn't voice her concerns. Now that the core magic array couldn't be activated though, this proved that there was indeed a flaw in the design. However, Shi Feng simply smiled when he heard Melancholic Smile's questions. The various elements of mana indeed have their own operating principles, and merging them is impossible. However, that's not the case for this extraordinary magic array. After absorbing ambient mana, the magic array will first break up the operations of these different types of mana. And before they recover, the magic array will influence them to operate under a new set of operating principles. Although the change will last for only a brief moment, the core magic array can, without a doubt, change the operating principles of mana. Something like that is possible? Melancholic Smile was startled. In her opinion, the operating principles of mana were unchangeable. Take the way some players forcefully manipulated mana to use skills. While these players might succeed in activating their skills, the result would have significantly weaker effects. After all, the mana they manipulated was actively resisting them. For this reason, players who had reached Tier 4 would try to activate their skills and spells by following the operating principles of mana instead of forcing mana to do their bidding. As Shi Feng was about to explain further, he suddenly fell into a daze. "I see, so this is the Law of Destruction's true usage method." An ecstatic expression appeared on Shi Feng's face as realization dawned upon him. Recently, he had fallen into despair as he found himself stuck at Holy Annihilation's entry level. No matter how he tried to convert ambient mana into his own mana, the area he could influence only grew alongside his concentration. While this was indeed the correct way to manipulate mana, it wasn't the case if he was trying to make use of a world law. The reason Holy Annihilation could exhibit such devastating power was a complex destruction magic array designed for the mana technique. The fact that he could utilize the Heavenly Blue Saint's destruction magic array and merge it into various combat techniques and mana manipulation methods proved that he was starting to master the Law of Destruction. However, he still didn't truly understand how the destruction magic array operated. But Shi Feng understood everything now. The Law of Destruction's essence wasn't to make mana disappear. Instead, it was to break the operating principles of mana, causing mana to lose its original effects. Hence, if he wished to grasp the Law of Destruction fully, he shouldn't be relying on the destruction magic array to guide mana. Instead, he should rely on his mind to halt the operations of mana naturally. Of course, it was easier said than done. Not only did he need powerful mental strength, but he also had to reverse the operations of different types of mana precisely. Only by doing so could he perfectly stop the operation of mana. At this point, Shi Feng finally understood why the core magic array wouldn't activate. So, it is because the strength of my mana is too weak? Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the engraved magic array in front of him. Mana was required to control mana. If a person lacked mana, they naturally couldn't manipulate ambient mana. If one wished to break the operating principles of mana, one would need incredibly powerful mana. Liquid mana wouldn't suffice. One would need solid mana at the very least. Shi Feng immediately began concentrating all of the mana within his body, condensing it into a grain of sand that sat on his palm. He then injected the grain of solid mana into the core magic array. Boom. Along with the sound of an explosion, the Blue Thunder flying ship's core magic array came to life. The ambient mana surrounding the flying ship then began flooding the core magic array, becoming fuel for the flying ship's engine. System, congratulations. You have successfully created the Blue Thunder flying ship. Forging proficiency increased by 100,000 points. Level increased by 2. Simultaneously, all players who participated in the Blue Thunder flying ship's production received a corresponding amount of EXP and proficiency. Although the amount they received wasn't as exaggerated as Shi Feng's, it was still significant nonetheless. Currently, though, nobody paid attention to the reward they just received. Instead, their eyes were all glued to the completed Blue Thunder flying ship. The Blue Thunder flying ship measured 500 meters from stem to stern, and it could carry up to 300 players at a time. It boasted 40 advanced magic elven cannons, each capable of launching attacks at the Tier 5 basic standard, and 12 floating crystal cannons, which could be used for both offense and defense. Offensively, the floating crystal cannons could launch attacks at the Tier 5 basic standard. Defensively, they could withstand attacks even from Tier 5 existences. In addition to these two types of cannons, the flying ship also had a main cannon capable of launching attacks at the Tier 5 intermediate standard. Lastly, the flying ship's flight speed was comparable to that of Tier 5 extraordinary flying mounts. Twin Towers Kingdom, Steel Lion Fortress, assembled atop the Steel Lion Fortress's 50-meter-tall steel walls were more than 300,000 level 150-plus Tier 3 NPCs, all geared in level 150-plus dark gold equipment. These NPCs were without a doubt the cream of the crop of the Twin Towers Kingdom's army. There were also close to 30 Tier 4 NPCs standing on the wall, and the one leading these Tier 4 NPCs was a level 200 Tier 4 Sky Knight. The Sky Knight was a man who appeared to be in his late 50s, clad in a complete set of fragmented legendary set equipment. The aura he exuded was comparable to that of an ordinary Tier 5 NPC. Apart from the fortress walls, there were also 24 Tier 4 NPCs chanting an incantation inside the fortress's core control room. Because of these magical class NPCs' manipulation, the fortress's defensive magic array, which used to have only one layer, was now a threefold magic array instead. Even a Tier 5 existence on a rampage wouldn't be able to destroy it. At most, the other party would merely expend some of the fortress's energy supply. A total of 30 magic cannon towers rose above the fortress, and more than 600 large destruction ballistas were set up on the fortress walls. In the sky, 10 flying ships hovered over the fortress, 9 advanced rank and 1 bronze rank. Alongside these flying ships were over 100 Tier 3 and Tier 4 flying mounts. The sight was simply spectacular, and absolutely not something anyone would get to see very often. More than 2 million players gathered in the fortress, making the Steel Lion Fortress incredibly crowded. At this moment, though, none of the players inside the Steel Lion Fortress felt relaxed or excited. This was because some distance from the Steel Lion Fortress was an army of over 3 million NPCs, and the number of Tier 4 NPCs in that army exceeded 500. It came bearing various siege weapons, large catapults and advanced mana pulse cannons, which easily numbered more than 1,000. Meanwhile, hovering above this outer world NPC army were more than 50 flying ships. 6 of them were bronze flying ships, while the rest were advanced flying ships. In combination with the 500-plus Tier 3 and Tier 4 flying mounts, they practically blotted out the entire sky. The disparity in combat power between the two sides was clear for all to see. Even the players who came to spectate and conduct a live broadcast of the battle wore gloomy expressions when they saw the Outer Worlds NPC army. On the Twin Towers Kingdom's forums, the live broadcast caused an uproar among the Kingdom's players. Is this the Outer Worlds' real strength? Can we really hold the Twin Towers Kingdom? Although many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's players had heard bits of information regarding the battles that had taken place at the various empires, the most they got were rumors and some pictures. They didn't have a clear understanding of the Outer World NPC army's true might. Moreover, as players of another country, they previously considered these battles none of their business. However, after seeing the army outside the Steel Lion Fortress, they felt an indescribable sense of despair. The players standing inside the Steel Lion Fortress especially understood what a war between kingdoms and a war of worlds entailed. Battles between players were nothing compared to a war between worlds. The next moment, amid the anxiety and despair of the Twin Towers Kingdom's players, the commander of the Outer Worlds NPC army raised his right hand and swung it forward. Following his actions, both the war weapons on the ground and the flying ships and flying mounts in the sky began advancing. Activate all defenses. Everyone, prepare for battle. The Steel Lion Fortress's commander Sky Knight Seppel shouted as he raised his longsword. In response to Seppel's command, the NPCs within the fortress armed the magic cannon towers and large destruction ballistas, knocked their bows, and chanted incantations. Shortly afterward, the first exchange between the two sides took place. The sky instantly turned into a sea of flames as explosions of varying degrees shook the sky and the ground. The explosions were so deafening that all of the players inside the fortress felt their heads ring. After taking a look at the burning battlefield, Fang Shihan, who stood atop the fortress wall, turned to the players below the wall. Using a voice amplification spell, she ordered calmly, "Everyone, don't panic. Move as we've planned. Ranged players, head up the walls. Melee players, move to the agreed-upon defensive points. Once the magic barrier breaks, it will be your turn to attack with everything you've got. We must prevent the Outer Worlds NPCs from destroying the core magic array at all costs until the magic barrier recovers. So long as we can hold our ground, those Outer World NPCs will be forced to retreat sooner or later." The fortress's defensive magic array wasn't invincible. In the face of such a powerful offensive, it was only a matter of time before it shattered. Meanwhile, what players like themselves needed to do during this battle was protect the fortress's core magic array, while the defensive magic array was down, and buy as much time as possible until the defensive magic array came back online. They would also try to kill as many Outer World NPCs as possible during this time. Once they repeated this cycle a few times, the Outer Worlds NPC army would eventually have to retreat. When Fang Shihan finished speaking, many of the players present calmed down, and confidence rekindled in their hearts. NPCs had a very difficult time getting resurrected, and even more so in an intense battle like this. However, it was a different story for players like themselves. If they died, they could be resurrected quickly and rejoin the battle. If there was a healer nearby, they could even be resurrected on the spot at the cost of some EXP. However, 3 minutes after Fang Shihan finished speaking, the sound of glass shattering entered everyone's ears. This sound originated from none other than the Steel Lion Fortress's defensive magic array. Vanguard. Charge. The Outer World Army's commander commanded. Immediately, the Outer Worlds Tier 3 NPCs began charging toward the Steel Lion Fortress in a frenzy. As for the Outer Worlds Tier 4 NPCs, they flew straight for the Fortress Lord's mansion, attracting the Steel Lion Fortress's Tier 4 NPCs to intercept them. Trap those Tier 4 NPCs with magic barriers. Fang Shihan hurriedly commanded when she saw the hundreds of Tier 4 NPCs and flying mounts heading into the fortress. All melee players, stop those Tier 3 NPCs from entering the fortress. At Fang Shihan's command, Zero Wings members promptly deployed the master magic barriers they had prepared, trapping more than half of the Outer World NPCs and flying mounts and isolating them into over a dozen different combat zones. Immediately afterward, the Tier 4 players cooperated with the fortress's Tier 4 NPCs to engage the Outer World's Tier 4 NPCs and flying mounts. As for the Tier 3 melee players, they cooperated with the fortress's Tier 3 NPCs to stop the Outer World's Tier 3 NPCs outside the wall. For a time, sounds of battle rang out from all over the Silver Lion Fortress, originating from individual battles, group battles, and one-sided slaughters. On the ground, the fortress's Tier 3 players were holding up pretty well against the Outer World's Tier 3 NPCs. Although there was indeed a difference in levels and equipment between the two sides, the Tier 3 players managed to mitigate this difference by relying on their superior combat standards and coordination with other players. The difference in numbers between the two sides wasn't overwhelming either. So, the fortress's Tier 3 players managed to trade at a relatively good ratio of 2-8 with the Outer World's Tier 3 NPCs, with 2 Outer World NPCs dying for every 8 fortress players. This was undoubtedly a beneficial outcome for the players. However, in the aerial battle, the Twin Towers Kingdom's side had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Setting aside the difference in the number of flying ships and flying mounts the two sides possessed, just the difference in the number of Tier 4 combatants already posed an insurmountable gap. And worse, the fortress's magic cannon towers were hardly of any use against the Outer World's Tier 4 combatants. Moreover, if not for Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Yan Tianxing working together to hold off the leader of the Outer World Army's vanguard, a level 180, Tier 5 NPC, the Advanced Master Barriers, trapping and suppressing more than half of the Outer World's Tier 4 NPCs would have long since been shattered. As for the other Tier 4 experts, apart from those at the Void Realm standard or above, everyone else couldn't even put up a fight against the Outer World's Tier 4 NPCs. The difference in the number of Tier 4 combatants is too great. No wonder the superpowers and the empires are losing fights one after another. At this rate, it won't take more than 10 minutes before the core magic array is destroyed. After killing a level 180, Tier 4 Great Wizard, Feng Shihan glanced at Cola and White Feather, who were doing their best to stop attacks from reaching the Fortress Lord's mansion. When she saw they faced a dozen or so Tier 4 NPCs, she felt powerless. On her side, she only had to handle 3 level 180 Tier 4 NPCs by herself, so she could more or less cope. As for Cola and White Feather, they might not have any problem holding off a dozen or so Tier 4 NPCs by relying on their skills and techniques for now, but that would remain true only while they had skills to use. Not to mention, this wasn't all the Outer World army had to offer. It had over 500 Tier 4 NPCs in total, and even Tier 5 NPCs leading it. The disparity between the Twin Towers Kingdom's army and the Outer World's army was utterly demoralizing. After some more time passed, 8 of the Twin Towers Kingdom's Tier 4 NPCs and more than 20 Tier 4 players fell. In contrast, the Outer World army lost only 6 Tier 4 NPCs, 3 of which were Feng Shihan's kills. The stark difference between the two sides plunged the Tier 4 players into despair. "Keep fighting. We must not retreat on our first battle," Feng Shihan bellowed when she saw her people's demoralized expressions. "Even if we die, we must make these Outer World NPCs pay a sufficient price." Feng Shihan wasn't too surprised that the Steel Iron Fortress's defenses were crumbling. The disparity between the Outer World's army and the Twin Towers Kingdom's army was simply too immense. The only way the Twin Towers Kingdom could emerge victorious was by whittling down the Outer World's army through multiple battles at multiple strongholds. However, the first battle was also when the Twin Towers Kingdom's combat power was at its peak. If the Twin Towers Kingdom failed to deplete a significant portion of the Outer World's army's forces, the subsequent battles would be even more difficult. As soon as Feng Shihan finished speaking, however, the Outer World army's commander, who rode on one of the bronze flying ships, stood up and suddenly released a frightening aura that enveloped the Steel Lion Fortress. Upon coming into contact with this aura, all the players within the fortress felt their heartbeats accelerate and their bodies grow heavier. It was evident that the Outer World army's commander no longer intended to watch from the sidelines and would now enter the battlefield. A level 200, Tier 5 Holy Grail Knight? A solemn expression appeared on Feng Shihan's face when she saw the enemy commander walking step by step in the air. The aura the enemy commander radiated was significantly stronger than what the enemy's vanguard leader radiated. Moreover, he even wielded a legendary greatsword. The enemy commander probably stood at the top even among Tier 5 existences. If the Steel Lion Fortress's defenders had to clash against such an existence, their defensive line would probably crumble in an instant. When the other players saw the enemy commander taking the field himself, none of them had any doubts that this siege battle was over. However, just as the enemy Holy Grail Knight arrived above the Steel Lion Fortress and was about to take action, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant sky. Before anyone could turn toward the source of the noise, a dark blue behemoth arrived in the airspace above the fortress like a lightning bolt. Both players and NPCs present were startled by the dark blue behemoth's sudden appearance. A flying ship? Is that really a flying ship? The flying ship above them was simply massive. Even the bronze flying ships, which measured close to 200 meters in length, looked like infants beside the dark blue behemoth. Moreover, this dark blue behemoth distorted the space around it just by hovering in place. The mana within and around the Steel Lion Fortress gathered fervently around this dark blue behemoth, and even the Outer World army's vanguard commander had the mana in his mana domain drawn away. As the dark blue behemoth began descending toward the fortress, a man wearing a black cloak walked to the bow of the flying ship. Upon seeing this man, the players in the fortress immediately burst into cheers. "Guild leader, you're finally here," Feng Shihan said in a disgruntled tone as she looked at the man standing atop the dark blue behemoth. Shi Feng had promised to arrive at the Steel Lion Fortress before the battle began, yet he showed up only after they had been fighting for some time. "Sorry for the long wait, everyone," Shi Feng said apologetically as he looked at Feng Shihan and the others. He then shifted his gaze to the Outer World NPC army and smiled, saying, "Now that I'm here, leave the rest to me." Chapter 2914, Law Technique? Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet Cloud, Yan Tianxing, and the other longtime members of Zero Wing felt an indescribable sense of relief and excitement. "Guild leader, our situation is terrible. The enemy's air power is too strong," Feng Shihan said in a helpless tone as she pointed at the enemy's Tier 5 commander and the 30-plus flying ships. "The fortress's defensive magic array still needs more than 10 minutes to recover. I'm afraid we won't last that long." Although Shi Feng's arrival meant that they had someone to hold back the enemy commander, they still had to contend with hundreds of Tier 4 NPCs and flying mounts when their side had less than 100 Tier 4 combatants. Although they had the fortress's magic array's support, which mitigated the effects of the Tier 5 NPCs' mana domains and suppressed the enemy Tier 4 NPCs, they were still at an absolute disadvantage. Not to mention, the Steel Lion Fortress's commander, the level 200, Tier 4 Sky Knight Sepul, currently had less than 50% of his HP remaining. If not for the many Tier 3 and Tier 4 healers supporting him, he would have long since fallen to the 20+ level 180 Tier 4 NPCs ganging up on him. Relax. After looking at Feng Shihan, Shi Feng turned to the Blue Thunder flying ship and smiled, saying, "If it's air power, we don't lack any either." "We don't lack any?" Feng Shihan glanced at the Blue Thunder flying ship and then turned to survey the enemy's fleet of flying ships, her worries not easing in the slightest. Naturally, she knew that a mysterious iron flying ship was powerful and that it could go up against Tier 5 combatants. However, the enemy's Tier 5 combatants were by no means weak. Moreover, several dozen Tier 4 NPCs had constructed a summoning array some distance behind the enemy's commander. A monster summoned by several dozen Tier 4 NPCs definitely wouldn't be weak. There was even a high possibility it would be a Tier 5 legendary monster. No sooner had Feng Shihan finished speaking than those several dozen Tier 4 NPCs completed their incantations. A gigantic bone dragon then emerged from the summoning array, its 500-meter-long body matching the Blue Thunder flying ship in size. The bone dragon also had a wingspan of 1,000 meters. When this bone dragon appeared and let loose a roar, the intense shockwave it generated made all the Tier 3 combatants on the battlefield feel lightheaded. Ancient Bone Dragon, Undead, Legendary, Level 180, HP 200 million. Upon seeing the Ancient Bone Dragon statistics, the players inside the Steel Lion Fortress gasped reflexively. Even the players spectating the battle through the Twin Towers Kingdom's forums were dumbfounded, many people spitting out the drink in their mouth. This was the first time any of the Twin Towers Kingdom's players saw a legendary monster's statistics, and they all couldn't help despairing. Even the Tier 4 players in the fortress revealed a bitter smile. Setting aside the wide-range attacks the Bone Dragon could execute with its massive body, just its 200 billion HP was more than enough to make any Tier 4 player lose hope. After all, the Ancient Bone Dragon could recover 2% of its HP every 5 seconds due to its battle recovery. In other words, it could regenerate 4 billion HP every 5 seconds. Combined with its Tier 5 defense, even 100 Tier 4 players attacking with everything they had wouldn't be enough to kill it. "It's over, we're dead for sure this time." Many of the Tier 3 players in the Steel Lion Fortress lost their fighting spirit as they looked at the Ancient Bone Dragon in the sky. Shi Feng's arrival was indeed a huge help to them. However, along with his arrival, the enemy forces had become even stronger. Although Shi Feng was a Tier 5 Sword Saint, he couldn't go up against one Tier 5 NPC and one Tier 5 legendary monster simultaneously. Not to mention, the enemy's Tier 5 commander was far from ordinary, clad in a complete set of fragmented legendary set equipment and even wielding a legendary greatsword. He was a top-ranking existence even among Tier 5 existences, and definitely not someone current Tier 5 players could contend with. When Feng Shihan saw the Ancient Bone Dragon, her complexion also turned very ugly. She had never imagined that the Outer World NPCs could summon an actual Tier 5 legendary monster. This Ancient Bone Dragon was much stronger than the 9-headed World Snake the Outer World players summoned previously. The summoning array the Outer World players had used was something similar to the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. The monster summoned wasn't an actual monster but a magical illusion. So long as one heavily damaged the summoning array, one would dispel the illusion. It was a different story for actual summoned monsters. The only way to get rid of a summoned monster was by killing either the monster or the monster's summoner. However, there was no specific summoner in a group summoning. Unless one killed all of the summoners involved, the summoned creature would remain obedient to the summoner's commands. Before the Steel Lion Fortress's players could overcome their despair, the Outer World's Tier 5 commander, Los Ferid, pointed at the Steel Lion Fortress and ordered, "Attack! Kill all of the natives." At Los Ferid's command, the Ancient Bone Dragon, along with the 30+ advanced flying ships and 6 bronze flying ships, began bombarding the Steel Lion Fortress. The Ancient Bone Dragon used the Tier 5 spell Hell Lotus and showered the Steel Lion Fortress with crimson flames so hot that they incinerated space itself. Meanwhile, the flying ships fired all their cannons, raining hundreds of destructive beams on the fortress. Boom! The resulting explosion was so devastating that it was audible even tens of thousands of yards away. The consequent shockwave ravaged the area within 3,000 yards of the fortress. Upon seeing this attack, the Outer World NPCs charging at the Steel Lion Fortress revealed joyous expressions. If the Steel Lion Fortress received such an attack without its defensive magic array, all of the fortress's inhabitants would disappear without a trace. However, when the smoke enveloping the fortress dissipated, the Outer World NPCs suddenly fell silent. How is this possible? The Outer World's Tier 3 NPCs stared at the sight before them with dumbfounded expressions. In fact, even the people inside the Steel Lion Fortress were stunned by this situation, their minds boggled. Before anyone realized it, a gigantic magic barrier had formed around the Steel Lion Fortress and blocked all the attacks from the flying ships and the Ancient Bone Dragon. Let alone annihilating the fortress's inhabitants, the flying ships and the Ancient Bone Dragon had even failed to scratch the fortress walls. However, before anyone could snap out of their daze, the barrier enveloping the fortress suddenly disappeared. 6 crystalline spheres the size of a small house then flew toward the Blue Thunder flying ship and hovered around it. That flying ship created that barrier just now? Are you kidding me? Is that really a flying ship? How can it stop a legendary monster's Tier 5 spell? Be it the players or NPCs inside the Steel Lion Fortress, all of them currently had their mouths hanging wide open as they stared at the Blue Thunder flying ship. After all, the flying ship's performance had shattered their notions of flying ships. The Blue Thunder flying ship's defensive capabilities practically rivaled a mobile fortress's. At this time, even Feng Shihan, who knew the specifics of the situation, was rendered speechless. She had no idea that a mysterious iron flying ship could be that strong. Of those present, only Shi Feng found this situation normal. The Grey Thunder flying ship might only be a mysterious iron flying ship, but its technological content exceeded that of the average mysterious iron flying ship. Its usage of mana was particularly exceptional. If not for its inadequate materials and power source, it could easily become a secret silver flying ship. Now that you're done attacking, it's our turn now. Pointing at the Outer World's NPC army, Shi Feng commanded, "Beat them up." Along with Shi Feng's command, the Zero Wing members seated on the Blue Thunder flying ship eagerly revved up the engine's output to maximum. Subsequently, the flying ship's 40 advanced magic elven cannons, 12 floating crystal cannons, and Thunder of Destruction main cannon fired at the enemy, flying ships and flying mounts and the ancient bone dragon simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, countless lightning arcs and beams of light filled the battlefield, making it seem as if the heavens were doling out divine retribution. The ancient bone dragon and Outer World NPCs reacted quickly and activated defensive spells to protect themselves. However, apart from the ancient bone dragon's defensive barrier, the defensive barriers conjured for the flying ships and flying mounts all shattered without exception. When the barrage ended, several dozen flying mounts crashed to the ground. The advanced flying ships also suffered severe damage, their mobility plummeting significantly. With how much damage they took from just one bombardment, they would probably fall after another 3 or 4. As for the bronze flying ships, although they didn't take any serious damage, their armor's durability still plummeted by a significant margin. After the Blue Thunder flying ship ended its barrage, everyone on the battlefield turned to stare at it, petrified. Isn't this thing a little too strong? So, this is Zero Wing's trump card? The Steel Lion Fortress's players found their minds stagnating as they took in the tattered state of the Outer World Army's air units. Just a moment ago, they were clearly at an overwhelming disadvantage in air power. However, the Blue Thunder flying ship had instantly turned the tables with its arrival. This situation was simply unbelievable. When Kola looked at the distant Blue Thunder flying ship, his eyes glowed and his mouth watered. He then turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Guild leader, when can I buy one? Compared to flying mounts, traveling across the continent in the Blue Thunder flying ship would be a much more wonderful experience." "You'll get your chance eventually," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw Kola's excitement. "However, this thing needs 10 people to pilot. It's not something you can pilot alone." When Shi Feng finished speaking, the Zero Wing members present were all thrilled. After all, based on Shi Feng's words, the guild would eventually sell the Blue Thunder flying ship to its members once the flying ship was available in larger numbers. This meant that all of them had an opportunity to own this steel behemoth. And even if they couldn't ride it alone, they could simply form a team to do so. However, shortly after Shi Feng finished speaking, the enemy commander, who had not taken any action thus far, suddenly turned to Shi Feng. At this time, though, the contempt in Lost Farad's eyes had disappeared. There was even a faint smile on his face. "You are an exceptional heaven-blessed individual," Lost Farad said as he lifted his greatsword and rested it on his shoulder. Smiling, he asked, "May I know your name?" "Black Flame," Shi Feng replied calmly. Although Black Flame wasn't his real ID, he had long since gotten accustomed to using it. Moreover, the Outer World knew of only Black Flame and not Yi Feng. "Black Flame?" Lost Farad, who appeared to be in his 50s, nodded. He then earnestly introduced himself. "I am Lost Farad, the Commander-in-Chief of the God's Domain Crusade Army's 19th Corps and one of the 17 stars of the Holy Grail. You are qualified to be my enemy." After Lost Farad finished speaking, the strength of his mana domain suddenly increased. Now, even the fortress's magic arrays couldn't nullify it. The instant Lost Farad's mana domain enveloped the Steel Lion Fortress, everyone inside the fortress felt their bodies become significantly heavier. Now, the fortress's Tier 3 combatants even had difficulty lifting their heads. A scorching heat also blanketed their bodies as if they were standing in a burning hell. Even Fire Dance, who had an 8-piece epic set equipment equipped and wielded a legendary weapon, felt immense pressure on her body. She would be fortunate to exhibit even 60% of her usual combat power. And, as a result of this suppression, she became even less of an opponent for the enemy's level 180, Tier 5 Vanguard leader in front of her, one of the 17 stars of the Holy Grail. Shi Feng grew more cautious after hearing Lost Farad's introduction. Although he had never heard of the 17 stars of the Holy Grail, God's Domain had an official ranking list known as the 10 Saints, which represented the 10 strongest combatants recognized by the War God's Temple. Every one of these 10 Saints was rumored to have demigod-level combat power. Shi Feng guessed that Lost Farad was probably on par with the 10 Saints. Based on his observation of Los Ferid's mana domain, he could tell that the other party had already mastered a world law. The only thing holding the NPC back from reaching Tier 6 was his concentration. Nevertheless, with a legendary weapon in hand, Los Ferid should be a powerhouse even among demigods. However, although Los Ferid possessed a powerful mana domain, it had no effect on Shi Feng whatsoever. Immediately, Shi Feng unleashed his own mana domain, canceling out Los Ferid's and even suppressing the NPC slightly. "Let's fight. Let me see how powerful you heaven-blessed individuals are," Los Ferid said, his body suddenly splitting into more than 100 doppelgangers that charged at Shi Feng from different directions. Tier 5, Skill, Shadowlight Kill. After activating Shadow Kill, Los Ferid spun and swung his greatsword. Tier 5 Skill, Great Holy Cross. Tier 5 Skill, Draconic Stars. Immediately, Los Ferid's doppelgangers transformed into gigantic crosses that pierced through space. Each of these crosses then split and transformed into several dozen serpentine dragons. Several thousand serpentine dragons flew toward Shi Feng, their large numbers making it impossible to dodge or block them all. He combined 3 Tier 5 skills? Fire Dance and the others were startled when they saw Los Ferid's attack. For true expert players, combining the effects of skills was a must-learn technique. However, the higher the tier of the skills, the more difficult combining them would be. Currently, even domain realm experts like Fire Dance and Yan Tianxing could just barely combine 2 Tier 4 skills, yet Los Ferid had combined 3 Tier 5 skills. Los Ferid's combat standard was simply unprecedented. Every addition to a skill combination would double the power of the combined attack. Los Ferid's combined Tier 5 skills could exhibit quadruple the power of a standard Tier 5 skill. Moreover, Los Ferid was also wielding a legendary weapon. These two factors would probably deter even a Tier 5 dragon from receiving Los Ferid's attack. Amazing. When Shi Feng perceived the several thousand serpentine dragons flying toward him, he was awed. If this were before his fight with the scholar, he would definitely rank Los Ferid number 1 when it came to the usage of skills out of all the NPCs he knew. However, while Los Ferid's attack might seem unstoppable in the eyes of other players, that wasn't the case for Shi Feng. After Shi Feng's concentration reached the Tier 5 peak standard, his brain's processing speed had undergone another qualitative transformation. Previously, he could only increase his brain's processing speed 2-fold. Now, he could increase it 4-fold. This was also the part that made mental strength masters powerful. Nonetheless, he still didn't dare take the approaching serpentine dragons lightly. Immediately, he unsheathed the Light of Two Worlds and executed a horizontal slash. Spatial slash. Swords transmigration. Shi Feng had gotten promoted to Tier 5 only recently, so he had hardly any Tier 5 skills that could counter Los Ferid's attack. His only option to offset this shortcoming was to rely on his weapons, equipment, and techniques. The Light of Two Worlds was one of the 10 great legendary weapons. It was among the strongest legendary weapons in existence, not something ordinary legendary weapons could hope to match. The next moment, with Shi Feng as the center, a golden lotus bloomed on the battlefield, the petals of the lotus nullifying the energy making up the serpentine dragons. In the blink of an eye, the several thousand serpentine dragons vanished from the battlefield. Upon seeing that his first attack had failed, Los Ferid immediately took a different approach and transformed into a streak of light shooting towards Shi Feng. Tier 5 skill, Shadowlight Steps. Shadowlight Steps not only provided Los Ferid with a brief moment of invulnerability, but also increased his attack speed and destructive power. After appearing in front of Shi Feng and swinging his greatsword down at him, Los Ferid also let out a roar. Tier 5 skill, Voice of the Soul. When activated, Voice of the Soul would stun all enemies within a radius of several hundred yards, causing their reaction speed to plummet. The skill also dealt a heavy blow to their souls. However, Los Ferid still wasn't done, even after activating Voice of the Soul. He also activated World Strike, an additional skill that came with his greatsword. It allowed him to launch an attack at the Tier 6 peak standard and had a 1-hour cooldown. Even a Tier 6 existence would have to be wary of the combination of these 3 skills. What more a Tier 5 player like Shi Feng? However, as Los Ferid took action, Shi Feng activated Divine Steps and instantly swapped positions with a doppelganger located over 1,000 yards away from him, dodging the NPC's Voice of the Soul. Unfortunately, as all 36 of his doppelgangers were still within range of Los Ferid's World Strike, Shi Feng had no choice but to counter with World Breaker. Boom. An explosion took place in midair, and everyone on the battlefield gaped in shock when they saw the aftermath of the clash between Shi Feng and Los Ferid. The sky above the Steel Lion Fortress had turned into a dark, empty void. Some of the advanced and bronze flying ships, unfortunate enough to be caught within this void, even turned to dust. That is a powerful sword you have there. Not only did it break my World Strike, but it even injured me, Los Ferid exclaimed as he looked at the Light of Two Worlds in Shi Feng's hand. The greatsword he wielded was top tier even among legendary weapons. Yet, even after he activated his greatsword's strongest skill, his attack still lost to Shi Feng's. This was simply unbelievable. Although he lost less than 10% of his HP from the exchange, this was still an astonishing outcome. After all, ever since he equipped the Holy Star set, he had never received so much damage from a single attack until now. Meanwhile, the players inside the fortress were dumbfounded by the outcome of the clash between Shi Feng and Los Ferid. In their opinion, this was no longer a battle between humans, but a battle between gods. When Los Ferid executed his earlier attack, most of them already thought they would die. Fortunately, Shi Feng had shattered the attack. Otherwise, the Steel Lion Fortress would probably have disappeared from the Twin Towers Kingdom. You overpraise me. When Shi Feng saw that Los Ferid had received some damage, he immediately followed up on his small victory with Golden Soul, elevating his soul to the Tier 6 standard. He then swapped positions with the doppelganger closest to Los Ferid and swung the Light of Two Worlds at the NPC, Holy Annihilation. Now that Shi Feng's concentration was elevated to Tier 6 and he understood the true way to utilize the Law of Destruction, he executed Holy Annihilation with much greater proficiency than before. However, when executing this attack, Shi Feng didn't use the Heavenly Blue Saint's Destruction Magic Array. Instead, he tried using his own mana to break the operations of the ambient mana. Originally, when Shi Feng's concentration was only at the Tier 5 peak standard, accomplishing this feat would have been incredibly difficult. However, after activating Golden Soul, his control over and perception of mana had undergone a qualitative transformation. This, in turn, reduced the difficulty of the challenge significantly, turning the impossible possible. The next moment, the space Shi Feng's sword passed through transformed into an empty void, the power of his attack having reached the Tier 6 intermediate standard already. A law technique? Los Ferid was startled when he saw the destroyed space. As someone who had already mastered a world law, integrating the world law into his swordsmanship was something he had always dreamed of. However, accomplishing this feat was simply too difficult, which was why even demigods could normally only rely on mana techniques as a guide to make use of world laws. However, Shi Feng currently wasn't relying on any magic arrays as a guide. He was making use of a world law purely with his own strength. The power one could exhibit this way was much greater than what one could exhibit by relying on a mana technique. This was because a mana technique was a fixed sword technique. If one had to rely on mana techniques to make use of world laws, one could use only these specific mana techniques. However, if one could freely make use of a world law, then regardless of what technique one used, all of one's techniques would carry the power of the world law. The difference in flexibility between the two was like heaven and earth. Of course, the law technique Shi Feng currently displayed was extremely crude, and he could use only a small portion of the Law of Destruction's power. Nonetheless, Los Ferid dared not act recklessly against Shi Feng's attack. He immediately swung his greatsword. Mana technique, Burning Sea, boom. When the two swords collided, a vast void and a sea of flames appeared in the sky once more. The terrifying shockwave the collision generated even obliterated the Tier 3 combatants nearby, while those standing farther away got sent flying. Subsequently, the clangor of swords clashing rang out in the sky time after time. Apart from some Tier 4 individuals with incredibly high basic attributes, everyone else dared not stay anywhere near Shi Feng and Los Ferid's battle. The clash between Shi Feng and Los Ferid continued for more than a minute, the deafening explosions numbing everyone's mind. However, the more Shi Feng fought, the fiercer his attacks became. Despite Los Ferid doing his best to avoid a head-on clash, Shi Feng took the initiative to do the exact opposite. Shi Feng was relying on this intense life-and-death battle to familiarize himself with the process of breaking the operations of mana. As more time passed, Los Ferid gradually fell into a disadvantage, his HP decreasing continuously. Only after 2 minutes had gone by and the effect of Shi Feng's Golden Soul disappeared did Los Ferid regain the upper hand. Nevertheless, Los Ferid still couldn't put an end to the battle. This was because even after losing the ability to use his law technique, Shi Feng could still rely on Holy Annihilation to use the Law of Destruction. Hence, he had no problem clashing with Los Ferid. Moreover, both of them had healers supporting them. Unless one of them made a fatal mistake, neither was unlikely to die. In the meantime, the Blue Thunder flying ship was deeply entangled with the ancient Bone Dragon. However, as the Blue Thunder flying ship had a lot of cannons, it managed to pin down the ancient Bone Dragon while shooting down the enemy's flying ships and flying mounts one after another. When Los Ferid saw another bronze flying ship crash to the ground, his eyes twitched involuntarily. At this point, his army had already lost 4 bronze flying ships and over 20 advanced flying ships. The loss of flying mounts was even worse. These things were practically mobile targets in front of the Blue Thunder flying ship. And worse, the Steel Lion Fortress's defensive barrier was gradually taking shape once more. Evidently, the fortress's defensive magic array had already been fully reactivated. After the Tier 5 Vanguard leader repelled Fire Dance and saw that the fortress's defensive barrier was reforming, he looked toward Los Ferid and said, "Lord Ferid, we cannot continue like this. Once the defensive barrier is up again, we'll be very passive." At the Vanguard leader's words, Los Ferid gritted his teeth and commanded, "Everyone, retreat." Obedient to Losferid's command, the Outer Worlds NPC army, which only had around 2 million NPCs remaining, began an orderly retreat from the Steel Lion Fortress. Losferid, the vanguard leader, and the ancient bone dragon served as the rearguard, preventing Shi Feng and the Blue Thunder flying ship from giving chase. After the Outer World NPCs opened a teleportation portal and left the battlefield, Losferid and the vanguard leader promptly retreated into the portal as well, leaving the ancient bone dragon behind. The summoning array used to summon the ancient bone dragon could keep it under control for only a certain period. After this period was over, the ancient bone dragon would regain its freedom, hence they might as well leave it behind and have it pin down Shi Feng and the others. Once the Outer Worlds NPC army retreated, Shi Feng and the others spent around 20 minutes killing the ancient bone dragon. When the level 180 legendary monster died, Fire Dance and the others leveled up once. The monster's death also awarded Zero Wing with 1 fragmented legendary weapon, over a dozen level 180 epic weapons and equipment, and several dozen legendary materials. Upon seeing the loot, the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players belonging to other guilds couldn't help growing envious. Afterward, Shi Feng immediately rode the Blue Thunder flying ship to the Twin Towers Kingdom's 2 other battlefronts. The Red Thorn Fortresses and Thunder Gorge City's situations were much better than the Steel Lion Fortresses. This was especially true for Thunder Gorge City. Because Aqua Rose was now a Tier 5 Grand Wizard, the Outer World NPC army that attacked Thunder Gorge City received a resounding defeat, similar to the army that attacked the Steel Lion Fortress. As for the Red Thorn Fortress, although the defenders here suffered somewhat terrible losses, they still managed to repulse the enemy. With the successful defense of these 3 strongholds, the Twin Towers Kingdom's players exploded with joy. Meanwhile, news of this astonishing outcome immediately spread across the entire continent, causing a sensation in God's domain. Chapter 29:15, Tides have turned Dark Knight Empire, Thousand Nights City. Although nightfall was still several hours away, players already flooded the city's streets. In addition, more than 70% of the city's players were level 140 plus, Tier 3 experts. At this time though, all of these experts had nervous and solemn expressions on their faces. The reason for their sullen mood was the consecutive failures to defend several of the Dark Knight Empire's border fortresses and cities. By now, the Empire's players had no choice but to retreat to the largest border city in the south to fight the Outer Worlds NPCs and players. Currently, over 8 million Tier 3 players and 200 Tier 4 experts had gathered in the city, more than what one would normally see even in Dark Knight City. Starlink's residence, guild leader's office, they won? Lu Tiandi was stunned when he read the report regarding the Twin Towers Kingdom his subordinate sent him. The Outer Worlds NPC army's abrupt decision to begin its invasion of the Twin Towers Kingdom had been Lu Tiandi's dearest wish. With just the NPC forces available in the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom, there was no way the Twin Towers Kingdom could repel the Outer Worlds NPC army. After all, there were almost no Tier 5 NPCs in these 2 kingdoms. In contrast, the Outer Worlds NPC army had multiple Tier 5 NPCs leading it. In Lu Tiandi's opinion, even with Shi Feng's presence, the Twin Towers Kingdom would be fortunate to defend even one fortress, and the kingdom's fall was inevitable. Currently, out of all the Eastern Continent's empires fighting against the Outer World forces, only the Fire Dragon Empire managed to repulse the Outer World NPC army's invasion. Nonetheless, it had still lost 2 fortresses and had to resort to guerrilla warfare to stop the NPC army's advance completely. Yet, he was now told that Zero Wing had successfully defended not only the Steel Lion Fortress, but also the Red Thorn Fortress and Thunder Gorge City. Zero Wing had stopped the Outer World NPC army in its tracks at the Twin Towers Kingdom's borders. 5 first-rate guild leaders standing nearby similarly looked dumbfounded, having never thought that Zero Wing would succeed in repelling the Outer World's NPC army even without the support of their 5 guilds. Moreover, Zero Wing had even dealt significant damage to the Outer World's NPC army. This victory also meant that the guild and independent players who had participated in the defense would earn a fortune. After all, without the interference of enemy air units, they would have a much easier time killing the enemy's Tier 3 NPCs. Guild leader, according to our investigations, Zero Wing's Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose have both gotten promoted to Tier 5. Moreover, the main reason behind Zero Wing's successful defense is its Blue Thunder flying ship. That single flying ship has the power to suppress the Outer World Army's air power, Yi Kui said, a hint of envy appearing on his face when he mentioned the Blue Thunder flying ship. If not for that flying ship, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to retain those 3 strongholds even with 3 Tier 5s. The Blue Thunder flying ship? After watching a battle video showing the Blue Thunder flying ship's performance, Lu Tiandi turned to Yi Kui and ordered in a determined tone, "Do everything you can to find out how Zero Wing acquired this flying ship. So long as we can get one ourselves, resisting the Outer World's NPC army will no longer be a problem." The main reason why the Dark Knight Empire failed to defend its border fortresses and cities was its inadequate air power. As soon as the fortresses and cities' defensive magic arrays fell, The Outer World NPC army's air units had destroyed the core magic arrays very quickly, depriving the defenders of their advantages. However, the Blue Thunder flying ship had easily solved this problem. Not only did the flying ship have the power to pin down a legendary monster, but it even pummeled the Outer World's air fleet to the ground while doing so. It was basically a tyrant of the skies. Lu Tiandi wasn't the only one with designs on the Blue Thunder flying ship. After seeing its performance, the various superpowers and even the Outer World's player forces began looking into how Zero Wing acquired this flying behemoth. Countless spies began sneaking into Star Moon Kingdom and Zero Wing. Lu Tiandi had gone the extra mile, offering 100 million credits to anyone who could provide detailed information and the source of the flying ship. He had even offered 100 billion credits to anyone who could get a complete Blue Thunder flying ship for Starlink. The bounty Lu Tiandi offered instantly caused an uproar among God's Domain's players. After all, the average person wouldn't even see 10 million credits in their lifetime. Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City, Guild Leader, many of our trading firm's core members fell for Starlink's temptations and sold all information regarding the Blue Thunder flying ship to Starlink, Melancholic Smile said in an embarrassed tone as she handed a list of names to Shi Feng. Many of these people are even old members who have been with Candlelight since its establishment. Yet, this time, the Blue Thunder flying ship's construction required a lot of manpower. Although all the participants had been required to sign a confidentiality agreement and given a significant amount of remuneration for silence, some people still fell for Starlink's inducement. Now, everyone knew of the Blue Thunder flying ship's specifications and that the flying ship's design originated from Shi Feng. At Melancholic Smile's words, Fire Dance, who stood beside Shi Feng, chuckled and said, "That's nothing." Quite a few of Zero Wing's members even tried to steal the flying ship itself when it was getting repaired in the Sky Spring City residence. If not for Blackie and the others taking turns guarding it, these people might have even succeeded. The Blue Thunder flying ship wasn't bound to any specific player, although its activation required a key, storing it into an epic spatial bag didn't. It's 100 billion credits after all. Even I'm tempted to sell the flying ship, let alone them, Shi Feng said, chuckling. It's impossible to stop others from targeting the flying ship. Letting someone carry it isn't an option either. The only thing we can do is strengthen the security around it. Piloting the Blue Thunder flying ship required a minimum of 10 people. While having someone carry it in their bag might prevent theft to a certain degree, nobody knew when the Outer World's NPC army would strike again. Should the Outer World's NPC army return and the person holding the flying ship just so happened to be preoccupied with something, Zero Wing would be put into a very awkward situation. I've already stationed 4 Tier 4 Fine Gold guards inside the flying ship's control room. Without orders from you or one of the Vice Guild leaders, they will not allow anyone to pilot it, Fang Shihan said, nodding in agreement with Shi Feng's words. Even if someone inside the guild plans to steal the flying ship, they will need to deal with those 4 guards first. The Tier 4 Fine Gold guards possessed combat power at the Tier 4 peak standard. Each of them could take on 2 or 3 ordinary Tier 4 players easily. Only Tier 4 players at the Void Realm standard and fully geared and epic equipment could fight one-on-one with these guards. Tier 3 players stood no chance whatsoever. By the way, how's the production of the Blue Thunder flying ships and flame beast puppets coming along? Shi Feng asked Melancholic Smile. Even Tier 5 combatants could do very little to affect the state of the current War of Worlds. To defend against the Outer World's NPC army adequately, Zero Wing would need a large number of Blue Thunder flying ships and flame beast puppets. The flame beast puppets' production difficulty and manpower requirement are lower, so we've already manufactured 3 of them thus far. We just need to engrave the core runes and magic arrays to complete them, Melancholic Smile reported. As for the Blue Thunder flying ship, we have encountered some difficulties. With the materials we have on hand, we can produce 3 more flying ships. However, because of the information leak, the various powers have started purchasing the production materials as well, so subsequent manufacturing will be a problem. In that case, build those 3 flying ships first and then focus on producing the Flame Beast puppets, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. The Outer World's 19th Army Corps had attacked only 3 locations in the Twin Towers Kingdom. With the 19th Army Corps' strength, it could attack 5 or 6 locations simultaneously if it wanted to. If that happened, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to defend all of the targeted locations in time. At least 3 Blue Thunder flying ships were needed to defend the Twin Towers Kingdom's borders adequately. Guild Leader, the Secret Pavilion, contacted us earlier, asking us to help them using the Blue Thunder flying ship. In return, they are willing to pay us 100,000 gold coins and 300,000 magic crystals as remuneration, Feng Shihan said as she forwarded the Secret Pavilion's request for help to Shi Feng. She then added, "Because of the rewards we gave out to players who managed to kill the Outer World NPCs, Zero Wing Cities and Ancient Rock Cities' incomes have been greatly reduced. If we help the Secret Pavilion a few times, it will relieve a lot of the financial pressure on the guild." Previously, Shi Feng had basically wiped out all of Zero Wing's liquid funds to obtain the 2 designs. The guild was also spending a lot of money to strengthen Ancient Rock City and recruit more members. After pondering on the matter for a moment, Shi Feng said, We can help them, but we currently cannot afford to mobilize the Blue Thunder flying ship. Tell them that we are willing to send, at most, 3 flame beast puppets. Also, in addition to the coins and magic crystals, we will need 20 magic elven stones, 100 titan gold ingots, and 107 luminaries crystals as payment. The Blue Thunder flying ship was of utmost importance to the Twin Towers Kingdom's defense right now, so it definitely couldn't be sent outside the kingdom's borders. However, if the secret pavilion was only looking to defend a fortress or city, 3 flame beast puppets would more than suffice as reinforcements. After all, Tier 5 combatants were rare even among the Outer Worlds NPC army. Although the addition of 3 Tier 5 combatants might not let the secret pavilion achieve a landslide victory, the secret pavilion wouldn't have any trouble defending its fortresses and cities. I'll notify them right away, Feng Shihan said, nodding. Although Shi Feng's conditions were slightly more demanding, they were preferable to losing a fortress or city. After all, losing an area's stronghold to the Outer World NPCs also meant losing access to the area's resources. Once the Outer World NPCs captured an area, no native player would dare set foot there to harvest resources anymore. Just as Feng Shihan expected, the secret pavilion agreed to Shi Feng's conditions without hesitation. The secret pavilion also asked that Zero Wing come over as soon as possible, as the Outer World's NPC army had already started moving. The NPC army would take another 1 or 2 days, at most, before it began its assault on another one of the Firewing Empire's NPC cities. In response to the secret pavilion's request, Shi Feng immediately started engraving the core magic arrays of the 3 flame beast puppets. A few hours later, he completed the engravings and had Feng Shihan bring the 3 50-meter-tall combat puppets to East Lake City, one of the Firewing Empire's border cities. When the battle at East Lake City took place, the difference between the two sides was significant. Although the Firewing Empire had dispatched 2 Tier 5 NPCs and over 500 Tier 4 NPCs to defend the city, the Outer Worlds NPC army had dispatched an even stronger force of 4 Tier 5 NPCs, over 1,000 Tier 4 NPCs, and 6 million Tier 3 NPCs. The difference between the player armies of the two sides was also significant. Although the secret pavilion had dispatched many of its experts and gathered the help of many guilds, it only managed to form an army of around 400 Tier 4 players and 10 million Tier 3 players. In comparison, the Outer Worlds player army had over 800 Tier 4 players and 10 million Tier 3 players. The battle at East Lake City lasted more than a day. During this time, the 3 Flame Beast puppets played a vital role, pinning down 2 Tier 5 NPCs and 1 Tier 5 summoned creature. In the end, the Tier 5 summoned creature's control duration ran out, and the Outer Worlds NPCs and players had no choice but to retreat. Although the Secret Pavilion suffered a casualty ratio of 6-4, with 6 of the Secret Pavilion's members dying for every 4 of the Outer Worlds players, this result still shook the entire Eastern continent. This was because no empire had ever attained such a casualty ratio before this battle. Typically, the various empires had an 8-2 or even 9-1 casualty ratio. If all battles could end with a 6-4 casualty ratio, the Eastern continent's native forces would have a significant advantage in the long run, and the Outer World forces would eventually suffer defeat. This was because of the significant difference between the respawn points of the two sides. The Outer World players who died in battle could get resurrected only at the World Passage's entrance. This meant that they would have to travel a great distance to return to the battlefield. Native players, on the other hand, could get resurrected in the fortresses or city's resurrection temple and rejoin the battle immediately. After the battle at East Lake City, many of the Eastern Continent's superpowers started sending requests for help to Zero Wing. Shi Feng was naturally more than happy to accept these requests. Zero Wing could earn a ton of wealth, as well as the materials needed to manufacture the Blue Thunder flying ships and Flame Beast puppets through these requests and even accumulate 7 luminaries crystals. Subsequently, for the next month or so, Zero Wing's Flame Beast puppets visited one battlefield after another on the Eastern Continent. Initially, there were only 3 Flame Beast puppets moving from one battlefield to another. Later on, there were a dozen Flame Beast puppets divided among 3 or 4 battlefields at a time. Eventually, there were 34 Flame Beast puppets fighting in more than 10 battlefields simultaneously. Because of these Flame Beast puppets, the Eastern Continent's overall war situation experienced a significant improvement. In the meantime, Zero Wing had made a huge profit. And because of this massive wealth, not only did Zero Wing City, Ancient Rock City, Silver Wing City, and Stone Forest City receive comprehensive improvements, but even the Lost Town had been upgraded to a basic city. Now, over 1 million Zero Wing members could be seen training in the Lost Town at all times. Moreover, during this past month, Zero Wing's Tier 3 member count had also breached 3 million. And thanks to the Lost Town's extraordinary tower and the environments of Zero Wing City and Ancient Rock City, the number of experts getting promoted to Tier 4 in Zero Wing also far exceeded that of all guilds in God's domain. Zero Wing now had over 200 Tier 4 players under its command. In addition, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Yan Tianxing had succeeded in creating their Tier 5 mana bodies and gotten promoted to Tier 5, instantly increasing Zero Wing's overall combat power by a considerable margin. This development caused all of God's Domain's guilds to grow envious. After all, during the same period, the 5 great super guilds had managed to produce only one Tier 5 player each in contrast to Zero Wing's 3. Moreover, this was after they had expended all their war contributions to exchange for resources that could aid in the Tier 5 promotion. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's combat support, many player forces had managed to produce a significant number of Tier 4 players by utilizing the resources they acquired from their respective kingdoms and empires. This, in turn, gradually bridged the gap between God's Domains and the Outer Worlds players and turned the tide of the War of Worlds in the Eastern Continent's favor. On the other hand, Starlink, which had constantly been opposing Zero Wing, wasn't doing so well. Starlink had failed to defend many of the NPC cities it controlled in the Dark Knight Empire and lost most of its investments there. The situation in the other empires and kingdoms Starlink operated was similar, and Starlink fell to the bottom of the various superpowers. Now, many of its members were even withdrawing from the guild. However, just when everyone thought the Second War of Worlds would stabilize again, like last time, an earth-shattering battle took place in Flamehorn City, one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 8 cities. Working together, Flamehorn City's magistrate Krabiti, who was the Fire Dragon Empire's former deputy knight commander and a level 200, tier 5 dragon knight, and the War God's Temple's elder Lovefrid, who was a demigod-level existence and one of the 10 saints, fought a mysterious youth in Flamehorn City. However, after only 3 exchanges, the mysterious youth reduced both Krobity and Lovefrid to ashes, and Flamehorn City disappeared from the Fire Dragon Empire. 5 days later, the mysterious youth appeared in the Glory Empire's Light City, along with several of the Outer Worlds Tier 5 NPCs. Together, they stormed the palace in Light City and killed the Glory Empire's Emperor and over a dozen other Tier 5 existences. Afterward, Light City also disappeared from the map of God's Domain. The Glory Empire fell in the blink of an eye, which plunged the Eastern Continent into unprecedented fear. During the First War of Worlds, only kingdoms had fallen to the Outer World. In the eyes of players, empires were unshakable existences. This was because an empire's foundation wasn't something that Tier 5 existences could threaten. Even the appearance of multiple Tier 5 dragons would, at most, cause an empire severe losses. Not to mention, the attacked city was the Glory Empire's capital. The ancient barrier protecting the city could allow an allied Tier 5 combatant to go up against several hostile Tier 5 combatants easily. Light City itself had also had over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs garrisoning it, with some of them even equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. It was no exaggeration to say that Light City could put up a fight against even Tier 6 gods. Yet, the invincible Glory Empire had still fallen. Moreover, the souls of a considerable portion of the players killed in Light City had sustained heavy damage, which prohibited those players from logging into the game for 1 whole month. Some even had to restart with a new account. Ancient Rock City, City Lord's Mansion, Core Control Room, currently, Shi Feng sat alone inside the quiet and spacious hall. With Golden Soul activated, he tried using his mind to completely stop the operation of all mana within his vicinity. Over the past month, Shi Feng had not only reached level 1922, but also learned how to forcibly stop the operation of mana. Even without the help of Golden Soul, he could now incorporate the Law of Destruction into his sword techniques. The only problem was that doing so placed a much heavier burden on his concentration. It seems I need to push my concentration to tier 6 no matter what. Otherwise, I can't truly control the Law of Destruction. When the effects of Golden Soul disappeared, Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the shattered space around him. At this point, he was already flummoxed by the difficulty of raising his concentration to the Tier 6 standard. He had originally thought that he could continuously develop his concentration with the help of soul water and crystals of souls. Even if the process took a lot of time, it wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, he discovered that he was mistaken. Roughly 2 weeks ago, he had sensed that his concentration had reached the limits of Tier 5. No matter how much soul water and crystals of souls he consumed after that, his concentration did not improve in the slightest. In contrast, after consuming the meditation potions in the real world, he had broken through to the 3-star mental strength master standard 2 days ago. His improvement in the real world was many times faster than in God's domain. Just when Shi Feng was racking his mind on how to improve his concentration, Feng Shihan suddenly entered the hall. Approaching Shi Feng with a magic crystal recorder, Feng Shihan said with a grim expression, "Guild leader, I've uncovered the purpose of that mysterious youth's actions." "What's his aim?" Shi Feng asked with concern. When the mysterious youth appeared in Flamehorn City, Shi Feng had already guessed the other party's identity. The mysterious youth was none other than the scholar. However, compared to their meeting in the evil god's secret land, the scholar who had appeared in Flamehorn City had undergone significant changes. During their last meeting, the scholar didn't have any divine markings on his face. In Flamehorn City, the scholar had dark purple divine markings on his forehead and cheeks. Moreover, he also gave off a sacred feeling. His aim should be the 7 treasures. According to the information and video recordings taken, he demanded the 7 treasures from the NPCs he fought, Feng Shihan said as she passed the magic crystal recorder to Shi Feng. When Shi Feng activated the crystal, what appeared before him was a video recording of the battle in Light City. This video was taken by a Tier 4 assassin who had been spectating the battle from far away using a magic mirror. In the video, the Glory Empire's Emperor could be seen taking out a silver emblem. Several barriers then appeared in front of the Emperor, which blocked all of the scholar's attacks. After seeing his attacks blocked, the scholar said, as expected of the treasure of space, "Hand over the spatial emblem, and I will spare your life." However, the Emperor did not agree to the scholar's demand, and he fought the scholar to a standstill, relying on his superb spatial manipulation techniques. Eventually, though, the scholar took out his staff, and the battle was quickly decided. Meanwhile, after seeing that the situation was amiss, the Tier 4 assassin, who was recording the battle, promptly fled Light City. He's looking for the 7 treasures? Shi Feng frowned. Shi Feng had constantly been searching for the 7 treasures. However, even now, he had managed to acquire only 4 of them, the Treasure of Illusion, Treasure of Fire, and Treasure of Fire, and Treasure of Wind. The Treasure of Wind was something Fire Dance, and the others had gone to great lengths to locate and obtain. As for the 3 remaining treasures he was missing, he never found any information on them. Shi Feng never thought that the scholar would also be looking for the 7 treasures. This was undoubtedly terrible news for him. Shi Feng suspected that the scholar was currently under some restrictions, which prevented the scholar from attacking him. However, there was no doubt that the scholar was slowly and steadily removing those restrictions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared attack and kill Tier 5 NPCs. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the scholar came for him. "Oh, by the way, guild leader, I found the 2 weapons you asked me to find," Feng Shihan said as she took out 2 longswords from her bag. With a pained expression, she continued, "The one named Broken Steel cost us 1 fragmented legendary weapon and 1 fragmented legendary armor to acquire. The 2 longswords she took out were both epic weapons that could be used up to level 100. Although they were excellent weapons for Tier 4 experts, they were hardly as valuable as fragmented legendary weapons. Yet Shi Feng was willing to exchange for them using fragmented legendary weapons. This was simply a huge loss." "Great, this is great," Shi Feng grew ecstatic as he looked at the 2 longswords. Of the 2 swords, the sky blue one was named Broken Steel, while the black one was named Night Slayer. Although Feng Shihan deemed Shi Feng's decision wasteful, he paid no heed to the cost at all. After all, even 10 fragmented legendary weapons weren't worth as much as 1 legendary weapon. Not to mention, Solomon's Sword was one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Previously, after the scholar's sudden appearance in Flamehorn City, Shi Feng had been thinking of completing Solomon's Sword to elevate his strength further. Otherwise, with the Light of 2 Worlds alone, he would have difficulty keeping himself alive in front of the scholar. The instant Shi Feng accepted the 2 longswords from Feng Shihan, a system notification entered his ears. System. All the fragments of Solomon's Sword detected. Do you wish to recast Solomon's Sword? Recast it. Chapter 29-116, Solomon's Sword. When Shi Feng chose to recast Solomon's Sword, the 5 fragments of Solomon's Sword appeared in front of him one after another. Killing Ray, Disaster Blade, Netherworld Brilliance, Night Slayer, and Broken Steel. The 5 longswords resonated with one another and released a dazzling brilliance. A few seconds later, the 5 longswords fused, transforming into a crimson longsword with black markings. Black electric arcs flickered around the blade of the weapon, their presence repeatedly shattering the surrounding space. The instant the crimson longsword took shape, Feng Shihan was stunned. A legendary weapon? At this point, Feng Shihan was already familiar with the aura of legendary weapons. After all, Zero Wing had 5. Besides Shi Feng's Light of 2 Worlds, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Yan Tianxing each had a legendary weapon. Recently, Violet Cloud had also finally upgraded her Death Sai to the legendary rank. Every legendary weapon could grant its user the power to transcend tiers. With a legendary weapon, a Tier 5 player would instantly become an existence close to rivaling Tier 6 gods. Legendary weapons far exceeded fragmented legendary weapons in performance. After Solomon's Sword took shape, Shi Feng excitedly grabbed it and checked its statistics. Solomon's Sword, one-handed sword, legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 50,000, tier 4 attack power, 460% of strength attack, speed 3% of agility plus vitality. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks ignore 100% defense. Attacks have a 15% chance to increase attack speed by 300%. Attacks have a 60% chance to deal 300% damage. Attacks have a 20% chance to deal 1000% damage. Attacks deal 200% damage to targets under tier 6. Attacks carry the soul weakening effect. Strength increased by 300%. Agility increased by 89%. Intelligence increased by 150%. Endurance up to tier 6 peak. Power of all attacks increased by 2 ranks. Up to Tier 6 peak, effective mana increased by 200%, all concentration consumption reduced by 30%. Additional passive skill Eternal Soul improves the user's soul significantly and increases world perception by 1 level. Additional active skill 1, Destructive Thunderbolt, Tier 6, with the user as the center, inflict devastating damage to all enemies within a 10,000-yard radius for up to 10 seconds. The longer the skill is kept active, the greater its power becomes up to Tier 6 peak. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional active skill 2, World Sword, Tier 6, create 99 formless swords using the power of the world. The created swords will carry power 2 ranks higher than the user. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional active skill 3, Final Sword, Tier 6, activate all of Solomon's sword's power using the power of the user's soul for 1 attack. The stronger the user's soul, the stronger the activated power will be, up to Tier 6 peak rank. The resulting attack is capable of destroying the soul of all things. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Created by the ancient god of thunder. Solomon's sword possesses the power source of an ancient god, and it is capable of destroying all things, as expected of one of the 10 great legendary weapons. Its attributes are not the slightest bit inferior to the Light of Two Worlds'. Shi Feng was astonished when he read Solomon's sword's statistics. The Light of Two Worlds was a weapon focused on improving its wielder's life rating, while Solomon's sword focused on improving its wielder's soul. The effects of the two weapons were of equal importance. When used together, they easily surpassed other legendary weapon pairings. Although Shi Feng still hadn't reached Tier 6, both his life rating and soul were now close to reaching the Tier 6 standard. If he were to fight Losfered, the commander of the Outer World's 19th Army Corps, he could probably gain the upper hand even without using Golden Soul. By the way, there's one more important matter I need to tell you, guild leader, Feng Shihan said. She then took out an invitation card made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystal and handed it to Shi Feng. This is the invitation the 5 great super guilds sent to all first-rate guilds and above in God's domain. They are hosting a conference in Blackwing City tomorrow to discuss countermeasures for the Outer World forces and that mysterious youth. 7 Luminaries crystal? What a generous move. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the invitation card in his hand. 7 Luminaries crystal was a resource the various superpowers were desperately trying to acquire. Even though Zero Wing had done the same, the guild only had a stockpile of 160,000 units and dared not spend them recklessly. Yet, the 5 great super guilds had used 7 Luminaries crystals to create the invitation cards they sent to the various guilds. Moreover, this invitation card wasn't just a plain card, it had a special teleportation array engraved on it that allowed the card's owner to teleport to Blackwing City. Shi Feng estimated that one invitation card would cost at least 5 7 Luminaries crystals to make. Meanwhile, there were easily over 1,000 first-rate guilds, super first-rate guilds, and super guilds in God's domain. In other words, the 5 great super guilds would have had to spend at least 5,000 7 Luminaries crystals. The 7 Luminaries crystal invitation card is the highest-ranking invitation. Below it are Monostone and Magic Crystal invitation cards, Feng Shihan explained. According to the different invitation cards, the number of companions one can bring along will differ as well. The Magic Crystal invitation only allows you to bring 1 companion, while the Monostone invitation allows for 2 companions, and the 7 Luminaries crystal invitation allows for 4 companions. Even so, this is still plenty amazing. Creating these special teleportation items alone would cost a pretty penny after all, Shi Feng said. If it were up to him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to spend so much just to host a conference. Of course, the fact that the 5 great super guilds were willing to go so far also showed how much of a threat the mysterious youth was. Even in his previous life, he had never once seen such a grand conference in God's domain. Are we going? Feng Shihan couldn't help asking. In terms of overall combat power, Zero Wing was currently the undisputed #1 guild in God's domain. The guild also wouldn't have any problems defending the Twin Towers Kingdom and its several guild cities. Hence, it didn't really matter whether Zero Wing participated in this conference or not. Moreover, Zero Wing was enemies with 2 of the 5 great super guilds. Of course we're going, Shi Feng said smiling. Have Fire, Violet, and Tianxing get ready. The 4 of you are coming with me. At this point, he no longer cared about the Outer World's NPC army. However, it was a different story for the scholar. According to Zero Wing's investigations, the scholar had deep ties with the Outer World's NPCs. It was quite likely that Shi Feng would have to face the Outer World's NPC army when he met with the scholar again. Hence, he had to get the help of God's domain's player forces. After all, the various kingdoms and empires had opened up their treasuries because of the War of Worlds. With the various promotion resources these treasuries offered, the players of God's domain would improve rapidly. At the current rate, Tier 5 players would probably start popping up in larger numbers in another 1 or 2 months. At that time, the various superpowers' advantages would start to reveal themselves, and they would become significantly more useful than they were now. Most importantly, Zero Wing could take advantage of this guild conference to solidify its position in God's domain. After all, Zero Wing currently had very little influence in the Western continent. Moreover, because the Western continent wasn't involved in the War of Worlds, the Western continent's exploration of dungeons and ruins was significantly faster than the Eastern continent's. I'll notify them right away. Feng Shihan nodded to Shi Feng's command. Truthfully, she was very interested in this gathering. After all, once the conference ended, the experts of the various guilds would interact with each other. These interactions might not seem like much on the surface, but they would allow experts to learn about different combat techniques and expand their knowledge of mana. If she was lucky and received inspiration, she might be able to create her Tier 5 mana body. Currently, her mana body's completion rate had reached 20%, and she couldn't improve it no matter how much she tried. Rather than persisting in her current training, it would be much better to spar with other experts. Early the next morning, Shi Feng teleported to Blackwing City together with Feng Shihan and the others. As for Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, they were tasked with keeping guard over Zero Wing's guild cities and the Twin Towers Kingdom as a precaution. Blackwing City Teleportation Hall, along with a flash of light, Shi Feng's group of 5 arrived in the Teleportation Hall's central teleportation array. Blackwing City was much more crowded than normal. Apart from the experts of the invited guilds, experts from uninvited guilds and independent players were also in the city. The 5 great super guilds had invited all of God's Domain's first-rate guilds and above to attend the conference this time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that most of God's Domain's top experts were gathered in Blackwing City today. This was a situation that normally couldn't be found in any city. Even if the uninvited guilds and independent players couldn't participate in the conference, they could still get a look at God's Domain's strongest players. If they were fortunate, they might even get to see these top experts sparring with each other. Hence, when news of the 5 great super guilds holding a grand conference got out, countless guilds and players sought to enter Blackwing City. If not for Blackwing City requiring an entry pass, players would have long since flooded the city to the point of overflowing. Nonetheless, the number of players currently gathered in Blackwing City still exceeded 30 million. Moreover, most of the players roaming Blackwing City's streets were Tier 3. Tier 4 players were also present in large numbers. In the current Blackwing City, even Refinement Realm experts would have to act carefully and humbly. Otherwise, there was a high chance they would end up offending a Flowing Water Realm expert or even a Void Realm expert. When Shi Feng arrived at the Blackwing Auction House, the designated conference venue, he found that over 1,000 Tier 4 experts belonging to the 5 great super guilds had established a perimeter. Even the weakest among these Tier 4 experts was at level 170 and geared in level 180 Dark Gold set equipment. Quite a number of these experts also had 4 to 5 pieces of level 180 epic equipment and weapons. As for the 5 players standing in the lead, not only were they over level 180, but even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 180 epic equipment. All 5 of these players also boasted a fragmented legendary weapon paired with 2 or 3 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. These players thoroughly displayed the 5 great super guilds' might. With all these Tier 4 players gathered in front of the Blackwing Auction House, the terrifying aura they exuded deterred even ordinary Tier 4 players from approaching the building. This is crazy. So, this is the 5 great super guilds' strength? Crap. Our guild barely has any level 180 epic equipment, yet every one of the 5 great super guilds' Tier 4 experts has at least one. I think that any one of those 5 people standing in the lead can easily beat up our entire guild. Who do you think you are? Your guild is only a third-rate guild. Those 5 people wouldn't have trouble wiping out even second-rate guilds. Do you know who those people are? They're the strongest talents belonging to the 5 great super guilds' younger generation. I heard that not only have all 5 of them reached the domain realm, but their mana bodies are even above the 110% completion rate. They are all bona fide monsters. It's a pity our guild isn't a first-rate guild. Otherwise, we would get to participate in the conference too. The players crowding the street outside the Blackwing Auction House spoke with awe as they looked at the 5 great super guilds members. At the same time, they also felt envious of the players participating in the conference this time. After all, if they could learn a thing or two from one of the 5 great super guilds' Tier 4 experts, it would easily save them several months of training. Amid the crowd's hushed discussions, Tier 4 experts approached the Blackwing Auction House and presented their invitation cards one after another. Then the 5 great super guilds' experts ushered them into the auction house. At one point, when the leader of a 3-man group presented a 7 luminaries crystal invitation, a commotion immediately erupted among the bystanders. This was because the middle-aged man, who was the leader of this 3-man group, was actually a Tier 5 expert, one nobody had ever heard of before. What a bunch of ignorant fools. Do they think only superpowers can produce Tier 5 experts? One of the 3-man group's members, a female great wizard holding a crimson staff, scoffed as she looked at the surrounding crowd scornfully. Sooner or later, our name of Shadow Vengeance will echo throughout God's domain. She felt only contempt for the various superpowers experts. This was because the various superpowers experts had relied on an astronomical amount of resources to develop themselves. In comparison, she and the experts of her guild had achieved their current strength through one battle after another. I heard that the Eastern Continent's Zero Wing would be attending as well. Between Guild Leader and Black Flame, I wonder who is stronger. The third member of the group, a brown-haired youth, said excitedly. Of course, our Guild Leader is stronger. That Black Flame is only famous because he's the first person to reach Tier 5, the female Great Wizard sneered. She had great confidence in Iron Soul, their Guild Leader. This was because Iron Soul could receive a Tier 5 legendary monster's attack and survive while at Tier 4. Now that Iron Soul had reached Tier 5, his strength was immeasurable. Iron Soul, the middle-aged man, did not refute his companion's words either. One of his goals in participating in the conference this time was to spar with God's Domain's other Tier 5 players and use this opportunity to bring Shadow Vengeance's name to fame. However, shortly after the Great Wizard finished speaking, crisp and sweet laughter entered the ears of their group of 3. What a bold claim. I wonder if your guild leader really is as strong as you say he is? As soon as these words fell, the trio from Shadow Vengeance turned toward the source of the voice and found themselves looking at a group of 5. The one who spoke was a tall woman with an alluring body clad in dark red leather Zero Wings Fire Dance. 4 Tier 5s? Currently, Shi Feng's group of 5 did not bother concealing their identities or statistics, hence the surrounding crowd gasped when they saw their tiers. Tier 5 players were basically mythical existences in the current God's Domain. Most superpowers didn't even have one Tier 5 player under their command, yet Zero Wing had gained 3 more Tier 5 players aside from Black Flame, Gentle Snow, and Aqua Rose. At this time, the trio from Shadow Vengeance felt pressured. They never thought that Zero Wing was this strong. If it were a one-on-one, Iron Soul was confident he could still put up a fight. However, he would only be seeking his own death if he tried to fight 4 Tier 5 experts. After all, anyone capable of reaching Tier 5 definitely wasn't a weakling. If Tier 5 experts worked together, it wouldn't merely be a simple addition of combat power. Instead, their combat power would rise exponentially. Just when the female Great Wizard from Shadow Vengeance was about to say something, Fire Dance suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Before Iron Soul and his companions could react, Fire Dance was already standing in front of the 3 of them. Her movements were even more astonishing than someone using instantaneous movement. Someone using instantaneous movement would at least generate spatial fluctuations that others could detect. However, Fire Dance's movements generated neither sound nor fluctuation. Her presence had even disappeared completely when she moved. By the time Iron Soul's group detected her presence again, she had already crossed the 100-yard distance between them, as if she had been standing in front of them all along. If you want to fight our guild leader, you'll have to go through me first, Fire Dance said, smiling as she looked at Iron Soul's group. She then disappeared and reappeared by Shi Feng's side. Only after Shi Feng's group of 5 had entered the Blackwing auction house did the Tier 4 players outside the auction house snap out of their daze. What amazing footwork. Iron Soul had a grim expression as he looked at Fire Dance's departing figure. Guild leader, did you manage to see what she did? The female Great Wizard couldn't help asking. Tier 5 players possessed far superior life ratings than Tier 4 players. There was even a massive gap in basic attributes. Hence, it was incredibly difficult for a Tier 4 player like herself to perceive the movements of a Tier 5 player. However, it should be a different story for Iron Soul. He could speed up his thoughts twofold with his Tier 5 concentration, so he should be able to perceive Fire Dance's movements. I didn't, Iron Soul said, shaking his head. In a quiet tone, he added, rather than saying that she's fast, it'd be more appropriate to say that she exists everywhere within her mana domain. The mastery she has over her mana domain far exceeds mine. Is she that strong? The female Great Wizard was astonished. Since someone as strong as Iron Soul had said so, even if she didn't want to, she had no choice but to acknowledge that Fire Dance was probably stronger than Iron Soul. After recollecting himself, Iron Soul looked at his 2 companions and said, there are countless experts in God's domain, and anyone capable of reaching Tier 5 is extraordinary. You should be more careful with your words. The fact that Black Flame has garnered such a reputation for himself proves that he isn't weak. At this point, Iron Soul no longer had any plans to ask Shi Feng for a spar. After all, his chances of defeating even Fire Dance were slim already. What qualifications did he have to challenge God's domain's strongest player? Besides Shadow Vengeance, the other player forces originating from the Western continent promptly stopped underestimating Zero Wing. This was especially true for the superpowers that had managed to produce Tier 5 players. Time passed quickly. The number of guilds gathered in the Blackwing auction house continuously increasing. Several hours later, all of the invited guilds had finally arrived. Over 1,000 guilds were attending the conference, bringing more than 2,000 Tier 4 players and 23 Tier 5 players in all. The number of Tier 5 players attending the conference far exceeded everyone's expectations. Of the 23 Tier 5 players in attendance, 10 belonged to the 5 great super guilds. Apart from the original 5 Tier 5 players, the 5 great super guilds had each produced one more Tier 5 player during this period. The Secret Pavilion, Battle Wolves, Flower of Seven Sins, Violet Sword, Sacred Temple, and Divine Tribe had each produced one Tier 5 player as well. And in addition to Shadow Vengeance, 2 other first-rate guilds had also produced one Tier 5 player each. Even Shi Feng did not expect such a development. With this revelation, the hierarchy of God's Domain's player forces was bound to change drastically. However, compared to the change in God's domain's power hierarchy, the information the 5 great superguilds and secret pavilion shared was even more astonishing. According to their investigations, the mysterious youth had actually unified the Outer World's NPC army. Currently, all of the Outer World's NPCs scattered across the eastern continent were quietly making their way to the Fire Dragon Empire. This revelation put a grim expression on everyone's face. Needless to say, the mysterious youth intended to strike at the Fire Dragon Empire, one of God's domain's 4 great empires, by gathering such a large force. Although they didn't know the mysterious youth's aim, if the Fire Dragon Empire disappeared, the eastern continent would probably be doomed as well. That basically sums up the situation. After the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin shared all of the investigation results with everyone in the hall, he said, "Currently, the eastern continent's various kingdoms and empires have started sending troops to the Fire Dragon Empire already. They are also doing their best to hinder the Outer World NPC army's movements. However, we estimate that the Outer World NPC army will finish gathering in, at most, another month. Once the Outer World NPCs have gathered, they will launch an all-out attack on the Fire Dragon Empire. To weaken the Outer World NPCs, we need to conduct guerrilla warfare together with the various kingdoms and empires and try to reduce the Outer World NPC army's strength as much as possible." However, just as Yuan Tiexin was about to go into detail about the secret pavilion and the 5 great superguilds' plan to weaken the Outer World's NPC army, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the Blackwing auction house. The next moment, the space within the stadium-sized conference venue shattered, and 2 8-winged women walked out of the shattered space. The aura that the 2 alluring women radiated immobilized all of the Tier 4 players present. Only the Tier 5 players could barely move. Fallen Archangels? Why would they appear here? Everyone doubted their eyes when they saw the 2 alluring women. Fallen angels were existences close to rivaling dragons, while fallen archangels rivaled divine dragons. Meanwhile, the 2 women before them were both bona fide level 200, Tier 5 fallen archangels. In an era where Tier 6 gods had disappeared from the mortal world, Tier 5 fallen archangels were no different from gods. Heaven-blessed individuals hand over the 7 treasures. After declaring the reason for their presence, one of the fallen archangels turned to Shi Feng, while the other faced a Tier 5 middle-aged man, Iron Soul. They're going straight for the 7 treasures? Shi Feng's expression turned solemn as he looked at the 2 fallen archangels. Shi Feng already had a huge headache dealing with the scholar. However, he never thought that the scholar could get 2 fallen archangels to do his bidding. This situation was simply inconceivable. Others might not know the true extent of a Tier 5 fallen archangel's strength, but he did. In the past, he had watched a Tier 6 God-ranked expert clash with a Tier 5 fallen archangel. That person was none other than Endless Scars, the #1 expert on God's Domain's experts list at the time. Back then, despite wielding a legendary weapon, Endless Scars had struggled to kill a level 220, Tier 5 fallen archangel. If an ordinary Tier 6 God-ranked expert encountered a Tier 5 fallen archangel, their only option was to run away. After all, a Tier 5 fallen archangel could slay a Tier 6 God-ranked expert by relying on their immensely high HP. Now, 2 fallen archangels had appeared in the Blackwing auction house. Chapter 2917, Ancient Gods Awakening. When the 2 fallen archangels saw that neither Shi Feng nor Iron Soul showed any intention of handing over the 7 treasures, they both immediately summoned a spear of crimson lightning. Die. The 2 fallen archangels threw their spears at Shi Feng and Iron Soul simultaneously. Tier 5, Taboo Skill, Thundering Devastator. The lightning spears were incredibly fast, leaving red trails as they shot toward their respective targets. The Tier 4 players in the spear's paths died instantly, their bodies evaporating without a trace. The Tier 4 players killed didn't even realize that they had died. They only saw a red light enter their vision before they found themselves forcibly logged out of the game. Of those present in the hall, only the Tier 5 players managed to react to the fallen archangel's lightning spears. Iron Soul immediately grabbed his shield and entered a defensive stance when he saw one of the lightning spears coming for him. Simultaneously, spatial barriers formed in front of him one after another, 30 of them tightly packed in front of Iron Soul's Dark Mist shield. This was Iron Soul's trademark move. Mana technique, Boundless Barrier. Boundless Barrier was also why he managed to block an attack from a Tier 5 legendary monster when he was still at Tier 4. Now that he was at Tier 5, the technique's defensive power had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Boom. The next moment, the lightning spear thrown at Iron Soul pierced through the spatial barriers one after another. However, with each layer the spear penetrated, the spear's power also weakened. When the spear broke through all 30 layers and landed on Iron Soul's Dark Mist shield, the shield acted like a black hole that absorbed all of the spear's remaining power. Iron Soul stumbled half a step backward and lost around 10 million HP. For Iron Soul, a level 186 Tier 5 Guardian Knight, losing 10 million HP was nothing. Not to mention, unlike the average Tier 5 Guardian Knight who had around 200 million HP, Iron Soul's maximum HP was 300 million. This was because, in addition to coming across many fortuitous opportunities, he also boasted a legendary shield. Iron Soul might not rank at the top among Tier 5 players in attack power, but he definitely ranked first in defense. This was also what gave Iron Soul the confidence to challenge the various superpowers Tier 5 experts. However, before any of the players could voice their awe of Iron Soul's amazing defense, the lightning spear thrown at Shi Feng crashed into an invisible wall and deflected toward the hall's ceiling. The spear then pierced through the ceiling's defensive magic array and opened a hole in the ceiling, revealing the sky outside. Everyone was thunderstruck. What did he do? That's a Tier 5 taboo skill we're talking about. Many of the Tier 4 experts, and even the 5 great super guilds Tier 5 experts, hadn't caught how Shi Feng had actually deflected a Tier 5 taboo skill just now. Moreover, Shi Feng did not receive even a point of damage in the process. He was evidently much stronger than Iron Soul. However, Shi Feng did not relax after turning the Fallen Archangel's attack. Instead, he shouted, "Everyone, exit the hall immediately. This is Blackwing City. So long as the NPCs arrive, these 2 Fallen Archangels should leave." Everyone hurriedly moved their feet when they heard Shi Feng's words, none of them daring to linger for even a moment longer. Although Shi Feng and Iron Soul had effortlessly stopped the 2 Fallen Archangels' attacks, everyone could tell that the Fallen Archangels had merely launched a casual attack just now. Apart from the Tier 5 players present, anyone that accidentally got caught in one of the Fallen Archangels' attacks would probably vaporize. After all, these 2 Fallen Archangels were existences capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods. Even ordinary Tier 5 players were nothing in front of them. The Tier 4 experts in the hall promptly evacuated. As for the Tier 5 experts, they surrounded the 2 Fallen Archangels. I never thought my first battle after being promoted to Tier 5 would be against such monsters. What's even more surprising is that I'll be fighting alongside you old monsters. Mythology's Odin, who was wearing a white cloak and had completely concealed his face, said as he looked at the several Tier 5 experts around him, "You can fight them by yourself if you don't want to work together. I won't stop you," an old man in dark gray armor from Netherworld Empire said as he glanced at Odin. As for the elderly men from the 3 other super guilds, they remained silent as they looked at Odin and the old man in dark gray armor, knowing that these 2 old men were longtime rivals. If the conference this time did not concern God's domain's continued existence, neither of them would have been willing to stay in the same room as the other. Meanwhile, the 2 Fallen Archangels before them were existences that even beyond domain realm experts like themselves had to be wary of. Zillawire, Fallen Archangel, Legendary, level 200, HP 900,000 Nilsen, Garadaka. Fallen Archangel, Legendary, level 200, HP 900,000. Even if all 23 Tier 5 experts worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill even one of these Fallen Archangels, let alone 2. Lowly ants, learn the consequences of going against the Master, the Fallen Archangel Silawar said as she looked with disdain at the Tier 5 players surrounding her. She then began chanting an incantation. The magic arrays of 3 Tier 5 curses started forming around Zillawire, drawing all of the mana in the hall. Compared to the taboo skill she used before, these 3 curses were significantly stronger. However, the players present were all Tier 5 experts. They had no intention of letting Zillawire complete her incantation. When Zillawire began chanting, Odin had already appeared behind her and silently stabbed his translucent spatial sword into the Fallen Archangel's back, 41,564,706. Damage exceeding 40 million appeared above Zillawire's head. However, Odin showed no excitement whatsoever when he saw this damage. On the contrary, a frown even formed on his face. What high defense! The dark gray armored old man holding a greatsword exclaimed as he looked at Zillawire. Odin's attack power ranked 3rd in their group of 5 old men. Meanwhile, the attack he just used against Zillawire was also his strongest move, a combination of a Tier 5 skill with the silver combat technique Blade's Heart. If a Tier 5 player got hit by this move directly, they would die on the spot. Yet, Odin's attack only cost the Fallen Archangel 40 million HP. It didn't even affect Zillawire's chanting in the slightest. After nonchalantly completing the incantations for her curses, Zillawire said, "Ants, your struggles are futile." The 3 Tier 5 curses magic arrays fully took form and thousands of pitch-black feathers manifested inside the hall. These feathers then transformed into crows made of crimson lightning that flew toward Odin and the others. A triple spell combination? The 5 great super guilds' old monsters were momentarily stunned by this situation. In God's domain, merging spells was much more difficult than merging skills. However, so long as one succeeded, the result would be much stronger than the fusion of 2 skills. Since Zillawire had merged 3 spells into 1, the power of the resulting attack would definitely be unprecedented in God's domain. Immediately, the 5 old monsters used their respective life-saving skills while doing their best to evade the lightning crows. They were no match for the fallen angel Zillawire at all. Upon seeing this, Iron Soul, who was going up against the fallen angel Garudica, wore a grim expression on his face. He could sense that every one of these lightning crows carried power at the Tier 6 basic standard. Although they weren't as powerful as the earlier lightning spear, their large numbers made it impossible to completely block and dodge them all. Of the players present, only Shi Feng did not find this situation surprising. A level 200 Tier 5 fallen archangel was basically a Tier 6 god. Meanwhile, killing a group of Tier 5 players was practically child's play for a Tier 6 god. Normally, players needed to reach Tier 6 to stand a chance against a Tier 5 fallen archangel. However, all of the Tier 5 players present had only recently gotten promoted to Tier 5. Their mastery of mana and equipment standards were nowhere near the passing mark for a Tier 5 player. Although they had astonishingly high combat standards, they couldn't bridge the gigantic gap in basic attributes. Meanwhile, after Siluar had thoroughly suppressed the 5 great super guilds' old monsters, Garudica also took action. Similar to Siluar, Garudica used a triple spell combination. However, rather than creating thousands of lightning crows, she created hundreds of lightning swords instead. Although these lightning swords weren't as flexible as the lightning crows, they were much faster than the lightning crows. Every lightning sword also carried power at the Tier 6 intermediate standard, and any Tier 5 player that got struck by them would die without question. For a time, more than 500 lightning swords rampantly attacked Shi Feng, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Yan Tianxing. There were also over 100 lightning swords attacking Iron Soul. This situation forced Shi Feng's group and Iron Soul to defend themselves frantically. Shi Feng fared relatively well against the lightning swords. Solomon's sword had improved both his soul and world perception, which allowed him to perceive the lightning sword's movements with excellent clarity. In addition, as the power of these swords was only at the Tier 6 intermediate standard, he was more than capable of blocking them with his swords. As for Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Yan Tianxing, the three worked together to make up for their respective shortcomings. They also had Violet Cloud to provide constant healing and defensive buffs and Shi Feng to cover any blunders. Hence, no matter how well Garudica coordinated her lightning swords, she didn't pose a real threat to Zero Wings Group of 4. Iron Soul, on the other hand, continuously lost HP throughout the battle. Even with Violet Cloud healing him occasionally, his HP still fell steadily. Guild leader, we can't continue like this, Violet Cloud said as she started having difficulty keeping up with the healing. These lightning swords are weakening the effects of my healing spells. At this rate, he'll get killed in another 10 seconds. Garudica's rampant attacks prevented Iron Soul from approaching their group and vice versa. However, if Iron Soul continued fending off those lightning swords on his own, he was sure to die. I'll pin her down, so find an opportunity to group up. When Shi Feng saw that Iron Soul had less than half of his HP remaining, he decided to stop holding back and activated World Sword. Immediately, 99 formless swords appeared around Shi Feng, each one carrying power at the Tier 6 peak standard. Shi Feng then sent these formless swords at Garudica. Swords orbit. When Garudica sensed the formless swords approaching her, she promptly recalled all her lightning swords to defend herself. How is he so strong? Iron Soul was stunned when he saw Garudica actively defending herself and at a disadvantage. From what Iron Soul could see, Shi Feng was no match for the fallen archangel when it came to manipulating a large number of swords. With his 99 formless swords, Shi Feng exhibited combat standards at only the refinement realm. In comparison, the fallen angel Garudica exhibited combat standards at the flowing water realm with her several hundred lightning swords. However, because Shi Feng's formless swords carried much greater power, they could overcome the hundreds of lightning swords. While such a victory might seem crude, it was still incredibly astonishing. After all, the other Tier 5 players in the room were basically running for their lives when faced with the two fallen archangels' attacks. Yet Shi Feng was fighting toe-to-toe with a fallen archangel. With Shi Feng holding off Garudica, Iron Soul was finally able to join Violet Cloud's group of 3. The 4 of them then supported Shi Feng from the side, and Garudica's HP bar actually decreased slightly. Although Garudica's battle recovery could easily restore all of the HP she lost, this situation still astonished the 5 great super guilds' old monsters. After the battle continued for another 10 seconds, the first casualties finally appeared as Siluar killed 2 Tier 5 experts. This situation infuriated the other Tier 5 experts present, but there was nothing they could do about it. After 26 seconds had passed since Shi Feng activated World Sword, the space within the hall suddenly shattered once more. A woman wielding a 7-colored staff and wearing a sacred white robe and a golden crown then walked out of this shattered space. The Tier 5 players present froze for a second, as an indescribably holy aura enveloped the room upon this woman's appearance, the aura instilling a sense of fear in their hearts. As for the 2 fallen archangels, they similarly stopped their attacks and stared at the approaching woman with eyes brimming with fear. This holy woman was none other than Charlene, who had been resting in Blackwing City. However, compared to the last time Shi Feng had met with Charlene, this woman felt like a completely different person. Currently, Charlene looked and felt no different from a god, and every one of her actions was intertwined with the world itself. her mere presence inspired feelings of reverence toward her. Damn it. Those good-for-nothings actually let this goddess escape. Zillowire cursed out loud when she saw the 24 or so dead or heavily injured Tier 5 Outer World NPCs in the shattered space behind Charlene. The scholar must have lost his mind, seeing as he summoned you creatures, Charlene said as she looked at Zillowire and Garudica. After glancing at Shi Feng's group, she continued, but since you've come here already, stay here forever. You think you can keep us here? After observing Charlene in greater detail, Zillowire laughed and said, you've just awakened. Do you think we're no match for you? However, as soon as Zillowire finished speaking, Charlene waved her 7-colored staff. Suddenly, all of the Tier 5 players present, including Shi Feng, felt time slowing down. Even though their brains were still capable of thought, they couldn't move their bodies at all. She stopped time? Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the gray world around him. Charlene's magic was simply heaven-defying. However, no more than 1 second after Charlene stopped time, the 2 fallen archangels actually broke free from the restraints of time, regaining their movement. They then charged at Charlene with spears of lightning in their hands. However, their movements now were much slower than before, so slow that even Tier 1 players could keep up with their movements. Meanwhile, Charlene simply raised a hand and shattered the surrounding space into countless fragments. She then turned these spatial fragments into blades and launched them at the 2 fallen archangels. The 2 fallen archangels brandished their spears to defend themselves, but they couldn't stop all of the spatial blades. The next moment, damage values exceeding 200 million appeared above the 2 fallen archangels' heads one after another. After one round of attacks, the 2 fallen archangels had lost over 5 billion HP each. However, compared to their maximum HP of 900 billion, a loss of 5 billion was nothing but a scratch. After the battle continued for another 20 seconds, the 2 fallen archangels' HP had fallen to the 80% threshold, proving that Charlene had the ability to kill them. Damn it, she has actually awakened to such an extent already. Zillowire glared at Charlene in vexation. We'll die here if we keep fighting, Garudica said with a grim expression. We need to retreat. If we wait until Blackwing City's ruler returns, we won't even have a chance to flee. We have no other choice but to use that move, Zillowire said, gritting her teeth as she took out a black rock. The moment Zillowire took out this black rock, a hint of wariness appeared on Charlene's face. When the Tier 5 players present saw Charlene's reaction, they were puzzled, as they couldn't sense any aura or power from the black rock. In their eyes, the black rock was just an ordinary rock. However, before anyone could react, the black rock in Zillowire's hand disintegrated into dust. A strand of incomprehensibly strong power then formed on her palm and shattered the restraints of time on her, allowing her to recover her full mobility. World Blade. After regaining her mobility, Zillowire gripped the strand of power in her hand and swung it at Shi Feng, Iron Soul, and Charlene. The frozen time in the hall immediately started flowing again, and 3 streaks of black light that cut through the world itself flew toward Shi Feng, Iron Soul, and Charlene. Shi Feng and Iron Soul were surprised by this development. They never thought that Zillowire would persist in attacking them, even in this situation. When Shi Feng saw the approaching black light, he felt his soul shuddering like never before. He promptly activated Void Shield, World Breaker, and Final Sword simultaneously, then executed Sword's Transmigration without hesitation. As for Iron Soul, he similarly activated his strongest trump card, his legendary shield transforming into a dark mist that enveloped him. Boom. Along with a powerful explosion, the figure of a person shot out of the dust cloud like a cannonball and struck one of the conference hall's iron walls, shattering the magic arrays strengthening the wall. Guild Leader. Firedance was startled when she recognized the person planted in the wall. Shi Feng could cut apart even the world itself when using World Breaker. Yet, even after he had combined World Breaker with Final Sword and Sword's Transmigration, he still suffered a severe blow, losing over 2/3 of his HP. This outcome was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, when the dust settled, Iron Soul appeared standing in his original position. However, his body had been cleanly bisected and nothing remained of his HP bar. Along with Iron Soul's death, a bronze ring had also appeared by his corpse. Upon seeing this bronze ring, Zillowire promptly grabbed it. In the meantime, Garudica took advantage of the opportunity and thrust her spear at Shi Feng. Facing Garudica's thrust, Shi Feng felt powerless. After defending himself against Zillowire's World Blade, not only did he enter a heavily injured state, but both his arms had also gone numb. He wouldn't be able to move them anytime soon. However, just when Garudica was about to hit Shi Feng, Charlene suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped Garudica's lightning spear with the tip of her finger. Boom. The next moment, the lightning spear suddenly dissipated harmlessly. An invisible force then sent Garudica flying backward and smashing into the wall on the other side of the room, her HP falling by over 100 million. Not good. Run, Zillowire shouted. She then tore space and disappeared into the opening together with the bronze ring she snagged. Garudica also tried to flee when she saw Zillowire retreating. However, before Garudica could even turn, Charlene was already in front of the fallen archangel, tapping her staff on the other party's forehead. Garudica found herself immobilized, her HP plummeting. After this situation continued for 30 seconds, Garudika's body transformed into a muddy crystal the size of a fist. Simultaneously, the intensity of Charlin's aura dropped off. After storing the muddy crystal, Charlin turned to Shi Feng, who had just gotten back on his feet after much difficulty, and said, "You come with me. Everyone else, hurry back and get ready. You don't have much time left." After Charlin finished speaking, she waved her staff and summoned a teleportation gate. She then entered the gate, leaving behind Shi Feng and the other Tier 5 players who were still in a daze. After scanning the surviving players, Shi Feng had Fire Dance and the others return to Zero Wing first. He then contacted Melancholic Smile and had her use all the available manpower to produce the Blue Thunder flying ship and the mobile fortress. These mobile weapons of mass destruction would play a crucial role in hindering the Outer World NPC army's advance. Afterward, Shi Feng stepped into the teleportation gate Charlin summoned. The remaining players in the conference hall also understood what Charlin's words meant. Now that the mysterious youth had acquired another of the 7 treasures, his strength would most likely soar. If that happened, they would definitely have a much more difficult time fighting the Outer World's NPC army. Hence, they needed to return and immediately initiate countermeasures. They would also need to accelerate their plan to hinder the Outer World NPC army's advance. For a time, all of the Eastern Continent's player forces seethed with activity. Even the Western Continent's player forces began sending reinforcements en masse to the Eastern Continent. This was because everyone understood that the Fire Dragon Empire's fall basically meant game over for the entire God's domain. Hence, they needed to defend the Empire at all costs. On the other side, after Shi Feng took the teleportation gate, he found himself in the top floor hall of the Stargazing Tower. Charlin was sitting on the throne at the end of the hall, her complexion a little pale. She looked much weaker than when she killed the fallen Archangel Garudika. The scholar has lost his mind. Now that he has obtained another of the 7 treasures, he will eventually recover a significant portion of his power, Charlin said, getting straight to the point when she saw Shi Feng. You currently have 4 of the 7 treasures on you. He will definitely target you next. If he acquires all of the 7 treasures, he will be able to recover fully and regain control over the entire God's domain. At that time, none of you heaven-blessed individuals will escape his wrath. You'll even be banished from this world of God's domain. Regain control over God's domain? Shi Feng was confused by Charlin's words. The ancient gods used to rule over God's domain, but ultimately lost control over it in the final struggle. The scholar is one of those ancient gods, Charlin said, nodding. Currently, most of his power is sealed in the 7 treasures. Or to be precise, the 7 treasures were created using his power. Right now, only a Tier 6 heaven-blessed individual can prevent him from making a full recovery. And as you are only 1 step away from getting promoted to Tier 6, I hope you can accomplish this quest. As soon as Charlin finished speaking, the sound of a system notification entered Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations, you have triggered the mythical quest, Ancient God's Awakening. Quest content, prevent the awakening of the ancient god. Quest reward unknown. There will be no penalty for failing the quest. Do you wish to accept this quest? Shi Feng was nonplussed when he read the quest content. Did he even have a choice? Charlin had already stated very clearly that all players would be finished if he failed the quest. In that case, there naturally wouldn't be a need to impose any penalties. I accept this quest, Shi Feng said as he looked at Charlin. After further thought, he added, however, my concentration is currently stuck at the Tier 5 peak standard. Without it reaching Tier 6, I can't get promoted to Tier 6, much less stop that ancient god. Charlin smiled at Shi Feng's attempt to bargain with her. She then said, just say it if you want benefits. I'm not a stingy person. Since you've already agreed to take on this quest, I'll naturally provide you with a certain degree of support. Currently, your concentration is indeed incapable of reaching Tier 6, and the reason for that is simple. You still lack accumulations. The gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 is much greater than you think. At your current improvement speed, you'll probably need 1.5 years to elevate your concentration to Tier 6. A year and a half? Do I have that much time? Shi Feng asked, frowning. Now, let alone 1.5 years, it would be a miracle if he had even 2 or 3 months to reach Tier 6. After all, the person targeting him was an ancient god. Of course not. However, the scholar has acquired the 3 treasures only recently. He also fears you somewhat. Until he recovers to a certain extent, he won't attack you anymore. If you're afraid for your safety, you can remain in Blackwing City. He won't dare barge into this place in his current state. However, the Fire Dragon Empire will probably be in trouble. There's a person sealed in the Fire Dragon Empire, and if this person is released, all of you will similarly be doomed, Charlin said, chuckling. As to how you can improve your concentration quickly, don't you have the Treasure of Illusion? You can use it to forcefully raise your concentration. After saying so, Charlin took out a muddy crystal, which was the crystallized form of the fallen Archangel Garudika. This is that fallen Archangel's soul. You should be able to produce a crystal of souls of incredible purity with it and break through to Tier 6 with her accumulations, Charlin said as she tossed the muddy crystal to Shi Feng. Start your attempt now. You don't have much time left. When Shi Feng accepted the muddy crystal, he could sense incredible soul power in it. Only, this soul power was too chaotic. Even a small portion of it could cause a Tier 5 player to lose their mind. Afterward, Charlene disappeared, leaving Shi Feng alone in the hall. Shi Feng did not hesitate for long. He took out the soul orb and began refining the fallen Archangel Garudika's soul. The outcome turned out as Charlene said. When the soul orb finished refining Garudika's soul, it produced a 7-colored crystal of souls containing soul power of incredible purity. Everything is up to you now. After Shi Feng took a long look at the 7-colored crystal of souls, he swallowed it without hesitation. Suddenly, an indescribable comfort enveloped his body as boundless energy flooded his mind, continuously expanding his sea of consciousness. 1 hour, 3 hours, 1 day, after 2 whole days, Shi Feng opened his eyes and found that the world around him had changed. Compared to before, the various elements of mana in the natural environment looked much more orderly. Before, he had felt as if he were looking at a pile of rubbish when he tried perceiving the mana around him. Everything was a mess, and sorting through them required a lot of effort. Now, the various elements of mana were like items neatly displayed on a shelf. He could easily locate and reach out to any element he wanted, which made it much easier to control mana. Amazing. This is simply amazing. Just one of these 7-colored crystals of souls increased my concentration to the Tier 6 intermediate standard. Shi Feng was filled with ineffable excitement. He had thought he would be fortunate if the 7-colored crystal could raise his concentration to the Tier 6 basic standard. He would have been satisfied with such a result, as it would qualify him to challenge his Tier 6 promotion. Although his chances of creating a superior divine body with Tier 6 basic concentration would be less than 20%, it was still better than nothing. However, now that his concentration had reached the Tier 6 intermediate standard, his control and perception of mana were much stronger than if he only had Tier 6 basic concentration. Now, his chances of successfully creating a superior divine body should be around 30%. Following this, Shi Feng had Zero Wing frantically collecting 7 Luminaries crystals for the subsequent month. He even traded some of the Flame Beast puppets for 7 Luminaries crystals, with one Flame Beast puppet going for 4,007 Luminaries crystals, 200 magic elven cores, and all the materials needed to manufacture one Flame Beast puppet. Initially, Shi Feng had not intended to sell the Flame Beast puppets. This was because Fire Dance and the others already had the strength needed to explore the top of the world, where they could acquire a lot of 7 Luminaries crystals. However, to strengthen God's Domain's player forces enough to resist the Outer World's NPC army properly, selling the Flame Beast puppets became a necessity. After all, the secret silver combat puppets required highly skilled pilots to exhibit their full strength. Ordinary experts wouldn't cut it at all. It would take at least a Void Realm expert to display the Flame Beast puppet's Tier 5 combat power. There were only so many Void Realm experts in Zero Wing. Even if their numbers kept increasing, the rate of increase couldn't match the Flame Beast puppets' production rate. Zero Wing's sales of Flame Beast puppets immediately boosted the overall combat power of the player forces, hindering the Outer World forces' advance. The guild even earned over 200,000 7 Luminaries crystals from the exchanges, increasing Shi Feng's stockpile to 400,000. Apart from the player's side, the number of NPC armies gathered at the Fire Dragon Empire's borders increased a lot during this past month. On the Outer World NPC's side, close to half of the NPC army had already assembled outside the Fire Dragon Empire, preparing to launch an all-out assault on the Empire. Blackwing City, Stargazing Tower. Looking at the pile of 7 Luminaries crystals in front of him, Shi Feng took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. During this past month, he had already fully mastered the law of destruction. He had also mentally simulated the creation process for his superior divine body hundreds of times to improve his chances of success. Without further elevating his concentration standard, he couldn't increase his success rate any further. However, raising his concentration standard was impossible within a short period. I have 4 chances. This should be enough with a 30% success rate. After saying so, Shi Feng followed the records of the ancient god's legacy and began constructing his superior divine body using the law of destruction. Constructing a divine body was much more complicated than constructing a mana body. This was because a divine body was akin to a miniature world, not something that could be completed with just a few magic arrays. It required more than 300 Grandmaster magic arrays as its core. These Grandmaster magic arrays would then absorb the power within the supplied 7 Luminaries crystals through the designated world law and create a complete miniature world. Simultaneously manipulating so many Grandmaster magic arrays was unfeasible without Tier 6 concentration. Meanwhile, the process of constructing a superior divine body was even more rigorous. A superior divine body needed over 1,000 Grandmaster magic arrays as its core. Unless one's control of mana reached a certain level, manipulating such a complex core magic array was out of the question. Moreover, the mana within 7 Luminaries crystals was of incomparable purity, more than 10 times heavier than even ordinary solid mana, and thus incredibly difficult to manipulate. The next moment, Shi Feng stimulated 100,000 7 Luminaries crystals with his mana, and guided the mana that burst out from them into the 1,000 plus Grandmaster magic arrays he had pre-constructed. Boom! However, partway through activating the magic arrays, half of them suddenly stopped working, and the entire core magic array crumbled. Failure. Manipulating the 7 Luminaries crystals' mana indeed isn't easy. Shi Feng wasn't too surprised by his failure. After all, this was his first time manipulating mana from 7 Luminaries crystals. Following this, he rested for 3 hours. After his mental state had fully recovered, he promptly began his second attempt. Boom, another failure. Third attempt. This time, Shi Feng had a crazy idea, utilizing the Light of Two Worlds' Golden Soul to elevate his soul standard. Although Golden Soul had a short duration, he could use this buff to get through the instability caused by the initial burst of mana. The only problem with this plan was that his concentration standard would plummet once Golden Soul's duration ended, which would increase the difficulty of manipulating the core magic array afterward. Golden Soul activate. Shi Feng tightened his grip on the Light of Two Worlds as he decided to take the risk. As expected, he got through the initial burst of mana much more easily with his elevated concentration standard, and he activated all of the Grandmaster magic arrays right away. He also guided the 7 Luminaries crystals' mana into these magic arrays with relative ease. However, when he had guided half of the mana into the magic arrays, Golden Soul lapsed. The buff's disappearance nearly caused him to lose control of the mana. 5 minutes. So long as I can last 5 more minutes, I'll be able to finish transferring all of the 7 Luminaries crystals' mana. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and struggled desperately to keep the Grandmaster magic arrays in operation. He also overburdened his mind, not daring to make even the slightest mistake. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, Shi Feng's complexion turned paler and paler as the seconds ticked by. Sweat continuously formed on his forehead. Nevertheless, he persisted. After the 3rd minute elapsed, Shi Feng's vision became blurry and his mind cloudy. His body also began shivering slightly. One last minute, Shi Feng started feeling very sleepy, and even the system had begun warning him to log out and rest. However, he forced himself to remain conscious, going as far as biting his tongue and using the pain to stay awake. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. At this point, the world around Shi Feng had become one big blur, and his mind was basically shutting down already. However, relying on instinct and his familiarity with manipulating magic arrays, he was barely able to continue guiding the 7 Luminaries crystals' mana into the Grandmaster magic arrays and keep them operating normally. Shortly afterward, though, Shi Feng's consciousness lapsed briefly, and he lost control of the core magic array. Did I fail? After Shi Feng recovered from his brief lapse, his heart sank. At this time, though, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully constructed a superior divine body. The constructed superior divine body's completion rate is at 92% and has reached the Tier 6 standard. The constructed superior body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to get promoted to Tier 6? Chapter 2918, New World Grand Finale, Fire Dragon Empire, Million Forest City. Currently, over 50 million expert players had gathered in Million Forest City, the largest city in the south of the Fire Dragon Empire. Even the weakest among these players was a level 100 plus, Tier 3 player. The number of Tier 4 players gathered even exceeded 10,000. However, an indescribably solemn atmosphere shrouded Million Forest City, and everyone looked tense. This was because Million Forest City was the biggest barrier in the south. If the Outer World NPC army broke through here, it could march straight for Flame Dragon City. The executives of the various player forces had gathered on top of Million Forest City's front wall. Their faces were pallid as they quietly observed the Outer World NPC army hidden in the distant forest. These Outer World NPCs are simply insane. They actually gathered 1/3 of their total forces just to attack Million Forest City. Are they planning to fight to the death? 16th Cloud, the second vice-guild leader of Shining Tiger and an expert who had reached Tier 5, said, frowning as she observed the Outer World's NPC army through a magic mirror. The Outer World NPCs and players had a numerical advantage over God's Domain's NPCs and players in terms of Tier 4 combatants. Logically, they should have split up and attacked multiple locations, as this would bring them the most benefits. The biggest advantage God's Domain's players had was their ability to get resurrected and rejoin the battle quickly. If the Outer World forces split up and attacked numerous locations simultaneously, God's Domain's players would likewise have to split up and guard multiple locations. Moreover, God's Domain's players would have to guard more locations than what was necessary to prevent ambushes. This would result in a huge waste of combat power. Hence, if God's Domain's players could gather all their experts in one location and have an all-out battle, it naturally couldn't be better for them. Maybe they think their chances of victory are slim, so they plan to concentrate their forces to secure a decisive victory. After all, God's Domain's various kingdoms and empires are continuously sending their NPC armies to reinforce the Fire Dragon Empire. The longer the war goes on, the better it would be for us. Perhaps they don't wish to drag things out any longer. Unyielding Soul's Unyielding Heart, who had similarly reached Tier 5, said, smiling. During the past month of battles at the Fire Dragon Empire's borders, the Empire's defenders had constantly been at a disadvantage. However, as time passed, the number of NPC armies gathered in the Empire increased, gradually tipping the scales to the Empire's side. Moreover, in this past month alone, over 100 players had reached Tier 5. Unyielding Heart had to admit that the War of Worlds was incredibly helpful to the development of players, especially during the defense of the Fire Dragon Empire. Although the Outer World NPCs scattered across the eastern continent hadn't fully gathered yet, the battles taking place at the Fire Dragon Empire's borders had never once ceased. Meanwhile, through constant battles with the Outer World's Tier 4 NPCs and players, God's Domain's Tier 4 players were able to improve their control and understanding of mana rapidly and continuously. In comparison, before the War of Worlds, Tier 4 players would have difficulty finding another Tier 4 player to fight, let alone Tier 4 players who were at the Void Realm standard or above. At one point, Unyielding Heart even wished that the War of Worlds would last a little longer. "Let's hope I'm just overthinking things," 16th Cloud said, nodding. Truthfully, an all-out fight was something she hoped to see the most. This was because there were currently more than 80 Tier 5 players gathered in Million City Forest, not to mention over 100 Flame Beast puppets and 8 Blue Thunder flying ships. Every one of these war weapons created by Zero Wing possessed combat power at the Tier 5 standard. Including the Tier 5 NPCs, there were close to 300 Tier 5 combatants stationed in Million Forest City. Meanwhile, according to their investigations, the Outer World army stationed outside Million Forest City only had around 400 Tier 5 combatants in total. The difference wasn't particularly significant. Even if they traded 2-for-1 with the Outer World army, they would still end up winning the war since they could be resurrected and rejoin the battle almost immediately. In reality, 16th Cloud and Unyielding Heart weren't the only Tier 5 experts entertaining such thoughts. The Tier 5 experts of the other player forces present were also confident of victory in the upcoming battle. And so long as they won this battle, the Outer World's NPC army would have difficulty causing problems in the future. Sometime later, when the number of players gathered in Million Forest City reached 70 million, a gigantic island suddenly appeared above the city, instantly triggering an uproar among the city's players and NPCs. Crap, Zero Wing. That is, Zero Wing's mobile fortress. Isn't Zero Wing's mobile fortress stationed beside the Secret Covenant Tower? Wait, this isn't the same one. I've seen the one stationed at the Secret Covenant Tower, and that one only has 2 barriers protecting it. This one has 3. Zero Wing must have constructed a new mobile fortress. Amazing. Zero Wing truly is God's Domain's #1 guild. With this, those Outer World NPCs and players are finished. The mobile fortress that just appeared above Million Forest City was something basically everyone in God's Domain knew about. This was because the mobile fortress had allowed Zero Wing to establish its position in God's Domain. Now that there was also a mobile fortress protecting Million Forest City, how could everyone not get excited? Amid the excited cheers of Million Forest City's players, 16 players flew out of the mobile fortress. Upon seeing these 16 players, the players in the city grew even more excited. Even the city's Tier 5 commander and Tier 5 NPCs took the initiative to receive these 16 players. These 16 people were none other than Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, Yan Tianxing, Yi Luofei, Silent Blade, Alluring Summer, Cold Shadow, Crimson Mask, Ji Luorong, Lifeless Thorn, Blue Frost, Zhao Yueru, White Feather, and Invincible Swallow. Crap. All of Zero Wing's top experts are here. Even a demigod NPC has gone to welcome them. What's going on here? I heard that the War God's Temple recently added Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose to the 10 Saints. The 2 of them are even stronger than the NPC ranked 5th in the 10 Saints. Those ranked within the top 5 of the 10 Saints are supposedly close to rivaling Tier 6 existences, while those in the top 3 are basically Tier 6 gods in disguise. Zero Wing is truly a den of monsters. I heard that 3 of the 5 great super guilds' old monsters joined the 10 Saints only recently, yet Zero Wing actually has 2 people in the 10 Saints now. Moreover, both are ranked within the top 5. I wonder when I'll be able to join the 10 Saints. If I can get into the 10 Saints, I can die with no regrets. For a time, Zero Wing's members became the focal point of the entire Fire Dragon Empire. This was especially true for the players who had recently started playing God's Domain and were watching the live broadcast of Million Forest City's situation. When they looked at Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, their eyes shone with ambition. They all wished they could become as strong and famous as these 2 women. Currently, Tier 5 NPCs were still existences to be feared for the various player forces, and even the king of a kingdom had a difficult time meeting a Tier 5 NPC. Yet, these powerful Tier 5 NPCs were behaving respectfully toward Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. This situation was simply unbelievable. However, of the players in the Fire Dragon Empire, only the superpowers experts truly understood what it meant to be a member of the 10 Saints. The 10 Saints were existences standing at the very apex of God's Domain. Although Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose were Tier 5 players, just like the superpowers Tier 5 experts, the difference between the 2 sides was like heaven and earth. Killing ordinary Tier 5 players was child's play for these 2 women. Meanwhile, when the Star Alliance's Galaxy Past and Purple Eye, who stood among the many players in Million Forest City, saw Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, complex emotions appeared on their faces. Back when Zero Wing's operations were still confined to Star Moon Kingdom, the two of them had treated Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose as their rivals. Now, although Galaxy Past and Purple Eye had gotten promoted to Tier 4 and were even top tier among Tier 4 experts, they were merely a part of the crowd gathered in Million Forest City. In contrast, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose already stood at the apex of God's domain. They were now existences that countless players looked up to, and even Tier 5 NPCs and the 5 great super guilds' old monsters had to be wary of them. Galaxy Past and Purple Eye weren't alone in their feelings. Matt and Prosciutto from Mythology shared their complicated mood. When Feng Shihan had decided to betray Mythology and join Zero Wing, she had invited Matt to join her. However, Matt had refused her offer, believing he could develop much more rapidly in Mythology. Yet, reality turned out to be completely different. Matt was still stuck at Tier 4. In comparison, Whitefeather, who had joined Feng Shihan, had already reached Tier 5 and become an existence he had to look up to. As for Prosciutto, he was confused by Feng Shihan's rapid improvement. In terms of talent, he was much superior to Feng Shihan. Although he had also gotten promoted to Tier 5, there had been a huge difference between them when they were both still at Tier 4. However, his Tier 4 monobody's completion rate had only been at 11.8% when he had gotten promoted to Tier 5. Meanwhile, according to Mythology's investigation, Feng Shihan had gotten promoted to Tier 5 with her Tier 4 manabody's completion rate at 120%. Moreover, Odin had said that Feng Shihan was even under consideration as a reserve member for the 10 Saints, and that it wouldn't be strange if she managed to defeat one of the 10 Saints in the near future. Her strength already approached that of demigod NPCs. In comparison, Prosciutto's combat power was only at the Tier 5 peak standard, still nowhere near the demigod standard. While Prosciutto was in a daze, Zero Wing's members had arrived above Million Forest City's gate. "You guys are finally here," Unyielding Heart said, smiling at Zero Wing's members. "With you here, it's even less likely for the Outer World forces to take down Million Forest City. Even the weakest of Zero Wing's 16 Tier 5 experts present had combat power at the Tier 5 peak standard. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could take on 10 to 15 ordinary Tier 5 combatants by themselves. Their participation in Million Forest City's defense had narrowed the gap in Tier 5 combatants between the two sides significantly. "What's our current situation?" Gentle Snow asked. At Gentle Snow's question, Aqua Rose and the others turned to look at Unyielding Heart. During these past few days, they had been fully focused on raiding a primordial ruin in the top of the world, so they weren't up to date on the Fire Dragon Empire's situation. Only after receiving the Secret Pavilion's notification did they rush over with the newly constructed mobile fortress. "While I can't say it's good, we definitely have a fighting chance," Unyielding Heart said. He then took out a memory crystal and displayed the information recorded in it. According to our latest investigations, the Outer World's NPC army has over 130 million Tier 3 NPCs, around 150,000 Tier 4 NPCs, and over 200 Tier 4 NPCs. As for the player army, there are close to 200 million Tier 3 players, over 50,000 Tier 4 players, and over 100 Tier 5 players. Upon hearing Unyielding Heart's words, many of the Tier 4 experts nearby felt suffocated. Setting aside the Tier 3 players, the difference in Tier 4 players between the two sides was simply massive. Even now, Million Forest City only had around 15,000 Tier 4 players gathered. In comparison, the other side had over 50,000. If Million Forest City's defensive magic array shattered, there was a high chance that some of these Outer World Tier 4 players would sneak past the city's defenders and reach the City Lord's mansion. That would spell the end for the city. After all, the City Lord's mansion's defensive magic array wasn't as strong as the city's. The only fortunate matter was that there wasn't a significant difference in Tier 5 combatants between the two sides. With the help of the city's magic arrays, they might be able to repel the Outer World forces. It seems the Outer World forces are intent on winning this battle no matter what. Aqua Rose was slightly astonished when she heard Unyielding Heart's report, and she turned reflexively toward the distant forest. An army of such size and power was more than capable of destroying an empire. Isn't that just perfect? "If we can get rid of this army, dealing with the follow-up will become much easier," Firedance said, fighting spirit burning in her eyes. They had suffered a miserable defeat in the battle in Blackwing City. However, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation during the past month. Apart from touching upon the entry level of utilizing a world law, she had also acquired 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Including her legendary weapon, she now had 3 legendary items. She was confident she could now put up a fight against a fallen archangel. None of Zero Wing's members refuted Firedance's words either. With Shi Feng's guidance, they had improved their equipment standards significantly during this past month. Although they didn't gain any additional legendary weapons, they did acquire quite a few pieces of legendary equipment. Moreover, even the weakest piece of equipment on them now was fragmented legendary equipment. In equipment standards, they were in no way inferior to Tier 5 NPCs. Among their group of 16, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Violet Cloud were the luckiest, having each acquired a complete set of fragmented legendary set equipment. In terms of basic attributes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they rivaled Tier 6 players. However, just when everyone was thinking about how to cope with the Outer World Army's offensive, the Outer World Army hidden within the distant forest suddenly moved. Boom! Accompanied by a thundering noise, heavy clouds suddenly appeared over the forest, bringing darkness to the area. The sky then split apart, and two giant claws several hundred meters long descended from the massive tier in space. A short moment later, a monster several dozen kilometers tall emerged from the dark void. It had a gigantic mouth and hundreds of eyes and claws. The monster also exuded a turbid mist that corroded the surrounding space, causing it to disintegrate. The sight of this monster shocked the people in Million Forest City and the Outer World Army. So, this is the world leader of legends? 100 Ghost's Elder Windshadow, who stood in the forest outside Million Forest City, couldn't help doubting his eyes as he looked at the big-mouthed monster before him. The world leader was a monster recorded in legends, and he had only found out about its existence after stumbling across a record of it. The world eater was born in the endless void, and its sole purpose in life was to devour worlds. In front of a world eater, even the dragon race, God's domain's strongest race, was nothing. Even a Tier 4 infant world eater could devour a Tier 5 dragon. Meanwhile, the world eater in front of him was an adult. At its current strength, even Tier 6 gods would have to avoid confronting it. When Awakened Abyss, who had already reached Tier 5, saw the behemoth in the sky, excitement filled his eyes as he exclaimed, "Amazing, we're sure to win now. World Eater, Chaos Beast, Legendary, level 210, 3,000,000 similar to Awakened Abyss. The other Outer World players present also grew excited when they saw the World Eater. However, when Fire Dance and the others in Million Forest City saw the World Eater, a grim expression appeared on their faces. Although they didn't know what a World Eater was, they could still tell what a terrifying existence it was just by looking at its 3 trillion HP. After all, the average level 200 legendary monster only had around 300 billion HP, and even a Tier 5 fallen archangel only had 900 billion HP. Yet, the World Eater had more than 3 times that amount. Activate the defensive magic array. All magic cannon towers prepare to fire. Victory for the Fire Dragon Empire. Mechabod, a level 200 demigod NPC and the commander of Million Forest City's army, ordered when he saw the World Eater starting to make its way toward the city. A total of 4 magic barriers promptly appeared over Million Forest City, the barriers stabilizing the space within a 10,000-yard radius of the city. The barriers also created a separate world within them, isolating Million Forest City from the outside world and preventing the World Eater's powerful mental oppression from spreading into the city. Miniature World. After seeing the city's defensive magic array activating, Aqua Rose used the Ring of Gospel that Shi Feng had passed to her. During their exploration of the primordial ruin in the top of the world, they had managed to upgrade the Ring of Gospel to the legendary rank. Now, the ring could call down a complete miniature world, and its suppression effect was only slightly inferior to the world mirrors. Although each activation of Miniature World now cost 5,000 mana stones, instead of just 5,000 magic crystals, the skill's duration had increased from 10 minutes to 30 minutes. The skill's AoE had also expanded to 50,000 yards, and even Tier 5 players wouldn't be able to make use of the ambient mana within the affected area. Moreover, all hostile units below Tier 6 would be subjected to a 30% reduction in basic attributes and physique, while Tier 6 enemies would be subjected to a 15% reduction. After Miniature World's activation, the Outer World's Tier 3 combatants charging toward Million Forest City stumbled and fell to the ground like dominoes. Their movements also became as slow as a turtle, making combat practically impossible for them. As for the Tier 4 combatants, although they retained a certain degree of combat power, they lost their ability to fly. Unfortunately, Miniature World had very little effect on the World Eater in the sky, the Chaos Beast losing only 10% of its basic attributes. Even so, seeing this situation still let Million Forest City's defenders breathe out a sigh of relief. With the Outer World's Tier 3 and Tier 4 combatants incapacitated for the most part, they could focus on dealing with the World Eater and the Outer World's Tier 5 combatants, 1,000 plus flying ships, and 10,000 plus Tier 4 flying mounts. Holy Realm. However, the Outer World's various superpowers had come prepared for such a situation. Immediately, 1,000 Tier 4 magical class players cooperated to create a gigantic, 3-layered barrier to counter Miniature World's effects. Although the 3-layered barrier didn't completely nullify Miniature World's effects, it still allowed all of the Outer World's combatants to use the ambient mana. Only the debuff on basic attributes and physique remained. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of Tier 4 combatants and millions of Tier 3 combatants resumed their charge toward Million Forest City. In the sky, the World Eater lashed out at the city's defensive magic array with its several hundred claws, every claw carrying the power to crush time and space. Attack with everything you've got. Stop those claws. Seeing the approaching claws, Fire Dance promptly issued a command to the mobile fortress and all of the Blue Thunder flying ships present. Beams of destruction shot at the World Eater's claws one after another. Simultaneously, Million Forest City's magic elven towers and magic cannon towers also bombarded the World Eater. The series of attacks and explosions turned the sky outside of Million Forest City into an empty void. Unfortunately, these attacks managed to deflect only a portion of the World Eater's claws, over 100 claws connected with the city's defensive magic array. The next moment, the four-layered magic barrier shattered under the World Eater's attacks, unable to withstand the World Eater's power. All hail the World Eater. It's time for you natives to go to hell. When the Outer Worlds players saw the city's defensive magic array shattering after only one exchange, they burst into laughter. Originally, they thought this would be a tough fight. However, the battle ended up entirely one-sided. Now, even if they did nothing, the NPCs and the World Eater could still destroy Million Forest City easily. Meanwhile, the players inside Million Forest City fell into despair at this moment. How were they supposed to fight with such a horrifying monster on the Outer World Army's side? There's no other way. Aqua and I will keep that World Eater busy. Everyone else, do everything you can to stop these invaders from entering the city, Gentle Snow said as she looked at the several dozen Tier 5 NPCs hindering the World Eater. So long as we keep the core magic array safe, more of God's Domain's experts and NPCs will come to support us. The various guild executives present nodded in response to Gentle Snow's command and promptly went into action. They all took out their trump cards and readied themselves to fight a war of attrition with the Outer World Army. Although the World Eater was powerful, victory still wasn't out of reach. Currently, many of God's Domain's experts had yet to reach Million Forest City. Hence, the longer they dragged out this fight, the higher their chances of victory. Subsequently, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose flew toward the World Eater. Upon getting within attack range of the World Eater, Gentle Snow promptly swung her greatsword and executed her mana technique, Spatial Cleave. Several dozen sword lights cut at the World Eater's claws, attacking Million Forest City, sending them off course. Aqua Rose waved her staff and summoned numerous gigantic serpents made of water. She then had the water serpents bite the World Eater's claws, preventing them from getting close to Million Forest City. Are they monsters? The Outer World players gasped when they saw Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose putting up a good fight against the World Eater. Even the Outer World Tier 5 experts were astonished by this spectacle. All of the World Eater's claws carried power at the Tier 6 peak standard. Even Tier 5 experts wielding legendary weapons could block only a few hits from these claws with their legendary weapons' active skills. However, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose did not use their weapons' skills. They stopped the World Eater's claws using only mana techniques and combat techniques. For a time, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and the World Eater became the absolute center of the sky. Even other Tier 5 players dared not approach the three of them, as even the shockwaves of their clashes could kill ordinary Tier 5 players. Apart from Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, only Tier 5 combatants dared fight in the sky above Million Forest City. The two sides' Tier 4 combatants kept to the ground because those who tried to fly would get swept up by the shockwaves and turn into ashes the next moment. Hence, the Tier 4s could only become cannon fodder on the ground like the Tier 3 combatants. Currently, more than 700 Tier 5 combatants were fighting in the sky. Originally, Million Forest City's Tier 5 combatants should have been weaker due to their significant numerical disadvantage. Yet, the two sides turned out evenly matched in reality, confusing the Outer World Tier 5 combatants. Why are these natives so strong? The speechless awakened Abyss glared at Ji Luorong, who was fighting him. Not only was Ji Luorong fighting two Tier 5 NPCs simultaneously, but she also managed to pin him down while doing so. The level of skill she demonstrated in mana utilization was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Ji Luorong wasn't even the most conspicuous of them all. Instead, the most conspicuous person was Zero Wing's Violet Cloud, the girl he had once considered recruiting into 100 Ghosts. She was practically a monster. From what he could tell, Violet Cloud should only be at the Domain Realm, yet she could actually hold her own against over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs. If not for Windshadow, who wielded a legendary weapon, joining the fight, one or two of these Tier 5 NPCs would have already died in battle. As for Fire Dance and Feng Shihan, these two women were practically Grim Reapers as they weaved through the shadows of the battlefield. Under their coordinated attacks, they could kill a Tier 5 NPC within 5 moves and a Tier 5 player within 3 moves. As more time passed, Million Forest City's Tier 5 combatants gradually began to gain the upper hand in the battle. Elder Windshadow, we've already lost more than 24 Tier 5 players. We'll be at a serious disadvantage if this situation continues. Jade Leaf, who had repelled a Tier 5 NPC with her battle axe, said to Windshadow when she saw Fire Dance and Feng Shihan killing another Tier 5 player. Nobody can stop Zero Wing's Fire Dance and Cold Shadow. Originally, their side had over 170 Tier 5 players. Now, only a few minutes into the battle, they had already lost more than 10% of this number. In comparison, the other side had lost only a dozen or so Tier 5 players. Moreover, these fallen Tier 5 players managed to get resurrected quickly and rejoin the battle. They had also prepared replacement equipment beforehand, so they lost hardly any combat power even after rejoining the battle. Wind Shadow also recognized their dire situation and frowned involuntarily. He had never thought Zero Wing would have so many monstrously strong experts, apart from Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. Currently, Zero Wing's Tier 5 players were doing as much work as all of Million Forest City's other Tier 5 players combined. Just as Wind Shadow was about to have everyone retreat, a spatial tier suddenly appeared some distance from Million Forest City. A young man wearing a light blue robe with dark purple divine patterns on his face then walked out of this spatial tier. A fallen archangel followed after him, and this fallen archangel was none other than Zilawar. With the arrival of these two people, Million Forest City fell deathly silent. Even the Tier 5 combatants in the sky automatically stopped fighting. This was because the young man's presence was simply too intense. His presence was akin to the midday sun. The aura he exuded while just standing still inflicted a stinging pain into everyone's soul. Not even the Tier 5 combatants present were immune to this pain. What a bunch of rubbish. You still haven't dealt with these ants even now? The scholar bellowed angrily as he glared at the Outer World Army's commander-in-chief. My lord, these heaven-blessed individuals are much stronger than we expected, and even the World Eater is incapable of going against them for the time being. Fez Tide, the Outer World Army's commander-in-chief and one of the 17 stars of the Holy Grail, said anxiously as he looked at the youth before him. Them? Scholar glanced at Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose who were hovering beside the World Eater, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Transmigrators? No wonder they can deal with the World Eater. However, they are still too weak. After saying so, the scholar pointed a finger at Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, a five-fold magic array appearing at his fingertip. Immediately, everyone on the battlefield felt time stagnate. The Tier 3 combatants present even found their thoughts freezing. Tier 6, Curse, Hand of Death. The next moment, a titanic claw appeared above Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. This claw was as large as the World Eater, and it swiped at the two immobilized women as soon as it took shape. It's over. How can there be such a monstrous existence? When 16th Cloud, Unyielding Heart, and the other Tier 5 players saw the gigantic claw from a distance, despair overwhelmed them. Not only did the scholar slow down time for the entire battlefield, but he had even used a Tier 6 curse. This single attack could probably wipe out the entire Million Forest City, not just Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. However, when the monstrous claw was only several yards away from Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, a sword light suddenly shot out from Million Forest City and struck the claw. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the restraints on the battlefield's time shattered. Simultaneously, the space above Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose transformed into an empty void. The attack was blocked? Something like that can be blocked? Who did it? Everyone gaped in shock at the empty void in the sky, then automatically turned to look at the sword light's origin. The next moment, what entered everyone's eyes was a cloaked man wielding a golden longsword flying out of Million Forest City's teleportation hall. Everyone present gasped involuntarily. Tier 6? He actually got promoted to Tier 6? Everyone present was very familiar with the cloaked man. This was because he was none other than Shi Feng. However, the aura Shi Feng exuded was simply unbelievable, especially for players who had visited ruins left behind by gods. The power they sensed from Shi Feng was one that they had only ever felt in those ruins. Only, Shi Feng's aura was several hundred times more powerful. Indeed, that was divine might. Guild leader, you succeeded? Feng Shihan asked as she looked at Shi Feng, who had arrived before her. Although the divine might Shi Feng radiated proved that he had reached Tier 6, Feng Shihan couldn't help asking for confirmation. Tier 6, this was the true pinnacle of God's domain. I succeeded. Shi Feng nodded with a smile. Actually, he also wanted to say that he didn't just get promoted to Tier 6 with an ordinary divine body, but with a superior divine body instead. The difference between the two was akin to that between mythic and superior mythic monsters. The two were on entirely different levels. Upon hearing Shi Feng's acknowledgement, Zero Wing's members grew ecstatic. Now that Shi Feng had reached Tier 6, the Outer World's NPCs and players would no longer be a problem. Moreover, Zero Wing would become God's Domain's bona fide #1 guild from now on. The Outer World players were dumbfounded by this development. After all, the Outer World's various superpowers were practically going crazy just trying to get their respective guilds' best talents promoted to Tier 5. Getting one of their members to Tier 6 was something none of them had ever dreamed of doing at this stage of the game. After all, none of them had any information on how players could go about reaching Tier 6. So what if you've reached Tier 6? You're nothing but another ant trapped in this world. Do you really think you're a match for me? The scholar said contemptuously as he looked at Shi Feng. He then pointed the golden staff he held at Shi Feng. Suddenly, the world fell silent once more. When the scholar launched his previous attack, the Tier 4 combatants present had still retained some of their consciousness. Now, even the Tier 5 combatants present found their brains stagnating significantly. It was evident that time on the battlefield had slowed by a far greater extent this time. The next moment, dark purple chains engraved with divine markings emerged from the sky and the earth. Upon seeing these chains, even the World Eaters shuddered in fear. After these chains had completely materialized, they shot toward Shi Feng from all directions. When the Tier 5 combatants present sensed the aura of these purple chains, an unprecedented fear overwhelmed them. Even their souls were instinctively warning them not to touch these chains, no matter what. Are these the legendary chains of law? Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the dark purple chains. The ancient god's legacy he acquired contained information on the chains of law, stating that these chains carried power surpassing the Tier 6 peak standard. Even a Tier 6 god would have difficulty moving when caught by these chains, and unless the Tier 6 god's strength surpassed the Tier 6 peak standard, they would eventually die to these chains. Seeing the hundreds of chains of law closing in, Shi Feng unsheathed Solomon's sword and brandished it together with the light of two worlds. Sword's orbit. Shi Feng moved freely, unaffected by the time stagnation affecting the battlefield. A galaxy of stars formed around him, each of these stars carrying earth-shattering power. These stars struck down the chains of law that came close to Shi Feng, preventing them from coming into contact with him. After striking down all of the chains of law, the stars surrounding Shi Feng spread into the surroundings. A moment later, the battlefield's stagnant time started flowing once more. Impossible. A look of surprise and confusion appeared on the scholar's calm countenance when he saw Shi Feng emerge unscathed from his attack. Those were the chains of law. Even an actual Tier 6 god would have to flee when confronted with those chains, as they would lose their life if even one of those chains latched onto their bodies. Yet, Shi Feng had deflected all of the chains with a simple sword technique. What the scholar found even more unbelievable was that his time stagnation technique was utterly ineffective against Shi Feng. Do you find it strange? Shi Feng chuckled at the look of surprise on the scholar's face. Do you think you ancient gods are the only ones who can have superior divine bodies in God's domain? The superior divine body could be said to be the main factor behind the strength of ancient gods. This was because only with a superior divine body could one perfectly utilize the power of the world. Meanwhile, the chains of law was one method of utilizing the world's power. However, if Shi Feng similarly imbued the world's power into his swordsmanship, he naturally could stop the chains easily. You have a superior divine body? The scholar was thunderstruck when he heard Shi Feng's words. The superior divine body was something even ancient gods had difficulty creating. Meanwhile, in the scholar's eyes, Shi Feng was nothing but an ignorant ant. Yet Shi Feng actually had a superior divine body. If the scholar told this matter to other ancient gods, none of them were likely to believe him. Your rampage ends here. After saying so, Shi Feng disappeared and reappeared in front of the scholar, the speed of his movement so quick that it seemed as if he had been standing in front of the scholar all this time. He then activated World Breaker and Final Sword simultaneously. Two sources of light immediately enveloped his swords and fused perfectly. The combination of these two skills was something Shi Feng had been continuously practicing and perfecting over the past month. Apart from the fusion of these two skills, Shi Feng had also been modifying Sword's transmigration, and he eventually ended up creating an advanced silver combat technique, Sword's Ripple. A torrent of light cut across the sky, erasing everything that existed in front of Shi Feng. When the light faded, the scholar was nowhere to be seen. Instead, hovering in his place were 3 of the 7 treasures. The next moment, the translucent figure of a person appeared in the empty void, and this person was none other than the scholar. At this time, though, the scholar no longer had any divine markings on his face. He looked and felt no different from an ordinary youth. Damn it. It's this outcome again. Why do you ignorant ants always come foiling my plans? Bellowed the scholar, who had been reduced to a soul, as he glared at Shi Feng with eyes full of resentment and anger. However, his anger soon faded, and he started laughing. Don't get too proud of yourself. You can't do anything to me even if you have a superior divine body. My soul is eternal and indestructible. What you have destroyed is nothing but a shell to house my soul. I can recreate more of such shells in no time at all. Sooner or later, I will have all of you ignorant ants disappear from this world. After saying so, the scholar laughed louder and louder, his mood getting better and better. The scholar's words made everyone on the battlefield shudder. If a monster like the scholar could resurrect infinitely, then it would be an absolute nightmare for them. That's right. You indeed have an immortal soul, and even true ancient gods can't erase your existence, Shi Feng said, nodding as he looked at the scholar. He then chuckled and continued, however, while your soul might be indestructible, it can be infinitely weakened. I'm guessing it'll take you a long time to recover if that happens, right? After saying so, Shi Feng collected the 3 items in front of him. He then took out the other 7 treasures. Immediately, the 7 treasures resonated with one another and instantly recovered to their peak states, revealing their original brilliance. The scholar's expression instantly changed when he saw the 7 treasures, and he turned and tried to flee into the void. However, Shi Feng did not give the scholar any opportunities to do so at all, grabbing the repaired soul orb and activating it. Devour. The soul orb immediately began absorbing the scholar's soul, continuously weakening it. After this situation continued for 4 minutes, the scholar's soul disappeared, and the soul orb produced a 9-colored crystal of souls. System, congratulations, you have completed the mythic quest, Ancient God's Awakening, rewarding 1 Ancient God Soul Crystal and 2 levels of World Authority. Ancient God's Soul Crystal? After observing the 9-colored crystal of souls for a moment, Shi Feng tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it. He wanted to see what effects the Ancient God Soul Crystal had. Moreover, doing so would prevent the scholar from regaining his power. The soul orb might have absorbed the power of the scholar's soul and made it seem as if the scholar had died, but that wasn't true at all. In time, the scholar would still gradually recover his strength. This was also what made Ancient Gods amazing. As soon as Shi Feng swallowed the Ancient God Soul Crystal, he felt a tingling and burning sensation in his brain. It was completely different from the refreshing sensation he felt when he swallowed the crystal of souls made from the fallen Archangel Garudika's soul. Only after this burning sensation had continued for several minutes did it gradually disappear. Is this the Tier 6 peak standard? When Shi Feng looked at the world around him, he found its clarity and realism unprecedented. No. Even if my concentration reached the Tier 6 peak standard, there shouldn't be such a significant change. Did I just reach the mental strength Grandmaster standard? Apart from a breakthrough to the mental strength Grandmaster standard, Shi Feng couldn't think of any other explanation for this situation. This was because his current thought process was at least 10 times faster than before. He could also manipulate mana from 7 luminaries crystals as if it was soft cotton. However, Shi Feng didn't pay too much attention to these changes, as he still had a bunch of enemies he had to deal with in front of him. Run, everyone, retreat! Upon seeing Shi Feng slay the scholar, the outer world NPCs and players started frantically fleeing the battlefield. All of them wanted nothing more than to run back to the world passage right now. They felt that only by returning to their own god's domain would they truly be safe from Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng had no intention of letting any of these people escape. With a swing of his sword, he effortlessly massacred the outer world forces and wiped out the forest ahead of him. Let alone escaping, the army of millions didn't even get to leave their ashes behind on the battlefield. The conclusion of this battle sent tremors across God's domain. The outer world NPCs and players in other parts of the eastern continent promptly retreated to their homeworld upon receiving news of Shi Feng's achievements, none of them daring to stay behind for even a moment longer. In addition, Zero Wing became the undisputed #1 guild in God's domain because of this battle. As a result, countless players started trying to join Zero Wing, and Zero Wing's several guild cities became overcrowded with players. However, Shi Feng paid no attention to these requests to join Zero Wing. Instead, he simply handed off his responsibilities to his vice guild leaders. After turning in the 7 Treasures main storyline quest, he chose to log out of the game and meet with Xiao Yuan. After all, he was very curious to find out about Phoenix Rain's matter, and now that he had fulfilled the conditions Xiao Yuan had given him, he should be qualified to find out more about the matter. Not to mention, after he devoured the Ancient God Soul Crystal, he could sense things that he had never been able to sense before. He had many questions regarding these new findings, and he estimated that Phoenix Rain would have answers. Middle layer, Green God Courtyard. The Green God Courtyard was a place specifically reserved for the Green God Company's internal members. Apart from serving as a residence, it was also the office that handled the middle layer's various affairs. There weren't a lot of people in the Green God Courtyard. Even after arriving in front of Xiao Yuan's residence, Shi Feng had come across only several dozen people. From this, he could tell that the Green God Company didn't have many internal members. When Shi Feng entered Xiao Yuan's residence, he found the old man sitting in the living room and brewing tea in front of the coffee table. There was also a cup of freshly brewed tea on the other side of the coffee table, as if Xiao Yuan had known ahead of time that Shi Feng would visit him. Pointing at the sofa opposite himself, Xiao Yuan looked at Shi Feng and said, "Have a seat." "You knew I would come to find you now?" Shi Feng couldn't help asking. "Of course, I know everything you do in God's domain," Xiao Yuan said. Taking a sip of tea, he smiled and continued, "I also know that you've long since broken through to the 3-star mental strength master standard, and that you've already reached the grandmaster standard now." "You knew?" Realization dawned upon Shi Feng when he heard Xiao Yuan's answer. It seems the Green God Company really is the developer behind God's domain. "You're only half correct," Xiao Yuan said, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" Shi Feng asked. "The Green God Company didn't develop God's domain. Instead, we only run it," Xiao Yuan explained. "The Green God Company didn't develop it?" Shi Feng was a little surprised by this answer. From what he knew, there shouldn't be another company on Earth with the technology required to develop a game such as God's domain. How is this possible? Could there be a corporation in this world capable of surpassing the Green God Company's technology? "Didn't you want to see Phoenix Rain?" Xiao Yuan said suddenly. Confused by Xiao Yuan's sudden mention of Phoenix Rain, Shi Feng asked curiously, "Can I meet with her now?" "Of course, you now have the qualification." Xiao Yuan snapped his fingers, and a hologram of a person suddenly appeared beside him. This person was none other than Phoenix Rain. Your improvement speed really is as unbelievable as ever, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she looked at Shi Feng. If not for Elder Xia keeping me updated, I wouldn't have dared believe you've already grown so much. Where are you now? Shi Feng asked, getting straight to the point. He had been very curious about Phoenix Rain's sudden appearance. In their previous meeting, she had even spoken as if she had long since known that the scholar would cause a problem in God's domain. Hence, she had warned him of the scholar. Her understanding of God's domain was simply incredible. The Green God Company's refusal to let others meet with Phoenix Rain was also puzzling. It seems you've already guessed that I'm not present in the world you live in. Smiling, Phoenix Rain explained. You are correct in your assumption. I am currently living in neither Earth nor God's domain. Instead, I am in a world beyond God's domain. To be precise, I am living in the true God's domain. You're not in the real world, but the true God's domain. What do you mean? Did your soul get digitized? Shi Feng was shocked. Looking at Shi Feng's confused expression, Phoenix Rain chuckled and said, My soul didn't get digitized. Rather, my spirit is currently located in a special three-dimensional world. The God's domain you've been playing in all this time is actually another three-dimensional world as well. Because of a unique reason, I ended up getting smuggled into a higher-level three-dimensional world, or a main three-dimensional world, if you will. On the other hand, the God's domain you've been playing in is merely one of the countless subworlds of this main three-dimensional world. Three-dimensional world? The God's domain I've been playing in is only one of the many subworlds of a main three-dimensional world. Shi Feng suddenly felt he lacked the brains to process the information Phoenix Rain provided. Although the various phenomena in God's domain could serve as proof that the world of God's domain wasn't just a simple virtual world, calling it a real three-dimensional world was still a little too much of a stretch. Just what kind of technology was necessary to let someone mentally connect to another three-dimensional world? What she says is true. The God's domain you are playing in is indeed a three-dimensional world. However, this three-dimensional world is very special, and outsiders can enter it only through their minds, Xiao Yuan explained, smiling when he saw the skeptical look on Shi Feng's face. Now that you're a mental strength grandmaster, you are also qualified to know the Green God Company's biggest secret. I previously told you that the Green God Company's founder is a mental strength grandmaster. He is also the first human in our world to develop his mental strength to the grandmaster level. After reaching the grandmaster level, he happened across a device that a four-dimensional civilization left behind for all three-dimensional civilizations. This device allows people to enter a special three-dimensional world created by the four-dimensional civilization. This three-dimensional world is akin to a game world where everything is statisticalized, and people in this world can continuously grow stronger by training. In addition, the four-dimensional civilization left all its technologies in this three-dimensional world, and made it so that whichever three-dimensional civilization succeeds in taking control of this world would inherit all its technologies. Therefore, any three-dimensional civilization that discovers this special world will try to compete for it. After all, with the four-dimensional civilization's technologies, not only can a civilization's citizens gain a near-infinite lifespan, but a three-dimensional civilization can also become the ruler of all other three-dimensional civilizations. A four-dimensional civilization? Although Shi Feng still felt skeptical after listening to Xiao Yuan's explanation, he was now open to the possibility of God's domain being an actual three-dimensional world. After all, the humans of Earth were merely three-dimensional creatures. They couldn't possibly fathom the strength of a four-dimensional civilization, just like how two-dimensional creatures couldn't understand three-dimensional creatures. Our world is very fortunate. Not only did it produce a mental strength grandmaster, but we even discovered the device the four-dimensional civilization left behind. Hence, our world has the qualification to compete for the special three-dimensional world. It is also because of this special world that the Green God Company has managed to create so many miracles thus far. However, we were very weak when we first started out in that special world and could hardly acquire anything. This is because only mental strength grandmasters are capable of using the inherited device, and each grandmaster can bring along a maximum of only 60 people when entering that special world. Moreover, all the companions must be at the half-step grandmaster standard. Hence, the group our people formed in that special world is no different from an insignificant small guild in God's domain. Fortunately, as the people of our world continued developing and the number of half-step grandmasters increased, we eventually managed to secure the rights to control a subsidiary world, which is also the God's domain you are currently playing. Since it is only a subworld, the entry conditions aren't as stringent. So long as one isn't an infant or a child, one may freely enter this subworld. Improving one's mental strength also becomes a lot easier in this subworld, so we can keep developing half-step grandmasters. In your case, you even managed to become a mental strength grandmaster. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Yuan looked at Shi Feng in excitement. Now that Earth had gained one more mental strength master, they could bring an additional 60 half-step mental strength grandmasters to the main three-dimensional world. This would greatly enhance Earth's overall strength. So, this is why other gods' domains are trying to invade us. They were trying to gain the ruling rights to another subworld. Realization dawned upon Shi Feng. The subworlds of God's domain were akin to a nursery for nurturing newcomers. The difference between having and not having a subworld and between having one or more subworlds was massive. Entering the main world isn't an easy task. The more subworlds a civilization controls, the higher their chances of producing Tier 6 players or half-step mental strength grandmasters. In Phoenix Rain's case, she managed to enter the main world out of sheer luck. It's a pity nobody else managed to be that lucky, Xiao Yuan said, sighing ruefully. Phoenix Rain's entry into the main world can be considered a rare opportunity. If she logged out of the game, she would no longer have this opportunity. Thus, upon noticing the anomaly, we immediately transferred her body to the core area. With the core area's power, she won't have to worry about her physical body even if she remains in the main world for a long period. Shi Feng understood what Xiao Yuan was trying to say. Since a mental strength grandmaster could bring only 60 people with them into the main world, every additional combatant Earth could get into the main world was incredibly precious. Hence, it was only natural for the Green God Company to want Phoenix Rain to remain connected to the main world. But it's fine now. With you here, we'll have a much easier time in the main world, Xiao Yuan said, smiling. It doesn't matter even if Phoenix Rain returns since you have brought 60 additional slots to our world. Once news of your breakthrough spreads, the various upper zones old bastards will probably try to buy these slots from you. However, you mustn't sell the slots to them on a whim. Back then, those old bastards stole a lot of resources from Yuantian City's upper zone. Our upper zone will be relying on you to reclaim our reputation. If you wish to deal with Fuzhuzheng, you can also apply to get him banished from the upper zone. I bet that old bastard in Haitian City's upper zone won't dare say anything about it. Shi Feng nodded at Xiao Yuan's words. As for Fuzhuzheng, Shi Feng was no longer concerned about the Infinity Master. This was because a mental strength grandmaster was many times more powerful than a 3-star mental strength master. He could even make Fuzhuzheng suffer a mental breakdown. Afterward, just as Xiao Yuan said, the general managers of the various upper zones around the world all paid a visit to Yuantian City's upper zone, and every one of them wanted the entry slots for the main world of God's domain. Moreover, without Shi Feng saying anything, Haitian City's upper zone had taken the initiative to banish and imprison Fuzhuzheng. However, Shi Feng did not casually sell his entry slots. After all, now that he knew the main God's domain's importance, he naturally had to give Zero-Wing priority for these slots. In the end, he chose to sell only 10 slots to the top 10 upper zones in the world, gaining one favor from these upper zones, the creation of his own upper zone. The upper zones located around the world weren't natural occurrences. Instead, they were created using the four-dimensional civilization's technology. However, the creation of every upper zone required a lot of resources, many of which these top-ranking upper zones could provide. Once he had these resources, so long as he obtained a few more items from the main God's domain, he could create his very own upper zone. Once he had his own upper zone, he would no longer have to follow the rules of other upper zones. He could bring anyone he wanted into his upper zone. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already gone by since Shi Feng became a mental strength grandmaster. During these 3 months, Shi Feng had brought his family and Zero-Wing's many core members into Yuantian City's upper zone one after another. Afterward, he had Zero-Wing compete fervently for resources and players in God's domain. He had even tasked the guild with preparing to invade the outer world and plunder the resources there. In addition, thanks to the upper zone's resources and the ancient god's legacy, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Cold Shadow, Yan Tianxing, Lifeless Thorn, and Blue Frost also successfully reached Tier 6. This meant that they had become half-step mental strength grandmasters and were qualified to enter the main god's domain. Inside a large mansion in the core area of Yuantian City's upper zone, after looking at Gentle Snow and the others, who lay inside their respective special rest cabins, Shi Feng entered the main cabin and readied himself to begin a new journey. Log in.